Hello again, friends. The great Brian Last here, you there. We are back on the bus. It's time to begin Omnibus season here with a big one here this week. The Hulk Hogan Omnibus with this man, the leader of the cult of Cornette, Mr. Jim Cornette.
Well, thank you, Brian, very much. And of course, it is the season for bus riding, and that's why we're here. And of course, this was a year we lost Hulk Hogan. We had fun with his various foibles over the course of the time that we've been doing this show, but then we also, I think, paid appropriate tribute to him when he was gone, and now we've put all of, well, not we, but Jay Sharknado has put all these things together so you can hear it from beginning to end.
Well, that's right. The tribute will be on Those We Lost Omnibus, but this one covers a lot of the funnier moments.
So I've already made a mistake, and I very well didn't really even get started. So go ahead.
What I was going to say, Jim, is this covers a lot of the funnier moments. The beach shop.
The happier times.
That's right. Like, you know, of course, when he was living, of course.
Randy Atcher is dead? What are you...
Jim, the beach shop, his interviews, his lies, his appearances. There's so much to talk about, so much to laugh about. Let's all enjoy Jim Cornette's Hulk Hogan Omnibus. Our next question, Jim, sent to CornyDriveThru at gmail.com from Charlie in Starkville, Mississippi.
I knew it. Brand new decade, but the same old under-the-table dealings. Shenanigans.
Oh, here's one question about this guy, and there's another one here, too. What are your thoughts on the reports that Matt Riddle just signed a new 3-year, $400,000 per year contract with $50,000 bonuses for every match he works in Saudi Arabia?
Oh, God. I heard, or I didn't hear, but I read something on one of the articles that have been retweeted that they had to talk him into it. I know a lot of people see something in this guy. I like the fight pit match he had, but do you see a fucking superstar in this guy?
You know, it's weird for me because for a long time before I ever saw him, I heard all sorts of things. From he's a potential superstar to he's fantastic to
I heard all that.
He reminds me of Kerry Von Erich. I mean,
I heard that from somebody.
I heard all sorts of things. I think he's good.
Yeah.
But I do not, and I could be proven wrong, but I do not see him at that level of star that other people have so far. And it's only based on what I've seen of him in NXT and a little bit on the main roster.
You know what? Think about this. He's like a modern day Johnny B. Bad. Think about this now.
That's pretty rough.
No, he's good to have on the card. He can have an exciting match. People will cheer for him. Put him in a main event and get him to try to do a serious fucking promo. Put him in a money match and try to get him to do somebody else's match besides his own shit. You're lost. I see him as a guy on the card. I don't see him as a main event guy. That they didn't used to put that much effort into talking people into signing with them, especially when where else is he going to go to AEW? Well, good. They've already established they could hand them fucking anybody and it wasn't going to make any difference. And he probably would fit in with those goofballs in AEW because.
And he owns his name. It's his real name. So, I mean, actually, It's good for that.
I know he's got a shoot MMA background and he's a legitimate athlete. And also another thing about him that's legitimate is he reminds me of Darby Allin. He looks like and acts like he legitimately is goofy. And when I try to like some of his matches, he does that goofy shit and he has that weird way of walking and the fucking promos with the bro.
He's stoned. He's a pothead.
Well, yeah, and I'm not fucking intrigued by a fucking guy that can't be bothered to get in a fucking fight and get upset, and cut a promo and things and such and carrying on. He's on the card. So, but if he's at 400, is he in NXT or is he on the main roster these days? Is he still in NXT?
He's on the main roster. If you remember the last we had heard about him, the last we had talked about him here on the show, Vince McMahon made the edict to drop the name Matt. He was just
That's right.
Riddle.
He just Riddle. He just Riddle. And then later he'll be Joker and then later he'll be Penguin. So I guess now we'd have $400,000 for a guy on the main roster. Fuck. I'm glad I'm not quitting my day job, if that's all it is.
Well, let me ask you a follow-up. This is another email sent to CornyDriveThru@gmail.com from Andrew in Cleveland. Recently, Hulk Hogan gave his thoughts on who he sees as the next breakout star in WWE and mentioned that he sees Matt Riddle, or Riddle, as the next big thing. Hulk mentioned a similar comment back in 2015 about Kevin Owens being the next top guy. My question is, does Jim agree with the Hulkster? And furthermore, does Jim think Hogan is a credible source for identifying the next big thing based on today's ring work, promo, and overall presentation format? I personally say no. And then here's the exact quote from Hulk Hogan. Right now, there's another guy that's stumbling into the situation. Acting like he doesn't know what's going on, but he's smart as hell. That's the bro. I've been watching him, and he's really got good instincts. He's really got a good aptitude for understanding what needs to be done. It's all about instincts and timing. His timing is off a little, but it's starting to come each and every week. So, he would be the next one I'd put my money on.
I can only presume that Hogan was asked about him in some interview and decided, well, I'll praise him because that way they'll quote me on this interview, and like we're doing now. And then probably as soon as somebody mentioned another name to him, he's, oh, that guy's great also. I don't know. I don't have any idea. Riddle is what Riddle is. He's a guy on the card. I thought he had a lot of potential at first, and the more I saw him, the more I'm like, this don't translate as anything, but he's a modern day Johnny B. Bad, this fucking bro, I don't give a shit, I'm stoned fucking gimmick. Only gonna go so far. It's like, at least he's a legitimate athlete, and he doesn't do matches with the Invisible Man or stick his hands in his pockets, but really, when you think about it, pockets is just that turned up to 1,000. Why would you want to see a guy fight that can't be bothered to get mad enough to actually try to have a fight and fucking trash talk somebody and sound like they mean it? I don't get it.
Several people have sent this in. I don't know if you saw it, but it may be fun to go through this. Alan Blackstock on Twitter at Alan_cheapshot, a friend of mine, a friend of the show, did a thread entitled Hulk Hogan's Lies Over the Years. Did you see any of this?
I saw the initial tweet, and I didn't follow the thread because I've heard many of the lies, but we can go over them here if you'd like.
All right, well, here are some of them, and Alan does a good job researching these, so I'm sure these are all accurate. The wrestler-director Darren Aronofsky offered him the lead role 3 times. Hogan claims he turned it down because he didn't deserve it. Aronofsky categorically denies that Hogan was ever considered for the role.
Well, besides it, just the fucking hell. Can you see the footage where he's working at the deli and he gets mad at the meat slicer and everything? There's a 6'8" fucking 325-pound Hulk Hogan's working there. That wouldn't be distracting from the overall story of the movie. Yeah.
Hulk Hogan was an all-state pitcher in high school, and he was scouted by both the New York Yankees and the Cincinnati Reds, but an injury prevented him from signing with either team.
Oh, my God. Yeah, the injury was when the fucking scout that was looking at him went blind.
Yeah, by the way, how much did he hate Randy Savage? So much that he made up a story about being scouted by the Cincinnati Reds.
Yes. Who Randy Savage actually was and did play for the minor league affiliate of, et cetera, et cetera. And right. So now I've never even heard that one.
It's a good one. I never heard that one either. Here's another one. Oh, this is an interesting one for you. Hulk Hogan claims he's the one who first noticed Kevin Owens' potential.
What?
Here's a quote. Well, I hate to brag about it, but I'm the first one to point the finger at Kevin Owens. And then Alan wrote, after a decade of solid work on the indies.
I was about to say, I guarantee you, people were talking about Steen for good and bad before Hulk Hogan had ever heard of him.
Hulk Hogan starred in the movies Mr. Nanny and Santa with Muscles. Hogan claims he rewrote both scripts entirely only to have his writing credit stolen from him by the Dastardly Writers Guild. I don't know that one either. I never heard that one.
Oh, well, because you have never heard all of Hulk Hogan's lies unless you've heard every word that's ever come out of Hulk Hogan's mouth, because it's a different one almost every time. So some of these, yes, are new and entertaining.
Hulk Hogan says he used to fight Pride fighters in the 70s.
What?
Pride Fighting Championship was founded in 1997.
He said there was no such thing as Pride. There's no such thing as mixed martial art. Hogan wasn't fighting anybody in the 70s except the guy that was overcharging him on his guitar strings. That was the whole deal about Hogan, is that they weren't sure at the beginning because he was just a big guy that played in a band, right? He had the size, but he wasn't an athlete or didn't have any credentials, it seemed, like all the other guys they trained in Florida. The Steve Kern had an amateur athletic background, all those guys. But Hogan didn't. He was just big and played in a band, right?
That's right.
That's why they had to fuck with him.
That's right. He was too busy playing baseball. How was he going to learn how to be a tough guy?
Lord.
Hulk Hogan claims he was the first to slam Andre the Giant, that Andre weighed 600 pounds when Hogan body slammed him, and the lie that Andre died a few days after the slam. Hogan also claimed that he tore 18 muscles in his back slamming Andre.
Are there 18 muscles in your back?
I'm not sure.
He didn't tear a goddamn thing slamming Andre, because as we've mentioned many times, Andre went up for him because that was the original finish, and he didn't weigh 600 pounds. He was barely over 5 at his death, and that was 6 years later. And what else is wrong with that? And 18 million people, well, not 18 million, but a significant number of people were in the I Slammed Andre Club way before Hogan. That was probably, well, besides the fact before WrestleMania 3 in 1987, that was probably the last slam Andre may have ever taken.
No.
Did he?
Ultimate Warrior got him a whole bunch of times.
Okay, in those 30-second matches or whatever the fuck. But point is, that wasn't even the first time that Hogan had slammed Andre. Hogan slammed Andre in their 1980 run when Hogan was heel and Andre was babyface. And Kamala slammed Andre, and Cornette slammed Andre, and Harley Race slammed Andre, and Inoki, there are the clips. We have gone down the list before. Whoever Andre wanted to slam him got to slam him. Anybody he didn't want to slam him didn't get to slam him.
According to the Hulkster, he partied with John Belushi after WrestleMania 2 in 1986. John Belushi sadly died in 1982.
I was about to say.
He has no shame. He just says anything.
And because, you know why? Because WrestleMania 2 was in New York, Chicago, and L.A.
Yeah.
And he could put himself in either Chicago or L.A., and both would be people say, oh, Belushi would have been there. Even New York or whatever.
Even New York. That's right.
Except that poor John had been dead for 4 years at that point.
Hulk Hogan, and there's a clip here of Hulk Hogan wrestling The Undertaker. Hulk Hogan told The Undertaker that he had caused permanent damage to his neck by botching the Tombstone piledriver. The Undertaker believed him for the better part of 2 years before finally seeing a tape of the match, which clearly showed Hogan's head came nowhere near the chair.
Never touched. No, but he wanted. See, that's another thing. Hogan was very smart. He learned all the old tricks. Make the young guys that are coming up feel in some way indebted to you, or that they should be apologetic to you or deferential to you, or you've got something over. Well, you hurt me, kid, but it's okay. That's the business. And then they would be more inclined to do something for him in the future to make up for what they didn't do to him to begin with.
Hulk Rules, an album released by Hulk Hogan and the Wrestling Boot Band. There's a picture of it here. One of the most famous tracks from the album is the tribute song Hulkster in Heaven. According to Hogan, he met a very ill Make-A-Wish kid in England and got him a ticket to SummerSlam at Wembley Stadium to watch him wrestle in the main event. Hogan wasn't at SummerSlam. He wasn't in the UK at the time. So now he's making up Make-A-Wish stories. Hulk Hogan claimed that he was asked to join a startup company known as UFC. While UFC wasn't nearly as popular as it is today, Hogan said he wouldn't have joined because, quote, guys got beat up when the fight should be stopped. While in WCW, Hogan said a pay-per-view bout between himself and Mike Tyson was supposed to commence. Hogan's excuse as to why it didn't happen? Tyson was too scared. Hulk Hogan,
and obviously, well, wait a minute. I was about to say neither one of those two things ever remotely occurred. And the UFC, so Hogan was going to leave Vince in 1993, and instead of going to WCW, he was going to just say, well, I'll just, after 15 years in wrestling, I'll just be an Ultimate Fighter.
It's the dream match we never got. Hulk Hogan versus Hulk Hogan versus Hoist Gracie.
Or Royce Racy.
Royce Racy
versus Hulk Hogan would have been a main event any building in the country.
All right, well, let's get back to this man's lies. Hulk Hogan claimed on an episode of Hogan Knows Best that the reason he didn't get the offer for the George Foreman grill was because he was out picking up the kids from school.
Yeah.
That's not the way business works, folks. That's not the way it works. Hulk Hogan did claim that back in his heyday, he wrestled in 400 days in 1 year.
And this is my favorite.
Hogan claimed that since he traveled so frequently between the United States and Japan, the time difference made the 400 days a possibility. I never saw that one before.
You didn't know that's the one I always bring up. You never saw that one?
I never, ever saw that one before.
No, that's the greatest thing because obviously there is some small germ of truth in the concept of part of this in that because of the international date line and the time of the trip, when you fly to Japan, you arrive, I can't remember which way it is, but you either arrive a day later or a day early. You know what I'm saying. Because you fly across the international date line, so you either arrive the day later than you should have, you've skipped a day or you've made up a day. But the point is, what he's trying to say is that he was working 400 days in 1 year, not 400 times, but 400 days in 1 year because he would fly back from Japan across the international date line and wrestle twice on a Tuesday, ignoring the fact that if you were then to go the other way, you would lose the day that you just picked up, so it's not mathematically possible anyway. So yes, that's my favorite. Like he's Superman flying around the world at the equator to reverse the spin of the earth and turn back time.
Well, maybe he did that in this one too. In Hulk Hogan's autobiography, he made the claim that Elvis was a huge Hulk Hogan fan before Hogan joined the WWF. He did work in Memphis. However, Elvis died in 1977.
Yes. Elvis died before Terry Bollea ever got a wrestling lesson. So Elvis was not a fan of Hulk Hogan because there was no such person. And Elvis was a wrestling fan, and we've documented that. And he used to love to sneak in the Ellis Auditorium and watch Cora Combs' matches because she was quite a looker back in the late 50s. But if Elvis was ever going to have a wrestling match, it would have been with Jerry Lawler for a shoot. Because they were in Memphis and everybody knew everybody, and that didn't happen either. So,
I mean, let me stop this list for a second. Do you think that's where it comes from? Like, he hears the genesis of a story, he hears something that was real. He's in Memphis and he hears, oh, when he was alive, Elvis used to always watch wrestling. We knew that. And then he just puts himself in the story?
Yeah, he puts himself in the story as he sees fit.
Hulk Hogan claims that both Metallica and the Rolling Stones wanted him as their bass player. Metallica member Lars Ulrich apparently came to Hogan himself to ask him to play with the group.
Lars Ulrich's comments were, what?
Hulk Hogan claimed he had been offered and turned down a so-called Legends match at WrestleMania 22 The alleged match? Hulk Hogan versus Greg Valentine. They were never going to do that as a Legends match at a WrestleMania.
No. And what 22 was what? That 17 was in Houston 2001. 22 was
20 was New York. 21 was L.A. I forget what 22 would have been.
But about 2006.
Yeah.
No, that wasn't going to happen. You think, was he just trying to be nice to Greg that day? Was Greg on site when he was doing that interview?
It is just so interesting how he just seems to say anything. He claimed he was blacklisted from Hollywood because he turned down a gay producer's advances in the 1980s.
What?
He came up with the idea for the NWO, but he wanted it to be him, the Booty Man, and the Nasty Boys.
Now that's not believe.
I do believe that. If he had Brian Blair in there, I really believe it.
Yes, I believe that one. And that would have been just swell.
This is an interesting twist on a story you probably have heard. He claimed that Harley Race came into the arena with a gun in Kansas City in the 80s and set the ring on fire. And then when he ran into Hogan, he shook his hand, thanked him for all he had done for wrestling, and asked for a job.
What?
That is the most extraordinary fucking story. He set the ring on fire.
Set the ring on fire and then thanked Hogan and asked him for a job. With the company whose ring he had just burned.
Is the ring burning in the background while he's talking to Hogan?
You think if I get him another ring or maybe even just a garden hose, will they hire me? What the? Okay, let's dissect that for a second. Harley did go in. Harley was part owner of the Kansas City territory.
And St. Louis eventually.
And St. Louis and Kansas City at that point, the Central States territory. And the first time that Vince came in, Harley did go there, did he not? And Harley was not happy, was he not? And Harley, I'm sure, if he was on the premises, had a gun somewhere with him. So those things have been documented and are probably pretty true.
Yes.
Was Hogan even there?
He may have been because, again.
It was the first expansion. It was 86. Yeah. Okay.
And it was St. Louis, which was a big city for them.
Obviously, Harley didn't go out in the arena in front of the people and set the ring on fire.
That would have been
Harley may have.
Oh my God! Can you imagine a wrestler just? Oh wait, that's Harley Race. What's he doing? Oh my God! He's setting the ring on fire.
Clearly, he's unhappy.
He must be looking for a job.
Yeah, he's obviously trying to get on here. That worked the last time when we were in Peoria. And Paul Christie set the ring on fire. And then we went to Indianapolis and Bruiser set the ring on fire. It was Angelo Poffo in Peoria that set the ring on fire. But anyway, so Harley did go and there was an altercation backstage, but Hulk Hogan is never mentioned as being a part of it. There wasn't Harley just letting people know what he thought of the whole thing and how they were running his town and everybody was pretty much letting him say whatever the fuck he was going to say so he'd leave? Is the way I kind of remember it.
Harley showing up with a gun is part of what I remember, but Harley carried a gun everywhere.
Yeah.
There was nothing about lighting the ring on fire. He would go there in a couple of years and he would work with Hogan, but if Harley Race was alive, I don't know if the story would be out there.
Well, also, Harley Race would not have asked Hulk Hogan for a job. Harley Race would have gone to Vince McMahon. Since Vince had tried to fucking bribe him just a few years earlier to fuck the whole NWA before the first Starrcade, they had that kind of relationship. But maybe it's because that's when Harley told him, no, fuck off, I'm not going to do it. Vince tried to leg dive him in the restaurant, right? That story's been told.
In the bathroom of the restaurant.
In the bathroom of the restaurant. I apologize. You can't just leg dive somebody right out in the restaurant. You got to go in the bathroom first.
It is an interesting timeline. Vince offers Harley a bunch of money to jump as NWA champion right before Starrcade. Harley says no. They get into the fight in the bathroom. Vince, from all accounts, does not come out of it very well, which must have been hysterical when Linda had to go get him.
Yeah.
And then months later, Harley shows up backstage at a show with a gun, unhappy, and everyone knows it's his territory. And then, of course, a year and a half later, he went to work there. That was the wrestling business back then.
And then they made him the king of the ring, King Harley Race, and then they booked him in Tennessee, and Lawler sued because you can't be the king in Tennessee because Lawler's got that wrapped up. And Lawler won the lawsuit because of his 15 years of previously using the king in the state of Tennessee, so Harley Race could not be billed as the king. But see, Lawler didn't show up with a gun when they came in his territory. He showed up with a writ of habeas corpus, corpus delicti, and corpus Christi, and went the legal route.
Well, because WWE were advertising on shows nothing about
The
Harley
king of
Race,
wrestling.
the king of wrestling, and who would that be? So Lawler won that. Here, let's get back to some Hogan stories. Here's a whopper. He sat next to Kerry Von Erich on a flight to Japan 72 hours before Kerry killed himself.
No, he didn't.
Nope.
No, he didn't. Because, oh, God, you tell him.
I mean, in a number of ways. First of all, Kerry wasn't leaving the country at all based on his current situation at that point. Let alone he hadn't been in Japan in a while. Hogan wasn't going to Japan either.
He was no longer in the WWF.
No. Hulk Hogan also claimed he was the wrestler responsible for the WWF first selling merchandise. He had to talk Vince into it. I mean, that could be proved false so easily.
Oh my God, that the first issue of the WWF magazine with superstar Billy Graham on the cover from 1978 that I've got must be rare because it was never circulated then, apparently.
Well, that's a long time ago. How about all those T-shirts they were advertising in 1983?
Yeah.
Hulk Hogan claims he was banned from David Letterman because he stopped Letterman from hitting on Linda Hogan. Hogan has appeared on Letterman many times. So that's not true either.
Yeah, and Letterman has never appeared on Linda Hogan.
Hulk Hogan says he used to be 6'9", but now after back and knee surgeries, he's only 6'4".
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Hulk Hogan, I hate the laugh.
You know what? The problem was he had the disease that affected Cotton Hill when he was blown up by a landmine in World War II and they had to take his shins off.
This one I hate to laugh about, but it's, I think, been proven to be ridiculous. Hulk Hogan says he was going to commit suicide, literally had the gun in his hand pointed at his head when he got a call from Layla Ali that he took as a sign that he should keep trying to live. A lot of people have called bullshit on that one.
That has been debunked, I think, including by Layla Ali.
Yeah, I think by Layla.
He said, "Oh, that wrestler guy."
One day he's going to get confused and go, "I was going to do it, and then I got a phone call from the George Foreman Grill people, and I decided to talk to them."
But I missed the call and shot myself in the head. It was terrible.
Speaking of shot, Hulk Hogan claims that Vern Gagne got Nick Bockwinkel to shoot on him during one of their AWA title matches, but Hogan shot back and won the fight. Here's one that's true, actually.
Wait a minute. Hold on now. Let's just not skip over that. Number one, Nick Bockwinkel wouldn't have shot on anybody. If you'd have told Nick Bockwinkel, who was not only a great professional and what a worker and an intelligent, marvelous human being, if you'd have told him that there was some drama going into the goddamn match and that he might have to protect himself, then he would have probably said, "Well, Vern, I guess you're going to have to find somebody to replace me that can handle that then, because I'm not going to be doing it." And Nick wouldn't have ever tried to shoot on anybody. He never got beat up by Hulk Hogan. And if wrestling was concerned, Nick probably could have tied Hogan up, but he would have been the person to go into the ring under those circumstances and do anything like that with anybody. It's completely ridiculous.
Well, this one actually may be true. He said he wanted to drop the title to Piper. Well, that part wouldn't be, but he said he wanted to drop the title to Piper in 1985, but he didn't think Piper would be willing to lose it back to him. That part's true.
Yeah, he wasn't willing to drop it, but he knew that if he did, that Piper would never drop it back to him.
That's exactly right. Just a couple more here. He wanted to turn heel on the Ultimate Warrior at WrestleMania 6, but Vince wouldn't go for it.
Oh, fuck.
No way. He was about to put out his movies. He didn't want to be a heel. Made no sense. Tatsumi Fujinami tried to shoot on him in Japan and steal the WWF title, but the Hulkster beat him.
Oh, seriously? Fucking. Okay, I guarantee you sometimes when you're talking about shooting and shoots, as we've said, there's always a wild card going on. But no, Tatsumi Fujinami, who probably, if Antonio Inoki had said to him, Fujinami-san, you must shoot tonight for the honor of New Japan, he would have gone in there and fucking stuck Hulk Hogan's toes in his ears and probably not taken too long to do it. But no, that never happened either.
Of course, there's right here the Arsenio Hall clip where he says, well, the beginning of it is, the things that I am not a steroid abuser, and I do not use steroids. And then he goes on to explain how he used it, I think, 3 times in his life under doctor's supervision.
Hey, this sounds like there was a guy, I won't mention his name, poor fella, but there was a guy that worked in Ohio Valley Wrestling. He was here when I got here. He was one of the original guys that Danny and Trailer Park Trash and those guys had trained to rip. And he was a nice enough guy, but he had a kind of just an old time goofy gimmick. And I changed it around and I gave him a different gimmick and put him in with a heel group and kind of fit for a while. His work wasn't the best, but it was a personality thing. But then his real job was he's driving a school bus. And I'm looking here at the 4:00 in the afternoon TV news one day, and I'll be a son of a bitch if they didn't have this guy on the news. They had arrested him for drunk driving of a school bus.
Oh, my God.
And apparently he took the little kiddies to school that morning, and then he didn't have anything to do till they got out of school, so he went to a bowling alley. And he had a number of drinks at that bowling alley, and then he fucking got back in the bus and went and picked up the kids and took them home. But he had a clear defense for this. And actually, it's something you wouldn't even have needed a lawyer like Stephen P. New to get him out of this, because he clearly explained to the people how he was not under any circumstances drinking and driving. He said, I drank and then I drove. I wasn't drinking and driving.
What an idiot.
But it was a great explanation. I was not drinking and driving. I drank and then I drove. Hey, he had us there.
Well, to wrap this up, Jim, final thoughts on Hulk Hogan's many lies. These are only some of them here that we're sharing. Again, this is from Alan_Cheapshot on Twitter. Follow him. He has good stuff. The big list of Hulk Hogan lies. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's certainly not complete by any means, by any stretch of the imagination. Not a complete list, but right there, a good cross-section of the various fibs, lies, falsehoods, prevarications, and outright bullshittery that's been emanated by Hulk Hogan. As I've mentioned many times, I've said this about Paul Heyman. I'll say the same thing about Hulk Hogan. I wouldn't believe him if his tongue was notarized.
I believe Heyman before I believed Hogan.
Actually, and the thing is, even when Paul lies, the story is so good and has so few holes in it that you will buy it on the face of it because you can't see through it.
Well, Jim, before we wrap things up and get a song or two, some sad news here at the end of the show I want to mention. News just come in. Norm Macdonald, the comedian and Saturday Night Live alum, dies at the age of 61.
What?
He's been battling cancer for the last several years, but kept it private.
Wow, I had no idea.
I don't think anyone did. He's been a longtime favorite of mine. His talk show appearances, Dirty Work, has always been a movie that I get a kick out of, and I've always been a big Norm Macdonald fan. Very, very sad to see this.
I didn't know he's a year older than me. I didn't know he was as old as me. I was famous before him, I thought.
You were.
Well, see, but finally he caught up and submerged past me. Well, that's sad. And again, it's especially sad because here's a fucking guy the same age as me dying all of a sudden.
Oh, it's not about you. It's about Norm.
Well, it's about Norm being the same age as me.
He's older than you.
Just barely.
You're still a kid.
I'm just a young pup, a whippersnapper.
Well, very sad.
This is your show, Snap the Whip. I'm sorry about Norm. I apologize. As evidenced apparently by the hosts that they have called for, they have named, they have announced the hosts, Brian, of WrestleMania, am I understanding this correctly, are going to be the the odd couple of Hulk Hogan and Titus O'Neil.
That is the news that, as we are recording, broke this morning.
Can we be any more obvious what we're trying to do here, folks? Is that the way to make Hulk Hogan palatable as the host of WrestleMania again? How does Titus O'Neil really feel about this? Are they stirring stuff up again by calling this much attention to something? I mean, isn't everybody mad at other fucking people besides Hulk Hogan by now?
It was my first thought when I saw this was they are intentionally putting Hogan with Titus O'Neil so that it kind of drowns down the people yelling, Hogan's a racist. Which, of course, a lot of people think because there was a videotape of Hulk Hogan having sex with Bubba the Love Sponge's wife.
I forgot, for the younger fans, we should go into the background.
Bubba and Hogan were friends. Bubba allowed Hogan to have sexual relations with his wife, but secretly filmed it. And
without telling Hulk.
Without telling Hulk. And then
party foul. That's a party foul.
And then literally came in after Hogan left and said, oh, there's our $1 million, that tape or whatever he said. But on the tape, Hogan talking about his daughter dating, I believe, a musician from Southern Florida, threw out the N-word rather...
multiply.
Well, several times, but threw it out.
In a cavalier fashion.
That's what I was trying to... How do I apply cavalier to this? Cavalierly, that's what I was trying to figure out. But yes. So, obviously, a lot of people felt that they may not want Hogan around. I know they're...
But hasn't he's been making... He's associated with them already. He's done something with them before this, has he not, since then?
He's made appearances. He was on that Raw Legends show we saw.
Yeah,
ago.
that's right. He was just on fucking Raw. So what?
No fans.
Well, goddamn. If they're gonna see, this is this is almost like, I don't have the English vocabulary to explain why this is so distasteful, and it's got to be distasteful in some fashion. Isn't it calling more attention to what he said that he's apologized for and he's appeared on other shows and it's been years ago, by having a black guy who does so much charity work and is like the poster boy for racial justice and awareness and can't we all get along? And he's the one that publicly, I think, has commented that he had a problem with what Hulk Hogan said after Hogan came back and apologized in the locker room a few years ago. Doesn't that not only call more attention to it, but isn't Titus O'Neil being put in the position of having to be the nice black guy that's forgiven Hulk Hogan?
Well, we don't know if they're
racist.
Well, here's the thing. We don't know if they're like hosting together where it's like them standing on a stage. Doing their hosting duties.
Two hosts without having the two. What are they going to be in separate fucking countries?
Well, it's two nights.
One's going to be in New York and one's going to be in. If they tried to pull that, we're okay. Hulk Hogan and Titus O'Neil are going to be the hosts of WrestleMania, and everybody's like, "Oh shit, they may come to blows." And then one's one night, and one's the next night. Everybody'd go, "Fuck you!" For heaven, they would. That's what that would be.
Do you think Hogan hits him with a, let me tell you something, brother?
And I mean, and they want controversy. I sincerely hope that Titus O'Neil is on board with working with Hulk Hogan, because elsewise they're making the guy go out there and stand there and try to whitewash Hogan's past. And at the same time, they want everybody like we are now to be going, oh, shit, Hulk Hogan and Titus O'Neil. Talk about oil and water. Boy, what kind of shit's going to go on there? That's what they want. But it's I don't even know. I bet you that wasn't Hogan's idea, because I bet you the first thing he said was, hey, brother, don't you think that's going to dredge some old shit up?
We're not even talking about the idea that we talk about every single year. We did it last year with Rob Gronkowski. How stupid.
Ron.
How stupid the idea of a host for WrestleMania is. It started a few years back with The Rock, because they couldn't come up with a more creative way to get him on the show. They had him come out and do like a 30-minute promo, and then you never saw him again. Then he went off on his way. Same thing. What the hell is a host of WrestleMania supposed to do? It's such a stupid, uncreative way to get these people who they want on the show.
But is it their fault now, or is it our fault because we keep buying it? Oh, so-and-so is going to be the host of the show. There's no host of a fight card or wrestling event or whatever. It's like they have made their product more of a game show environment, especially now with no fans. They've got the fucking colors and the lights and everything, and they have some people in the buildings that are there to cheer and boo on command or direction. So it's like a game show taping now instead of wrestling. So why not have hosts? That's what I say. Why not?
Because it's stupid.
Well, besides that.
And unnecessary.
Besides that.
Do you actually think, using Hogan as the example here, and we could talk about The Rock a few years ago, Gronkowski, maybe not so much. But do you think if they said, plus making an appearance at WrestleMania, Hulk Hogan, and then you can kind of speculate about what will he do, would be more effective as a selling point than the host of WrestleMania, Hulk Hogan?
No, what it is it's lazy booking and just laziness overall by a bunch of entertainment writers that don't understand the business that they're in and don't know what they're supposed to be doing. If I was going to have Hulk Hogan on a wrestling show that I was promoting, whether on pay-per-view or on the network, or that's supposed to gather an audience of some description in some form, then goddamn Hulk Hogan would be in some fucking put-upon babyface's corner when he went to get revenge. And it would be advertised in a match. And he doesn't have to take any bumps, but he can still stand flat-footed and throw a punch and cup his ear and pull a leg. And I would have him standing in the ring holding up the hand of my babyface that triumphed when Hulk Hogan made the playing field even, didn't fuck the heel, but instead fucked the heel's attempt at cheating or fucked the heel's friends and allowed the babyface to beat the heel cleanly, where then Hulk Hogan would hold that babyface's hand up and fucking everybody's music would be playing and the goddamn people would be cheering, and that guy doesn't have the scene stolen by Hogan because we're going to be looking out for that. And you get something. If you're bringing any kind of legend with box office value or marquee name value or goodwill and history with the fans, don't just advertise. And so-and-so is going to come out and fucking do a cartwheel. No, you put them in a top match with talent that you want to elevate. The only time that I've ever really booked or promoted somebody just making an appearance for the sake of it was at Christmas Chaos here in OVW. We did that show in Louisville, and we advertised Jim Ross would interview Stone Cold Steve Austin live. That sold tickets because it was Jim Ross and Stone Cold Steve Austin. And we had a heel come out and get involved to get the rub off of getting stunnered and etc., but we couldn't advertise that ahead of time. But otherwise, if you have access to a major name, figure them in. There's all kinds of creative ways. In the corner, special referee, watch the dressing room door, the fucking judge at ringside. I don't give a fuck. If they can still get in the ring, tag team partner, whatever. But just add the host of so-and-so. I don't. But it doesn't matter anyway. They don't need to sell tickets anymore. Even when the fans are allowed back, they don't need to sell tickets anymore. So no show needs to be big anymore. So what did I hear, Brian? And I asked you to investigate this. Hulk Hogan has equated Betty White and Sidney Poitier dying with getting vaccinated. That was obviously the first reason that everybody would think of for the death of Betty White and Sidney Poitier, is that they must have been vaccinated. Have you been able to because we mentioned this when I spoke to you on the phone briefly a day or two ago when it came out, and I said certainly I saw somebody screenshotted something on Twitter, but they marked out the person's name he was speaking to, and it was small. And I said, certainly he's making some joke to somebody, a friend of his, or just some idle person on Twitter, because it's almost like that would be the joke that you would make if you, well, look, it's a perfect example of how the vaccine kills people. Look, that woman, there was nothing wrong with her. She was only 100 years old, and she got vaccinated, and a year later, she's dead. I could believe that he would say that making a joke, but we've had multiple people and multiple news outlets have reported this and climbed all over him like he was serious. Is there any way in the world that he was making a serious statement when he said these things?
I think even a Hulk Hogan detractor will tell you he was a genius in terms of psychology in the ring, a genius in terms of locker room manipulations, and a complete moron when it comes to everyday life. Remember, this man lost everything to Linda Hogan.
Oh.
But let me just say also for the record here, Betty White just recently passed away, 99 years old. Sidney Poitier, a man we can all admire, was, I believe, 94 years old.
95. I was going to say 92. Thank you I stand corrected.
Long, healthy lives. So someone on Facebook, it appears, said, well, many directions we can go with this, but I will take jab for 500, Alex. Now, obviously, this is referring to someone else, I'm guessing, who died. I should also bring up Alex Trebek is dead, even though she referenced Alex Trebek here. The verified account of Hulk Hogan responded with 100% Betty and Sidney were also jabbed. They're dropping like flies, but they'll never say it.
So he just chimed in on somebody else's conversation to drop these pearls of wisdom.
I understand they're bringing him to the Mayo Clinic next week to speak to some of the young doctors on his thoughts on how to treat pandemics.
Maybe do brain surgery. Maybe he could take the brain out, fiddle around with it for a little while, put it back in. It's what the fuck is? Look, obviously, just shut up now. Obviously, you know what I'm talking about. Obviously, Betty White would have been vaccinated as one of the most senior citizens in the world. Would have been vaccinated as soon as the vaccine came out. And so, as a matter of fact, would Sidney Poitier. So, again, that was almost about a year ago now. So, yes, they didn't, he's not even saying, and there's no evidence because it didn't happen that they got vaccinated that day or the day before and suddenly died. It's that they got vaccinated, obviously, certainly, as soon as the vaccine was available for senior citizens. And my God, a year later, they're both dropping over at the age of only 99 and 94, respectively. What the fuck is the matter with these people? Whether it's calling it the jab, like this to make it sound like a science fiction movie that aliens are probing your fucking. Actually, some of these people, if they could get the anal probe from the aliens, they'd probably be standing in line. But a scientific procedure to elongate your life from the Democrats, they don't want. Well, that's fine. We're not anxious to have more of you around to begin with. We offered it. If you don't want to take it, I'm not going to argue with you. But what the fuck is the matter with people? You can't even make a case that this is like the lawsuits over the drug companies not telling people shit for years and years about their product because they were trying to get away with something and make money. This is literally something that is designed to be administered to every human being on the planet. In a perfect world, then we might get rid of this fucking virus shit. And for free. So I don't think this is either going to be a cash cow or I don't think any of the drug companies involved or the manufacturers or whatever want to kill their target audience, which is everybody in the world. This was a humanitarian crisis based on a public health emergency, not limited to any specific country, and we had to do something. So now we do something. You may still get COVID, but the vaccine will mitigate the severity. It'll keep you probably from being hospitalized and hopefully from being dead. It will make the symptoms milder, make it a little harder to spread, make it a little harder for the virus to replicate unchecked like it does in all the Republican areas. One of the many things running rampant and unchecked in Republican minds and systems. That's what it's supposed to be doing. But if everybody doesn't get it, then it just goes and hides in fucking cousin Cletus, who's drinking his own piss. So, and again, also, for the people who say, oh, but it's a way for the government to, yeah, we found out now you can, because we do it to our pets. You can put a chip in a living thing and track it, but not in a goddamn vaccine. And the people that are so concerned about the government keeping track of them with a tracking device in the vaccine are people that even their own immediate family couldn't give a shit where they are. Nobody wants to keep track of them because they're not important enough. This isn't Mission Impossible. So now we know Hogan is a basket case like the rest of these knuckleheads and a public health menace. Do you think he got vaccinated at all? It doesn't sound like that would be the case. He's a senior citizen. He's at all. No wonder he's immortal. They're saying he's had all kinds of health problems and we don't see him anymore because he's too stupid to get vaccinated. So he's fucking hiding in the goddamn basement of Hogan Manor.
I thought Linda had Hogan Manor.
That's right. What did the Casa Hogan or whatever they called it on the show?
Well, Richard Belzer, when he successfully sued after Hogan almost killed him on live TV, he bought a house in the south of France and he named it Chez Hogan. That's true. Ah,
well, I remembered something about Chez Hogan or Casa Hogan. I just did, as you would figure, Hogan didn't actually own it. But come on, again, with Betty White and Sidney Poitier, and they would be sitting there going, so this fucking goofball, balding, meat-headed wrestler that probably thinks, I'm sure he was a Donald Trump fan and probably thinks people ought to be drinking their own piss and taking horse dewormer. He accused us of dying from the vaccine. They would be turning over in their graves.
At any point in his life, can you imagine at any protest he attended or at any award show he was on the line for? Excuse me, Sydney, your thoughts on what Hulk Hogan had to say? I have other things to do. The scientist, Hulk Hogan. I thought his story in Hulk Hogan was my favorite new Hulk Hogan gimmick. But scientist Hulk Hogan may be my favorite.
Well, you know, he does have a pre-med background, but unfortunately, Metallica came calling right about the time that he was going to get that degree in brain surgery. And but Hulk, please, again, we don't need any more help with fostering misinformation amongst stupid, gullible people. Here's another email we got. This is a story. An amusing antidote, as some of the folks say, from Matthew from Ontario. And Matthew visited Hogan's Beach Shop in Clearwater, Florida. We have heard about this establishment, but we have never had an eyewitness first-person recounting of what the place is like, what goes on there. Would you like to hear this, Brian?
Yeah, that's the place. Jimmy Hart's the maitre d', right?
No, he's not the maitre d'. He was a greeter at one point. I think Jimmy has his own store now. A lot of people opening stores. I don't know. I think they're selling inner tubes and beach floats and things of that nature. But anyway, Matthew from Ontario. Holy shit, Jim and Brian is the salutation. I have a completely fucked story about the conspiratorial bullshit going down at Hogan's Beach Shop in Clearwater, Florida. It started with me wanting to take a picture with the authentic NWO championship belt and ended with me leaving intellectually violated by the store owner. Don't worry, it's nothing years of therapy can't resolve. Every time I've been to Florida, I've tried to find fun wrestling-related things to do since I'm a lifelong wrestling fan and was born into it since George Scott was my great uncle. More on that another time. I've never been a Hogan fan, but on this trip, I decided to finally check out Hogan's Beach Shop and Bar on this trip. He redundantly repeated that redundantly. So my wife, daughter, and I took the 30-minute drive from Madeira Beach to Clearwater for what I believed would be a fun outing. We made it to the beach shop, looked around, and flicked Hulk Hogan's life-size nipples on one of the statues. One of the statues. The back wall is filled with real and or replica championship belts with a handwritten sign in the middle that says, "Ask about taking a picture with a belt." Without hesitation, I did. However, I wasn't prepared for what would come next. The bald employee at the store, you've seen this. The bald employee at the store who turned out to be the store owner, Ron Howard, not to be mistaken for the world-renowned director, producer, screenwriter, and actor, Ron Howard, went into a grift, rambling off the different prices it was going to cost to hold each belt. Replicas were cheaper, while the real belts started at $50. He says US. Well, yeah. These prices included a courtesy discount, as he claimed, because my wife bought some Macho Man merchandise. I wanted to tell this guy to fuck off for fleecing people, but without taking a breath, he proceeded to go off on what I can only describe as the batshit crazy ramblings of someone who's taken one too many stinky leg drops. For 7 long minutes, he strung together nearly every conspiracy theory currently making the rounds, past and present, into one cohesive thought. It was an incredible essay of misinformation, and I wish it had been secretly recorded. Thankfully, I typed everything out on my phone to capture the mania the second I made it out the door. So, Brian, without further ado, here's how this one-sided conversation unfolded in bullet point form. Would you like to hear this? Would you like to hear about this?
I would like to hear about this.
Well, it starts, I asked to hold a championship belt. Ron begins pulling his multi-tiered belt picture grift. He says the NWO championship belt is valued at $250,000, but believes it would be closer to $1 million if it were auctioned. He rhetorically asked who could put a price on something like this. Next, the NWO...
Certainly not him.
Not him. The NWO belt is like an NFT, one of a kind. NFTs are the future of money because it's untethered and away from government tampering.
Oh, boy.
You can buy NFTs or live next door to Snoop Dogg in the metaverse for $30,000, and people are jumping at that chance. Movies always predict the future. They predicted NFTs and the metaverse. There's a movie with Will Smith where robots are a major part of our lives and try to take over. Humans won't exist in the future. I tell him the movie is AI to feign interest and keep him going. Yeah, that's the one, he said. The government gave all these people jabs and stole our DNA. Why did they manufacture the pandemic? They wanted our DNA and we lined up to give it to them. Genetically modified. Yeah, they took our DNA when they gave us the COVID vaccination. Genetically modified foods don't produce seeds like normal food. Parenthetically, from our editor here, shockingly untrue, by the way. He goes on to say, the guy said they collected seeds from normal food to grow fake crops, and they're collecting our seeds to tamper with. Normal food crops are being quietly destroyed, so we're forced to eat genetically modified food they create. Everything has been tampered with as part of their master plan. The government has plans for all of us. They'll clone us and genetically alter our DNA to be more compliant. They want a world population lower than 500 million people. So does everybody. Continuing, Bill Gates is evil and has said this. If you listen to him, he tells us to comply. At this point, my wife tries to get me out of the store by saying we're running out of time and needs to leave soon to make a reservation. She takes my daughter and abandons me as any good wife would in the presence of psychosis. Ron continues by saying everyone should get off social media and use sites like Rumble that are off the grid. Apparently, he doesn't know what being off the grid means since Rumble exists on the grid. What is Rumble? Where is Rumble? Let me clarify this. Oh, he continues to say, go on Rumble and learn about the Twin Towers. It was all fake. The U.S. wanted a war. This war with Russia and Ukraine is all fake, too. It's about taking over their resources. He has friends in the Pentagon who give him this information. They warn him about what's coming. He pointed to a shadow box case filled with military patches which anyone can buy online as a way to legitimize his deep throat informant at the Pentagon. Why this box is in a wrestling store right at the front is beyond me. Maybe Ron is ex-military. As I'm shuffling out the door, he slips in that he's been friends with Hogan for 20 years, which I felt was out of place in the conversation, but painted a picture that Hogan is likely fucking nuts too if this guy represents his store. So there it is. It's a lot to unpack, and I can't imagine how exhausted you both must feel after hearing it. Who am I kidding? Jim probably loved it if his magnificent lizard robot overlord Codecademy sponsor plugs are anything to go by. So he closes to say, I would love it if a few Cult of Cornette members could make their way down to Hogan's Beach Shop to see if they can trigger this guy again. Just ask to hold a belt and see where it goes. Who knows? You might end up in the Church of Scientology that's only blocks away from the shop.
You know, that email went in so many different ways. Did he ever actually get to hold the belt?
I don't think so. I don't think he was going to pony up that $50 to hold that $1 million belt. Okay, regardless of whether these are the things that you believe in life are true or not, does this guy just harangue everybody that walks into that store with this drivel? And if so, has nobody ever attempted to jerk a knot in his tail, as Mama Cornette would say, or discourage that? Because maybe they ought to investigate whether he's running off all of Hogan's customers who Hulkster might need those in dire times that may be coming. According to Ron.
Or maybe he believes what the Hulkster believes.
Woo! Wasn't that a Doobie's Brothers song, What the Hulkster Believes?
I don't know. Maybe after Michael McDonald took over.
Anyway, so I got this email. It's an update on something we remember when we discussed the curious case of the manager of Hulk Hogan's beach shop.
Yeah, what was his name?
Fella,
Ron Howard?
Ron Howard, not to be confused with Opie Taylor. His name is Ron Howard, and he apparently believes every conspiracy theory that any nutcase ever proffered out on the internet. And now we have another testimonial. Would you like to hear this from Eric? Eric in, where the fuck is Eric in? Where's he from? From sunny South Florida.
Yeah, because last time it was someone from Canada, I think, who was visiting Florida, right?
Well, that guy made a trip, and it was a tourist attraction thing he was going to see, but this guy lives down there, and his name is Eric, and he's, Dear Mr. James E. Cornette, Esquire. He's also a very respectful fellow, Eric is, and the inimitable Brian Last, so you're inimitable now. He says, I can confirm what was said about the manager of Hogan's Beach Shop, a crazy fuck named Ron Howard, who is not to be confused with the Hollywood mogul. I live in Tampa Bay and have been to Hogan's Beach Shop on a number of occasions. I have met the manager of the store more than once and can indeed confirm that there isn't a right-wing conspiracy that he doesn't automatically believe. Here's a story for you. It was July 2020 and I was living in the Midwest at the time. I took a week-long vacation to Tampa when COVID deaths were out of control. I'm not sure I would have done that, but nevertheless, He says, at the time I was wearing a mask and carried hand sanitizer with me. I was walking down Mandalay Avenue and decided to stop in to see what was for sale. Posters, autographed memorabilia, replica championship belts, T-shirts, and so much more. Oddly enough, for a place called a beach shop, I didn't find one bathing suit, bikini, beach towel, or anything someone would want or need to spend time on the fucking beach, which is right across the fucking street. Nevertheless, against the back wall is a display case where you can buy replica belts. In that case, in July 2020, was the actual 1984 WWF Championship belt on sale for $1,000. There were... Wait a minute. There were pictures of Hulk Hogan wearing it and a signed certificate of authenticity that it was the genuine article. Brian, let's just weigh in here for a second. Editorial comment. The actual 1984 WWF Championship belt that Hulk Hogan won from the Iron Sheik, it was still the green one, right?
Yes.
The Backlund head at the end.
With all the plates on the side that listed all the champions.
Yes. What would you think if Hogan, I don't even know that Hogan has it, because guys didn't automatically be given the belt back then. If you were the champion, you carried it until you dropped it and then somebody else had it. They only had one belt. They didn't have replicas. They didn't have standbys. So if this was the legitimate, real, original 1984 WWF belt, what do you think it would be worth and it wouldn't be $1,000?
From one of these belt marks out there, it would be at least a six-figure belt.
Well, this one was on sale for $1,000.
And by the way, I guess Ron Howard stole it out of Triple H's office. Because I think that's where the last time I saw it, that's where it was.
Well, that may very well be.
Not that I was in Triple H's office.
But there have been pictures. Anyway, so Eric continues, while I'm pondering if I should buy this piece of wrestling history, a family walks in with their 15 or 16-year-old daughter. Immediately, old Ronnie Boy begins to harass the young lady about her COVID mask and was going on with every conspiracy theory there was at that time. He even claimed to have caught COVID 3 times and never got sick. But the bald little cocksucker didn't say anything to me, probably because my biceps were bigger than his scrawny chest. This young lady was well informed of the COVID situation and was refuting his bullshit with scientific and medical facts that I knew to be true at the time, but she was trying to remain respectful and wasn't arguing with him. So I spoke up from the back of the shop and asked for the price of the 1984 belt. He told me, and I said to him, I'd love to buy it, but if the way you're treating that young woman is any indication of how you treat the rest of your customers, you're not making that $1,000 sale today. Actually, Eric, if it was the real belt, which it wasn't, you should have bought it for $1,000. You'd have made out like a bandit. Anyway, they all walked out. His most recent visit was on May 20th for his 40th birthday. He thought he would buy something as a bit of a present. I was told by the young woman working there that for $20 I could get my picture taken with Hulk's final WCW belt. It still has Jeff Jarrett's nameplate on it. This time they had the green leather belt in the display case, and the plates on the sides of it listed the previous holders. Bob Backlund, Billy Graham, Hulk Hogan, a few others I can't recall at the moment. The belt looked old, the gold plates had lost their luster, and I asked the young lady working there if that was the real deal. She said it was a replica, and it was discounted $200 because Graham is spelled wrong on one of the plates. They were selling it for $400, but she made the claim that if it were the real deal, it would cost at least $250,000. So now we've gone from the real one a couple of years ago for $1,000 to if they had the real one, it would be worth $250,000. Brian, the belt marks that you previously mentioned, do you think any of them would even go $250,000 for that belt or any belt remarkably similar to?
There would be a pretty big fee for that belt. I'm not going to, I don't know.
Anyway, Eric continues, I may have been a bit drunk, but I had to choke back a laugh. Unless it was specifically made for someone such as Floyd Mayweather Jr., I'd have a hard time believing there is any championship belt worth that much money. But she wouldn't budge, kept insisting that's what Ron told her, that's what Hogan's actual title belts sell for. Anyway, I can neither confirm nor deny if Hogan is telling him this or if he believes it himself, considering he previously sold one of his belts, which was autographed. That first belt was autographed for $1,000. So anyway, we gotta get these belt prices under. There needs to be an overstreet price guide of championship belts in the wrestling business.
And a background check on all the belt marks. I completely agree. Let me ask you this. Here's an interesting question for you. Let's say the NWA belt, the one that was retired before the big gold belt, the one that Kerry Von Erich carved his initials in.
Right.
If that was put to auction by like a big auction house, not just wrestling fans finding out about something. So now wrestling fans know about it and they promote it to people who wouldn't traditionally follow wrestling websites or wrestling news. How much do you think a belt like that would get in a big auction like that?
Here's the thing. Normally, up until a few years ago, there was somewhat of a cap on something like that, or there was a range that you would make offers for belts or ring-worn things or stuff like that. But now, think about this, with that belt's history with Flair and with the NWA and with Crockett Promotions, and you've got all of these celebrities now that grew up, the rappers that are always having Flair in their music videos and shit. These people got more money in the federal government.
Yeah, there's a lot of Rick Rubins out there in Hollywood who love wrestling.
Well, but now hold on. Rick Rubin, I noticed I didn't say Rick Rubin. I said a lot of these rappers have Flair in their videos. They put $500,000 in their mouth full of gold teeth just so it looks on camera.
I'm not comparing the rappers to Rick Rubin. I'm comparing celebrities and people in Hollywood with power and influence and money that they could spend. I'm comparing them to Rick Rubin, and they're wrestling fans.
Well, but I'm saying that I don't think Rick Rubin would have spent $250,000 for anybody's title belt. But I think that probably one of these rappers or sports celebrities, football players, give me 2 claps and a Ric Flair, they're making $58 million playing for fucking the Broncos or whatever. I don't know football. One of those people may very well do that. And not think anything about $250,000. It's nothing to them. But, I've got Ric Flair's title belt right over here next to Bruce Willis's left testicle. I can buy anything. So it could happen. You can't rule it out. I don't think that anybody's going to buy it off the wall in Hulk Hogan's beach shop for $250,000.
From Ron Howard.
From Ron Howard. Even if his brother Clint came in. Just wait till my brother gets off work. How big a boy is he?
You know what's getting a little crazy? You read 2 emails now on the air. We've received other emails too. This isn't like an isolated thing. Everyone apparently has a story about dealing with this guy.
No, yeah, I've seen 6 or 7 that I, tread over the same ground, or I didn't want to beat it to death, but it's a popular topic. He makes an impression on people. I guess that's a good salesman, makes an impression on people. Not sure what kind of impression, but he makes one. Speaking of Orlando, Florida, and parts adjacent to them, we've apparently hit on a gold mine of controversial material here. With the stories from the fans going to Hogan's Beach Shop I think there's one in Clearwater and I think there's one in Orlando. Is there not? Is that what we've learned?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't realize they had begun the franchising process.
Well, I think there's more than one, but the one that we've been talking about, the one in Clearwater, apparently is managed, run by Ron, not Opie or Richie Howard. And his interactions with the customers have led some of them to write us and recount those. So we've got a few more now, and we're getting the positive and the negative because few people have ragged on him. But now we've also got some people taking up for him. And the first one, though, an OG member of the cult, Lee Petrie. Lee has actually been there. And we know Lee, this is not just some fictitious bot out there. And Lee says, gentlemen, I have made my way to Hogan's Beach Shop in Clearwater, Florida on a few occasions in my travels. And while you've already covered most of the shenanigans spawned by Ron, not Opie or Richie Howard, I thought I'd pass along a few nuggets that haven't been discussed as of yet. Number one, as for the 84 belt being authentic and costing $1,000, it's simply the silver and black belt with the black strap, not the big green. It was available on their website for a while, too, and it is an awful replica. Number two, Ron is a fast-talking guy and loves to drop stories about hanging with Hogan, Jimmy Hart, and other locals and something to say about everyone. And if you were to picture what he looks and sounds like, it's very reminiscent of one Mr. Meltzer. Number three, and my favorite, in a discussion about some of the more unique items in the store, Ron mentioned to me that, quote, Vince lets Hulk do anything he wants with NWO merchandise, unquote. To that end, there are some NWO items in the store that are not the trademarked logo and appear to be sold outside of the WWE's purview. Do you think Vince is letting Hogan do anything he wants with NWO merchandise in general, Brian?
Do you think there's any wrestler ever that Vince has said, go do whatever you want with my intellectual property?
I don't think there's anybody in life that he's ever said you can do anything you want with anything to. But Lee ends one last note. Looking at the site, Hogan's Beach Shop currently has the Ric Flair commemorative title and robe selling for $5,000. Let the buyer beware. Regards, Lee Petrie. But now there's more, because we got an email from JoJo from Lafayette, Louisiana. Jim and Brian, I'd like to first of all say I've been listening to the show for a few years now, and you have one of the most entertaining wrestling podcasts out there. While I always don't agree with your views, Jim, I respect the decades you have put into the wrestling business. It's a testament to your love for the industry. So see, he's trying to ingratiate himself. I saw the 2 YouTube clips about Hogan's Beach Shop and Ron Howard. I've been going to Hogan's Beach Shop since the grand opening in October of 2012. I go to Clearwater Beach 2 to 3 times a year. Not once has anyone there ever claimed that the big green belt is the original. Hogan has stated many times that he doesn't know where it is and that it's probably in a dumpster somewhere. The beach shop sells replicas of most belts Hulk has won throughout his illustrious career. They do have the 1986 belt, the Bash at the Beach Jarrett belt, among others, that are original and not for sale. You can hold them for a picture for around $20. We've heard 20, 25, 50, 100. I have known Ron for 10 years. He's a nice guy. And I've personally seen him accommodate many of their guests, especially the young and handicapped. The stories from those... Well, now see, we're hearing another side of the coin.
Oh.
Maybe everything's okay with Ron. Maybe if somebody just caught him on a bad day. The stories from those 2 other guests seem exaggerated at the least. Like myself, Ron is a strong Republican and Trump supporter. Oh, okay. But in no way does that make him a bad guy. Yes, in every way, in every single way that you can be a bad guy, that makes him one. But he says, JoJo says, maybe you guys should make a trip down there yourselves. Go on a Monday and check out Hogan's Hangout, his restaurant a few doors down. What did he buy, a strip mall? And just Hogan is there every Monday for karaoke with Jimmy Hart and other special guests. Ric Flair has been there multiple times now, as he now lives in Tampa. Dennis Rodman, Brooke and Nick Hogan, Brian Knobbs, among others, make appearances as well. It'll be the time of your life, Jim.
Oh, my God.
All I want to do is go and hang out with a couple of fucking Trump suckers and Brooke and Nick Hogan and Dennis Rodman.
Don't forget Brian Knobbs.
Knobbs ain't a bad guy.
Oh, I'm sure he'll be a blast.
Well, I didn't say I'd be there long, but I've never had any issue. Well, so we got that. So now there's another side of the coin, but almost completely through the thing when he had me on the hook for that. Maybe old Ron Howard wasn't such a bad guy, but he's a Trump supporter and whatever. Well, anyway. But now to bookend this, we've done a reverse Stewie Griffin compliment sandwich. We're going to go back to the credible reporters. This is Devin from Martin, Kentucky. Hello, Mr. Cornette and Mr. Last. we're starting to get some more respect for you, Brian. Devin says, I've got another story about the manager at Hogan's Beach Shop, Ron Howard. I was vacationing in Florida with my family in December of last year, and I convinced them to take a trip to Hogan's Beach Shop. What a mistake that fucking idea was. We all wear masks, and the moment we walked in the door, the manager, who I came to find out was Ron Howard, began glaring at us. My 12-year-old younger brother was looking at wrestling toys in the corner, and I noticed Ron was talking to him. I walked over slightly just so I could hear him, and he was telling him roughly this. Wait a minute. Hold on. He sheep those damn masks. So I think this was possibly his computer, because he started and ended the sentence with sheep. Those damn masks are mind-controlling agents that make people into the government sheep. Wearing that thing is their way of penetrating your mind. It was at this point I walked over and tried to politely take attention away from my brother without telling this, but how stupid he was. I asked him about some of the Hulk Hogan autograph posters and the prices he had on them. The first thing he did say was, anything with Hogan's autograph can easily sell for over $300, but I'll give you a deal on the posters. If you want one, I'll let you have it for $200, and you can take a photo with the real WCW world title for $50. Before I could say no thanks, and believe me, I couldn't get it out fast enough, he started spewing even more conspiracies and crazy theories. Quote, you know, by 2023, the electoral system will be completely run by computers, giving us no right to vote. Joe Biden isn't really the real Joe Biden. Whoever is surgically manipulated to look like him is shorter, has bigger ears, and smaller eyes. They plan on taking control of our children through the media, and the masks are the first step. The government is starting to put tracking chips in all the masks, and soon those will control how people think. He went on a lot longer, but I don't want to relive much more of it. The thing I remember most about the experience was explaining to him that I wear masks because I have been concerned about COVID since day one. He refuted and claimed he had the virus 3 times. We've heard this in another email. And it never affected him because of natural immunity. He explained masks are useless until I pointed out the red Hogan masks that were hanging for sale in the store. We left in a hurry, and his brother told him once they left the store that the little brother said that Ron started trying to convince him to take off his mask and he'll let him hold Hogan's belt. So anyway, we're getting conflicting stories, but I tend to believe the ones that we get most often, especially when the only one actually taken up for him came out and admitted he was a Republican and Trump voter.
And says that he saves puppies and he kisses dolphins or whatever else they said in that email.
Well, if you want to kiss a dolphin, that's up to you, because these things are allowed in certain circumstances. But make sure that you check the dolphin's ID first.
He helps the handicapped and he walks old women across the street.
Sometimes they don't even want to go, but he gets them there. You got to admire persistence. Well, we've got another update on a continuing segment, and that we've gotten more emails. This is starting to be, I don't know if popular is the right word, but definitely it's starting to get a lot of talk and a lot of feedback. The Hogan's Beach Shop stories and its manager, as one of our writers called, the Ron Howard experience. Every time we read one of these emails, Brian, people just keep sending them. They want their own interactions to be I guess, documented for posterity. Would that be the right word? But we've got a couple more. Would you like to hear a little bit more Ron Howard, crazy conspiracy theorist, Hogan's Beach Shop, blah, blah, blah?
Well, to be honest, I think we have more than a couple more, but you may have a couple more in front of you, because there are a lot of stories coming in to this day. They're still coming in.
Because I love the people say, oh, they must have been making that stuff up just to get the letter read. Well, no, a lot of people have a lot of time on their hands then. This is from Tony, and I'm going to paraphrase and or skip around a little bit because it's lengthy, but we had a winter break and had vacation time to use, so we left the heart of freezing ice, sleet, and snow up there in Michigan to have a nice visit in the Clearwater area. And this was the first week of February 2021. He says, President Joe Biden was just getting settled into office after the failed insurrection by the right-wing weirdos and Trump fanatics who are so far gone that they no longer grasp region or logic. So he decided, that being Tony, to check out Hogan's Beach Shop and catch up with his family after the fact. When I entered, it was dead quiet. I saw maybe one or two consumers looking about, but something immediately caught my eye. The lone employee, who I'm later introduced to as Ron Howard, was staring at my mask with his hands on his hips and mumbling something to himself. He wasn't wearing a mask, although it was February of 2021. I went about looking at the signed pictures and posters and made my way to the belts. There weren't many people around. I was secluded there in the back. And what do you know? He comes strolling up to me and puts his hand out for an introduction. I introduce myself. He does the same, says his name is Ron Howard. He went on a 10-minute word vomit about how he and Hulk are best friends and he is great friends with a lot of the greats from the Hogan area that still rotate around Hogan as if he was the son of their universe. It's the usual suspects, you know, Hulk's posse. He said that if I proved myself worthy, I'd have the opportunity to hang out with him on Mondays at Hulk's restaurant and drink and sing karaoke with him. Ron then told me I don't need to wear a mask inside the store. I believe it was mandated at the time, but it was on again, off again in Florida. Ron then started ranting about how the masks don't help in any way and they're the first step in the New World Order training us to be sheep. Ron then says he had COVID 3 times and it wasn't that bad and he even came to work as scheduled. So that fucking guy's a super spreader. He said COVID is a false flag operation intended to get people used to martial law type orders through various means. Donald Trump had found out about the New World Order and was going to take action by striking out against the leaders of the organization. The group leaders represent the G5. I thought we were up to 8 and then we dropped one out, so we're down at 7 now.
Yeah.
Well, Ron only knows 5. Ron says the New World Order had countries like Iran and North Korea and even Russia involved, and they're knowingly participating in these events to create mass panic, fear, and then acceptance of martial law and a new world government. Ron continued by saying Trump found out about it late in his term. He intended to take action, but the New World Order found out and took action first. They intended on intentionally infecting him with COVID, which they did. Well, we got to send a fucking thank you card to the New World Order. It was at that point that the election rigging began. It's known that Trump won Michigan, Alabama, Arizona, and Pennsylvania. It wasn't even close. It was a landslide, but rigged against him. He kept going and going, and I started to tune him out and devise my own escape plan. There was one last interesting tidbit that Ron said that he was told by Hulk Hogan, who was directly informed by a former high level of the Department of Justice, that a fake Mike Pence was out in place to certify the fraudulent results. They were going to hang the fake one. That's why the real one is not actually gone up and punched Trump in the face.
I wish we actually had Hogan saying that so we could add it to the list of lies that we have that he's told.
God. But anyway, Tony continues, at that point, I knew this guy was off his rocker. I really wanted to check out the real NWA belt, so I moved the conversation in that direction. He said I could hold the authentic belt for $50, but I'd have to take my mask off before he would take the belt out of its secure location. I asked why, and he said that Vince McMahon has been sending in agents to steal the authentic belts, especially the NWA belt.
This took a turn I did not expect.
Yes. He had me take my mask off. This motherfucker, well, I wouldn't have been in the place to begin with this fucking lunatic breathing on me, but I wouldn't have taken my fucking mask. Anyway, he had me take my mask off, and I had to look at the camera, and after 10 long minutes, I was cleared to hold the belt. So I took my picture with the belt, and after he put it back, and I was checking out, he went on about how Hulk Hogan had him, being Ron, trained by a world-renowned jiu-jitsu martial arts expert so that no one would be able to steal the belt. This guy doesn't look like he could stop anybody. Anyway, that was his trip, and he says a 20 to 30-minute planned look around went from that to 2 hours and 45 minutes and cost him $50.
There has to be a documentary in this. Do you think this guy's making shit up? that Hogan said to him, or that Hogan's just working him? Yeah, from what I understand, it's a second Mike Pence out there and doing all these things. Is
It's got
Hogan
to be
working
both.
him? Okay.
It's got to be both. I mean, Hogan's telling him shit, whether it's about his belts or COVID or the fake Pence, and then the guy's obviously mentally incompetent. But we have another one. Would you like to hear another one?
Are you worried that Vince will send his agents to your house to get the Smoky Mountain belt?
Not a bit.
Okay.
Because I know all of Vince's agents.
Yeah, we know. That's right. We know who the agents are.
Yeah.
Hey, why is Rene Goulet outside right now? What the fuck's going on?
I'd love to have Tony Gurria come in. We could sit and talk. Julian from Houston, Texas. Hello, Jim and Brian. Much like many others, I have a story about the idiot manager at Hogan's Beach Shop that you may find entertaining. I walked in unknowingly in February. I'm a big NWO mark because of my love for Scott Hall. May he rest in peace. So I found myself wandering around Hogan's Beach Shop. I use the term wandering around Hogan. He says wondering. I use the term wondering because it felt like I was tripping on shrooms with everyone's favorite friend, Ron. I didn't even ask a question. He just engaged me because I had a Joe Biden hat on. It started out semi-normal. He jokingly said, "Take that off in here," with a laugh. I laughed back and we talked about the NWO. I thought it was normal until out of nowhere he just began, and it was the most glorious musical number of idiocy I've ever heard. These are some of my favorite lines of what had to be 10 minutes of nonstop dialogue. See, a lot of people concurring with things here. So here's what Ron told Julian.
It's becoming a little bit like that scene in Beckley where everyone can agree you said something, but no one can agree exactly what you said.
Democratic candidates are all told exactly what to say and do by the government that runs the country. That's why Trump was cheated out of office in favor of this fake Joe Biden. A video was released of someone training Joe on public speaking with an obvious microphone in his ear. The masks had trackers in them. That's why I never wore them. I got COVID-19 3 times and it never bothered me because of natural immunity. Hogan himself has never got the vaccine and neither. Oh, there you go. So even if true or not, this fucking employee of Hulk Hogan's is publicly stating he's unvaccinated. So that's if don't let Hulk Hogan around any of you people. Hogan himself never got the vaccine, and neither did I because we refuse to be controlled. Soon the people who got the vaccine will all turn into government cyborgs waiting to be infected by tracking chips. It started with masks, then it will go to slavery. Most of the slaves will be middle-class white Republicans who are completely innocent throughout the pandemic. Hey, I'm going on record right now. I am in favor of the reinstitution of slavery. If all the slaves will be middle-class white Republicans, I will abuse the fuck out of those people. I'll buy as many of them as I can afford, and I won't be a kind slave owner. Anyway, Julian goes on. I wish I could remember more from the long line of conversation, but I can't. I do remember a few more one-off remarks, though. World War III is coming, and it will start in America when the Democratic Party attacks. These people are projectors. Everything that they actually do, they think the other side's going to do. Also, masks are the gateway to hell. Drugs are being put in the water supply in major cities to control your mind. Corona beer has traces of the COVID-19 vaccine. Masks don't work against COVID-19. They enhance the power of the government. Joe Biden has been dead for years, and this is an imposter pretending to be him. His ears are too big and his eyes are too small. His hair is gone, and he's 7 inches shorter.
Oh, come on. What is
Nobody noticed about Joe dropping 7 inches. Trump has the answers to why COVID-19 came to America, but they would kill him if he ever said anything. Let's cross our fingers he starts spilling his guts. And finally, the election was stolen by Obama and Nancy Pelosi. I wish I had recorded that moment because I would be a millionaire right now from a viral video. Okay, here's the deal. This is fucking perfect. Thank you, Julian from Houston, Texas. I will send $500 to the favorite charity of anybody that can send us covert, secretly recorded audio of this stupid motherfucker saying any of this shit. Could we play something like that on the program? If somebody goes in wearing a wire, as they say on television, and gets old Ron Howard blathering on like this about this insanity.
I don't know.
It's a free country until the mass enslave us and the government's drugs in the drinking water make us all mindless zombies. It's a free country, so wouldn't we be able to play that?
I think it would depend on what the laws in the state of Florida are, and also...
Well, they have none.
It's not about someone making the audio for us. If someone recorded that and put it on YouTube, we'd be allowed to play it, but I don't know about secretly recording in the name of the show.
Oh, well, I didn't say anything about naming the show. We don't want to name names here. Okay, so let's say that some person that shall remain nameless and would never be revealed was to record a conversation that they had with Ron Howard where these things were said, and then they put it on a YouTube channel, which that's pretty easy for people these days that are conversant in technology, right? They could put it up on YouTube, and then we could pull it off of YouTube and play it to our heart's content. That's what you're saying.
Yes.
Well, it would be a shame if somebody did something like that, wouldn't it? And then sent us an email telling us where we could find it. I don't want that to happen. I do not want somebody to go down there and record this idiot saying all these stupid things and then put it on YouTube and then send us an email telling us where we can find it. I do not ever want something like that to happen.
Well, it doesn't sound like this guy's hiding it too much.
No, I just want to hear it. I want to actually be able to hear it and broadcast it. And then I want somebody to go tell Hulk Hogan, hey, this fucking moron that you employ is telling people that you're unvaccinated. So next time you get on because it's not like people can't tell who Hulk Hogan is. He still stands out. So next time he's going to go into some place that requires vaccinations or maybe get on a plane or do whatever, it'll be a little bit of a hindrance for him because he's not smart enough to go take a fucking shot. Stace just tried to get her booster. We both got the double shot. Then we got the booster. She tried to get the booster to the booster. And they won't give her one yet because she's not 50 years old, but I have to go in next week. And the only reason I haven't got it quicker is because I never see any other human beings. And Lance Storm said earlier today on Twitter, where's all these people with the my body, my choice on the vaccine at this current time? Oh, would you rather take a shot from a hypodermic needle that'll protect you from a deadly illness, or would you rather carry a fucking child to full term 9 months? Which is more of an inconvenience? Anyway, so don't dare record this fucking idiot and let us know where to find it. That's just something I'm telling you. We have an update. You know, on an ongoing basis, people have been sending in emails recounting their experiences with apparently the manager of Hulk Hogan's beach shop down there in Florida, the fellow named Ron, don't call me Opie Howard. And Ron Howard, the manager, apparently has never met a conspiracy theory that he doesn't like. And he rants at these people. And we even at first we had people accusing the first guy that wrote in the email and recounted that can't be true. He made that up. And then person after person kept writing in with their testimonials on what happened with them and their interactions with Ron Howard. And then people started to say, well, go to Facebook. People have been leaving reviews like that for over a year on this guy, right? He's anti-mask. He doesn't believe in COVID. He thinks that Trump is still president and that the government's trying to track us with vaccines, and the whole plethora, the whole cornucopia, the whole schmear, as they used to say, of all the craziness in the right wing is encapsulated in Ron Howard here. But now he's taken a further step, Brian. Before, he was just castigating people if they wore a mask and tried to adhere to public health guidelines, and he was honestly just trying to grift a good buck out of people, giving him $50 and $100 to hold title belts for pictures.
The American way, sure.
The American way. But now he's trying to do what those snowflakes do. The cancel culture, Brian. He's canceling people. He's a snowflake.
What? What do you mean
he is canceling people? Well, just listen to this. Because Tony, I won't give his last name. Ron Howard may be stalking him. But Tony has sent us an email saying, Jim and Brian, you won't believe it, but Ron Howard himself sent me a very interesting notice. I've been banned from Hogan's Beach Shop for life. Whatever will I do? And Tony continues, you're in for a treat. An email straight from the man himself.
Oh, my God.
He has forwarded the ban notice. And lastly, he says he mentioned I got my picture with the WCW belt, which is correct. That was my mistake. He did mention what happened to the NWA belt, though. So you'll understand that clarification here in a second when I read Ron Howard's ban notice. But anyway,
let me just stop you real quick. I mean, because you have this in front of you. This looks legitimate. This doesn't look like this guy made up an email from Ron Howard or anything.
Well, am I allowed to give the email that's when a guy has an email with his name at the name of his business.com?
Well, look, serious inquiries only, but that's not my question. Forget it. Just do what you're going to do.
I'm just telling you that he's forwarded me this email from a guy that has an email address of name@business.com.
Okay.
And the subject is Hogan's Beach Shop lifetime ban notice.
Is it in caps?
Yes. There's a header. You are hereby banned for life from Hogan's Beach Shop as of the sending of this notice. And then the salutation, Tony, it has come to my attention that you have leaked private conversations that occurred in Hogan's Beach Shop back in early February 2022. I distinctly remember most specifically our conversations as we moved around the store. Those conversations were private, protected speech, which you violated when you disparaged myself, Hogan's Beach Shop, and Hulk Hogan himself. So did you know when you have a conversation in a store with a shopkeeper that is private, protected speech and actionable if you relate that conversation to other people? Were you aware of that, Brian?
That's 100% true, except in any court of law ever.
Ever. And this email continues. It didn't take too long to find your invoice for the $50 picture with the WCW belt. You didn't leave an address, but I have your phone number and email on file. Keep that in mind! !
Oh my God, that's a threat.
Well, either that or a promise. Those conversations were private, protected speech, which you violated when you disparaged myself, Hogan's Beach Shop, and Hulk Hogan himself. I think he cut and pasted that one from 2 paragraphs up. You also released highly sensitive security details, which compromises our ability to protect the original belts from Vince and other sinister agents. That either sounds like a punk rock band or a great fucking tag team and manager, Vince and the Sinister Agents.
Oh my God.
He continues, it is a serious offense as Hulk's original NWA belt. And see, this is the NWA WCW. I'm not sure Ron knows the difference. Original NWA belt was stolen by agents of Vince McMahon. This is a known fact in the industry. We're going back to capitals now. Due to your disparaging comments and transgressions, you are hereby banned for life from Hogan's Beach Shop.
Oh.
Back to lowercase. As with any lifetime ban decision, I spoke with Hulk, and he agrees with the ban 100%. How it must feel to know that your childhood hero thinks that you are nothing more than an untrustworthy sheep. If you reveal any further discussions from that day, you will be forcing us to get out legal team involved. Maybe he meant get our legal team involved, but that's his legal team, the get out legal team. They will get you out. And it's signed sincerely, Ron Howard, owner, Hogan's Beach Shop, not manager, owner, Hogan's Beach Shop.
Beyond the craziness, which I'm sure we'll get to in a moment, and the complete lack of an understanding of how the legal system works and how laws are applied, in terms of the actual lifetime ban, how many people do you think return to Hogan's Beach Shop without any of these occurrences? How many people go, see everything, and go, I'm going to come back here tomorrow?
What do they call it in the legal system when it's the oh my gosh, the recidivism rate when former criminals return to their crime? I don't know that they got a lot of repeat business. That he did have some people, that were Ron's not a bad guy. I've been friends with him forever. Yeah, he did vote for Donald Trump, and yeah, he is a Republican. Well, then that disqualifies him from being a good guy anyway. And then they'll kind of admit, well, he is opinionated. And then they'll kind of halfway admit everything that we've all been talking about is true, but he's still a nice guy. That's what some of them say. And the other ones say that they can't get away from him, and he harasses their children when they wear masks in his store in the middle of a pandemic. And this was going back to before vaccinations.
I want to believe this so much that he got on the phone and he called Hulk Hogan. He said, hello, brother, it's me. It's Ron. Listen, I got to talk to you about this guy.
Who?
I got to talk to you about this guy.
Who are you?
He's let everyone know about the secret information about where the belts are hidden. He did it on a very popular podcast. Vince's secret agents or sinister agents will find out. Hulkster, I have to ban him. Are you okay with that? Yeah, sure, brother. All right.
What you got to do, brother?
Yeah, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, because the private protected speech is great. The highly sensitive security details. He's got a beach shop with belts hanging on the wall across the street from the fucking ocean. I don't think it's Fort Knox. I don't know that there's a lot of high tech. What do you think? They got the laser beams where you have to step over them carefully, or elsewise if you trip one, the ceiling drops on you. And the sinister it's a well-known fact in the industry, Brian. Sinister agents of Vince McMahon stole Hulk's original belt.
I want to create a Hulk Hogan bullshit museum where you take all the things he's lied about and you actually make a museum of that, but pretend it's all real. Like, a wax dummy of him with Metallica.
Brother, they got one, brother. You haven't heard about it? It's in Washington. They call it the Smithsonian right now, but they're changing it to the Bolé.
A calendar that has 400 days on it that he worked every single day. The Hulk Hogan Bullshit Museum. What a crazy story here. And he's seeking out people who spoke on this show. He's seeking them out to send them threatening emails because no one gives a shit about a lifetime ban from, some quasi-museum in the middle of nowhere.
Well, that was very thinly veiled. When I have your email and your phone number. Keep that in mind.
I also am an expert in bird law, so you better watch out.
No, down there it's pelicans and seagulls. See, if you're not a beach bird, they don't know anything about the bird law down there in Florida.
You see what happens when Jimmy Hart's not in charge?
Yeah, everything goes to hell without poo-poo in charge of things. Jimmy Hart would have that store running like a well-oiled machine. Anyway, we have one more update from the folks. We haven't talked about this in a few weeks, but Earl Webb from Knoxville, Tennessee. I guess I gave his, that may be an assumed name because he has a different name on his email address, but it says Earl Webb, Knoxville, Tennessee. Anyway, hello, Jim and Brian. I've heard the stories from fellow cult members, and I had to tell my own Hogan's Beach Shop story that happened in the beginning of May, and this was written about, maybe 2 months ago now. My wife and I are big wrestling fans, and we wanted to check out Hogan's Beach Shop. Shockingly, compared to other stories, Ron didn't immediately pester us about crazy topics. It wasn't until I unfortunately asked him a question about one of Hulk Hogan's weight belts they had for sale. I asked, was this weight belt ring-worn by Hogan? This was his reply. It's not just ring-worn. Hogan wore that belt against Ric Flair and Roddy Piper in the same night. It's the most historic weight belt in wrestling. It's the It's the rarest weight belt in history. You can take a picture holding it for $40, but I'll let you do it for $35 each. I politely declined, knowing what was slowly beginning, and told my wife we should get going. Before she could speak, Ron noticed her shirt and began to spiral into a long rant. Her shirt said, "My body, my choice." Ron's response was, "Abortion is something the government insists upon because they're trying to clone the perfect American into a robotic slave to serve their personal needs. Really, COVID-19 was created in China for population control. The government is even paying farmers to burn crops and destroy fields so the middle class slowly dies. Soon, hybrid clones will remain, made straight from the lab in China. If you don't believe me, watch it on Newsmax. They have the full story there." This was all said before my wife could speak. I said nothing and started to walk away, but he kept going with roughly, "Trump lost the election due to knowing too much about this. They hacked into the voting systems and made Joe Biden the president. Soon we'll live in a world of slavery, and masks were just the beginning of our oppression. By the year 2024, all who had the vaccine will be activated and turned into cyborg-like clones while everyone else is replaced. That's why they are taking away guns, because they don't want the working class to fight back. Soon we'll have no rights at all."
Wait, so we're not going to coexist with the clones? We're going to actually be replaced by the clones?
I think they're replacing all the people who had the vaccine. That's why the only people who aren't going to be replaced are the people who didn't get vaccinated, because they're all going to be fucking dead. But anyway, Earl of Knoxville, again with another wonderfully captivating and informative interaction with Ron Howard, the manager of Hogan's Beach Shop down there in Florida.
The Earl of Knoxville.
Well, that's true. He could be the Earl of Knoxville.
Why not?
And then you could have the Count of Cherokee County and whatever the case. All righty then.
The Count of Chattanooga.
Is it? Actually, there was a Duke of Paducah.
I did not know that. No.
He was a country music, the Duke of Paducah. He was a country music star in the 50s and 60s. Paducah, Kentucky, for those of you outside the contiguous United States. It's a quiet little hamlet out there in western Kentucky, and the Duke of Paducah and that's what every time Christine Jarrett, every time she'd see this one guy that used to come to some of the spot shows out in around the Evansville area in western Kentucky, down across the state line, obviously. He had this giant cowboy hat and this spangly Glenn Campbell rhinestone cowboy outfit that he would wear, and he looked like he could be a department store Santa Claus in the holiday time because he had long gray hair and this big old long beard. He must have been 275 pounds and in cowboy boots. And he'd come into the show and Teeny would say, "Well, look, here comes the Duke of Paducah." I guess it was funnier when you were looking at him.
Jim, coming out of that, we have some more breaking news, or I don't know if you would call it breaking news, maybe hopeful news, because this could be a boon to the wrestling comedy industry. The headline from the Sportster: Hulk Hogan spotted with Tom Cruise, furthering Scientology recruitment rumors. And this follows, and I didn't see this too closely. We'll look into it right now here on the air. Hulk Hogan apparently tweeting out signs that maybe he's involved with Scientology. There's so many things to talk about here. What do you think of this?
Well, first of all, because I know he's a big Christian fellow, is Hulk Hogan, and well, I guess I'm thinking of the Mormons, Joseph Smith and the Book of Mormon, dum 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 on South Park. What do the Scientology folks believe? Are they the ones that we came from outer space, along with Michael Rennie and the Klaatu Barada Nikto, the whole nine yards? What has Hogan completely renounced Jesus, and he's going with the Scientologists who think that we're spawns of foreign alien beings? What the fuck's going on here?
I believe they believe in a Lord Xenu, a space god who's up there who froze people, and then volcanoes erupted and everyone became unfrozen and their spirits are amongst all of us. Perhaps he gave up everything and believes that, or maybe, he recognizes a free lunch. We really don't know.
Well, I didn't want, to think that Hulk would completely renounce JC and go to a completely here's another related thought. Why is it always the God in the sky and devils down? And shouldn't some religion come along and flip the script, as they say, to kick things up a notch, turn things on its head? Let's put God in the middle of the earth and Satan's out in the sky. Because think about this. If God was in the middle of the earth, that means he created it all around him. All the birds and the fishies and the little blue things in the sea and all that stuff. He created this magical world all around him, and he's in the center of it, the heart of it, where he can keep the blood and the life fluid pumping to all corners of it. And meanwhile, Satan, the devil, Mephistopheles, Mr. Scratch, he's out there in space, out in Neverland, away from us, where scary things live. Why haven't they come up with that backstory?
You're giving him more territory than God.
Well, there's not a lot out there, though. It's like we gave him Montana. It's big, but it's empty. So that's just something that ran through my mind. But back to the Scientology. So what is Hogan has not only been seen with Tom Cruise, but apparently he's tweeted out allusions alluding to potentially following the Scientology principles. And since I don't know what the fuck they are, this has escaped me until now.
Well, again, this is from an article in the Sportster by Josh Colson. Let me scan down a little. Hogan sparked rumors that he was the Church of Scientology's latest celebrity recruit when he started dating known Scientologist Sky Daly.
Known
That's, yeah.
Known arsonist.
That is a really harsh way to say that she believes in this.
Pam, here, that's for you.
The belief that he is at least courting the controversial religious group has been furthered this week after Hogan was spotted taking in an NFL game with Tom Cruise. Cruise has been the world's most famous Scientologist for a very long time. He's also 5'2". Reported by I added that.
Well, I was about to say, is that the official measurement from the head office in Zurich, Switzerland?
Reported by TJR Wrestling, the site highlighted a tweet from Aaron Smith 11 revealing Cruise and Hogan had been spotted at the Tampa Bay Buccaneers versus Dallas Cowboys game. The additional tidbit in the Hogan Scientology story also includes a previous tweet revealing the WWE Hall of Famer has been posing for photo opportunities with known Scientologists with Scientology-owned businesses as the backdrop. I mean, it's a wacky religion, but the way they're making it sound like it's the fucking Nazis or something.
And also, I think I'm with you. I think he's cashing in on an opportunity. Take a picture with you in front of your fucking thing. Sure. How much would you like to give me for that?
Listen, it's so easy. Here's how it goes. Come on in. Just talk to them. It's so cool. You're dating me. You get to fuck me. You get to come in here, talk to my friends. Okay, I get to fuck you. I remember that. You go in there, you talk to them. They're like, hey, let us get you lunch. All right. And we'll just keep talking to you. All right. Hey, you know what? You're a big star. You want to go to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers game with Tom Cruise? Sure, brother. All right, we'll set that up. He just says yes to anything. They keep handing him shit because he's Hulk Hogan. But you have to do an audit in Scientology.
Wait a minute. Hold on now. Well, at various points in time, Hogan's books have been none too fucking good, but then he won that big lawsuit, so he may be all right.
I don't mean a financial audit. I mean...
What other kind is there?
An audit of the soul, I guess. You hold these cans and they monitor what you tell them and they ask you to tell them everything.
Wait, what?
I saw this. There was a documentary. There's a book and a documentary called Going Clear that showed all this, and also the book came out first. The book, you can read about all of it. But
okay, so you need canned goods, is what you're saying.
Well, they give you these two things, you hold on to them, and it's basically a lie detector test about yourself. And you have to keep doing it. So imagine if Hulk Hogan's there.
Well, he'd blow up the whole goddamn deal, Matthew. Why, he would...
The biggest fucking liar in wrestling history has to go tell the truth over and over and over.
I thought that was tornado sirens I heard the other night. That was Hogan strapped up to the machine at the Scientologists. So they hold on to the thing and they tell the lies, and did they get electrocuted? Or does it shock therapy? Does it shock them straight or shock them into Scientology?
No, they don't believe in therapy, I believe. Because remember when Tom Cruise went crazy on Matt Lauer on the Today Show years ago? He jumped up and down on a different show. On that show, he just got mad because he knows more than the therapists and he knows more than everyone, and Matt was glib. I remember that was the phrase.
So what's Hogan going to do here, you think?
It's interesting. If he joins Scientology, that's a lot of PR muscle behind him. They put money behind their stars. They expect
their stars.
They expect subservient behavior to a certain degree, unless you're Tom Cruise. But if he ever tried to leave, they would destroy his life. But yeah, no, I mean, Hogan, if you think about who the big Scientologists are nowadays, Tom Cruise. Who's bigger right now? Hulk Hogan or John Travolta?
Oh, good God. Are there dedicated websites and fan sites and a massive social media presence for Saturday Night Fever like there are for wrestling? I would have to think that even though Travolta may be a more widely known worldwide mainstream celebrity just because of his age and tenure and the movies and etc., right now you would get more people talking if you had Hulk Hogan involved than John Travolta. To me.
Interesting. Okay. So you think Hulk Hogan right now is a bigger star than John Travolta?
No, I say he's got more dedicated people that give a shit. I'm saying more people know who John Travolta is. Hulk Hogan probably draw you a bigger crowd.
If Hulk Hogan becomes a Scientologist, what do you think the move is for Ron Howard? Not Hollywood's Ron Howard. Ron Howard. Ron Howard of the Hulk Hogan surf shop or whatever, the beach shop, the beach store. Hulk Hogan's Beach Hut. I forget what it is.
Not Opie Taylor, but Dopey Taylor. He's going to have to come up with a whole new backstory for a lot of shit if they switch over to the Scientology gimmick. Oh, man, he's going to have to rewrite all his material.
All kidding aside, if it's about recruitment, it is a brilliant move. Forget about fans. If you're just trying to get to wrestlers, getting Hulk Hogan to be a part of Scientology, and I think from what I see here on, once again, Google, however reliable this is, about 25,000 worldwide believers, getting him's a big move, not just for the general public, but I think if you wanted to make inroads into wrestling, especially amongst older wrestlers.
Well, yeah, that's what I was going to say. I think the younger generation, one thing they have figured out maybe is that Hogan's full of shit, but some of the guys of his generation that haven't done as well as he has on several things and maybe fucking wander around looking for something might fall for something like that.
Mr. Hogan, how much did Andre the Giant weigh when you body slammed him? 700 pounds, brother. Mr. Hogan, how much did Andre the Giant weigh? Well, 600 pounds. How much did Andre the Giant weigh? The machine's going to explode.
Incoming!
Oh, well, Jim, let's move on from Hulk Hogan and Scientology to people being hit in the head.
There's something that's not very scientific. So they started it off, and we said that whatever Hulk Hogan does, he's not going to get any on him, right? He's not going to be humiliated. He's not going to be shown in any disrespectful or bad light or asked or expected to do anything that he can't do. But goddamn it, if they didn't give him a bad microphone, he started the whole thing before even the open. Here comes Real American, and here comes Hulk Hogan and Jimmy Hart, and bless Jimmy Hart's little pea-picking heart. He will be 80 this year or next. I've lost track. And he was doing the cheerleading and hopping around. I hope I make it. I hope I'm not a fucking head in a jar like on Futurama by the time I'm 80. And look at Jimmy. He moves better than Hogan does. But anyway, Hogan did the promo from the entranceway. And besides the mic would cut out a couple of times, just missed a couple of words. And then they ran him a new one. And son of a gun, he didn't say fuck on live TV over that. It's almost like he knew better than to do that. But he gave the raw 30 speech and did, what you gonna do? And they played the music and Jimmy waved some more. And that was it. And it wasn't bad because you got to see Hulk Hogan and Jimmy Hart. But it didn't set high expectations for... see, that's part of the thing is when they advertise these names, especially so many of them, and we mentioned this on last week's Experience, there ain't enough time for all of them to do anything pithy. But at the same time, people in their minds, they expect they're going to, oh, Hulk Hogan, oh shit. And he comes out, he talks for 60 seconds and thanks everybody for coming, and you never see him again. Is that a letdown, whether it's live or the live audience or the viewing audience on TV, or are they just happy because, well, he's there? What do you think?
I don't know. It goes with Hogan, but it goes with the whole general conversation about the proper way to use legends in wrestling, because wrestling uses them the way no one else in sports uses them. And I mean, there aren't too many great examples of legends returning to TV shows, but usually if someone returns to a TV show, it's not to just be beaten down or anything, or shown to look bad. With Hogan specifically, there was something incredibly humorous about him talking without the mic picking anything up and not realizing it. Jimmy Hart's out there like a cheerleader.
No, in all honesty, no, I've been there because I've been in a bunch of low budget fucking television production situations. You can't tell because when you're in a big building like that, even a good PA system, it takes you a second because you're hearing yourself, obviously, and people are making noise, and you are assuming that you're going out because you've heard yourself go out. So as you're talking, it's easy to go a few words without realizing that they're not hearing you.
But beyond that, it was Hulk Hogan doing an intro. He says he was there from the very beginning. I mean, he was there for a few months after the show kicked off, and that was when people started booing him.
He was gone for almost 10 years.
Yeah, and then he just disappeared after the photographer's flash. So I really don't know what to say about that. When it comes to the use of legends, do you think... I mean, we've seen different things. Like when Slamboree first started, they would do something cool where they would introduce everyone. Everyone would come out on the stage one by one, and they would introduce all the legends, and then you get a few legends matches and a few interviews of legends interspersed throughout the show. I remember they did an all-star game, I think it was 99, where before the game they had the greatest living baseball players alive on the field introduced, and it was an incredible spectacle. Do you think if you bring a Hulk Hogan back, if you bring a DX back, if you bring anyone, Ric Flair, they have to be incorporated in what's happening on the show? Or do you think people would support and watch a wrestling legends show 1 week, not a pay-per-view, but 1 week in the spot of a Raw or something, where you have 50 legends, but they're introduced, they're given time, they're given videos to show their career? Do you think there's a way other than the way they're using legends to use legends? And do you think there's a respectable way where instead of Hulk Hogan coming out there like that, Hulk Hogan wears a suit and he's introduced and people clap and he waves? Other than like the Hall of Fame, is there a way to maybe make it so it's not this? I mean, because it's always this. Someone said the other day, the FTR thing where they got beaten down by DX, that was Raw 25. That means the Legends thing we saw in between where the Big Show and Mark Henry got sent off, that was just a random Legends show, but it's always the same Legends doing the same things and the same kind of skits, and I don't think it works.
Uh, all of the above. You know, here Hogan's such a big personality that, and also to be honest, he can only do him, right? He can't. When he's Hogan he's the disingenuous, and that's right, brother type of thing. He never evolved in his promo to the next generation where he got out of the say your prayers and take your vitamins and blah, 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 and can actually have a goddamn toe-to-toe argument back and forth with somebody like a fucking Owens that's quick and could shred him if he was allowed to, right? So Hogan's a big personality, and you got to kind of do the Hogan stuff. But with some legends should be there. Why can't you, with Hogan, if you don't want to interact him with any of the current guys, they do such great packages. Do a package on the third, because they own all the footage now. WCW, 30 years of Hulk Hogan's transformation from the first Raw show he was on, because he was only there for a couple months, the third blah, 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 or whatever. And again, show it on the screen and the viewers can see it, and then let him come out and do the full-blown thing in the ring, or maybe his hip was bad, he couldn't get in the ring. That seemed to be possibly a recurring theme. And, and let him be himself. That's not necessarily that bad, but with some of the other legends, instead of Mike Rotunda being IRS and coming in and confiscating the poker game money for haha, and everybody knows that's bullshit anyway. And IRS was his WWF gimmick, but why not do an IRS package for 60 seconds and then show him sitting at ringside as Mike Rotunda there, because now he's the goddamn, what is he to Bray Wyatt? I've forgotten their family.
He's the father of Bray Wyatt.
He's Bray Wyatt's father. So people know that because they're playing now to the internet crowd, and let LA Knight come down there and jerk Bray Wyatt's father over the fucking rail and smack him around or something instead of what we got, which we'll talk about later. Or there was Medusa there playing poker. Why couldn't she interact with one of the modern heel women, even if it's verbally, to try to enhance something that they're doing, instead of she's a former women's champion and groundbreaking trailblazer, and her part was to play poker in the back in pre-tapes.
See, that's the thing. Instead of using a Medusa or a Lunger Blaze in this case as a background player, if they had put together a 2-minute video explaining everything you just said, showing clips from WCW, from WWE, they probably wouldn't license anything from Japan for this, and then introducing her to the crowd without it being a joke, don't you think people would stand up and applaud?
Well, yeah, and then she could also say to one of these whiny modern girls, the heels, to put her in her place, oh, you think you've got it so hard and blah, blah, blah. They have a performance center, and you're being flown everywhere, and you're on national television and there's all kinds of women, and you have all kinds of opportunities. Back in my day, when I was the women's champion in the AWA, the women's roster was 2 of us. And we had to ride in a fucking van with goddamn Mad Dog Vachon pissing in a jar or whatever, right? And just something like that. As we'll go through, maybe we'll come up with some ideas as we go through and mention some of these names. But nevertheless.
Jim, several listeners have been sending this in all morning, and Jace Nacarado just reviewed the entire 22 minutes. Hulk Hogan, who's on a media blitz, he did Joe Rogan's podcast, Theo Von's podcast. He's now on Muscle and Health Magazine's online platform doing an interview.
What is he pushing?
Apparently he's now involved with CBD or marijuana. One of the things that all these guys keep getting roped into, he's now involved with.
Okay.
And I'm sure he'll make a fortune. But in doing this interview, some of those classic Hulk Hogan lies have been coming out, or as he may call them, my story. I'm going to play you, I'm reading the quotes here as I'm talking to you. I'm going to play you this clip. Feel free to stop it at any time because it's filled with whoppers.
Okay.
I have not heard this yet. I'm only reading the notes, but let's go to this from Muscle and Health magazine.
You were telling me earlier, before we started rolling, that you brought Simon Cowell to the United States.
Well, he came to help with the wrestling albums. I was, long story, I'll make it short. I was in Wembley Stadium and I saw a lot of Make-A-Wish kids. It was Michael.
Wait, what? Oh, wait.
The question is about him claiming he brought Simon Cowell to America.
Well, yes, and now we know that Simon Cowell was involved with the wrestling album.
Not his wrestling album. You're talking about the one they did in 1992.
Yes. It wasn't Hulk Hogan's album. It was a wrestling album that Simon Cowell did in conjunction with the WWF when he was a producer, right?
Right, but it wasn't, I'm not even talking about Hogan. I'm talking about it's not the original wrestling album from 1985. This was one they did in 92. Hogan wasn't involved. It was Randy Savage, Bret Hart, Tatanka, Hacksaw Duggan, the Nasty Boys. No Hogan.
But when was Hogan in Wembley Stadium? If it was 90, if the Wembley Stadium show with Bulldog and Bret was 92, right? Was Hogan even there?
August 92, Hulk Hogan was not booked. He was not on the roster at that time. He was not there, no.
And how long has Make-A-Wish been a thing? And do they have Make-A-Wish kids in England?
That I couldn't,
is that worldwide?
It's worldwide, I believe, but also I think it's been going for a while. I got to double check when it started, but I've been hearing about it for years.
Okay, well, anyway, then, but yeah, Hulk didn't bring the WWF did bring Simon Cowell in as a producer on that album.
But they didn't bring him to America. The album was produced in England, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, you might be. I'm just talking about bringing him in to work with the WWF. That's right. Hogan said brought him to America.
He brought him to America,
Maybe it was Eddie Murphy was coming to America.
Well, let's go back to this.
But anyway, a lot of this is, he's responsible for everything. Air, oxygen, go ahead.
Jackson, Mr. T, who saw all the Make-A-Wish kids during the 80s and 90s.
Wait, hold on, stop. Let me rewind this a few seconds.
Long story, I'll make it short. I was in Wembley Stadium and I saw a lot of Make-A-Wish kids. It was me, Michael Jackson, Mr. T, who saw all the Make-A-Wish kids during the 80s and 90s.
Wait. Me, Michael Jackson, and Mr. T saw all the Make-A-Wish kids during the 80s and 90s.
At Wembley Stadium.
Yeah. I'm not saying that Hogan's never seen a Make-A-Wish kid. I don't recall Michael Jackson being involved with the program. And maybe if he was, they've hushed it up since then because it might seem unseemly. But yeah,
we would have seen a photo of Hulk Hogan with Michael Jackson at their peak in the 80s or 90s, whatever he's talking about. At some point, we would have seen it.
Or I've never even seen a picture of Michael Jackson with a Make-A-Wish kid. Have you?
I don't want to assume anything about these photos of Michael Jackson with kids, but let's go back.
All right, go ahead.
Let's go back to the Hulkster.
I had a kid there that was in rough shape. The EMTs were with him, and he was on a stretcher, and his body odor and stuff, it had a smell to it that I hadn't smelled in a while. Not bad, but it was just a different type of smell. And I really wasn't sure what it was, and the parents were freaking out. They were Hulkamaniacs, and I told the doctors and EMTs, the kid's in kind of trouble here, so let me say my goodbyes and give him a hug and kiss him. And I got a nice place for him out at ringside at Wembley Stadium. It's all roped off. So I went to wrestle. And I kept looking, and the kid wasn't there. So when I came back from...
The match wasn't there. You didn't work Wembley.
That's what... There's been one WWF event in all of history in Wembley Stadium, right?
That's right.
And he wasn't on it.
No.
And they didn't have a place roped off for a Make-A-Wish kid with bad body odor. And why is he talking about how the kid smelled?
And then he goes, I didn't say he smelled bad, but it was just a very distinct odor. Well, let's go back to the man behind Hulkamania.
Wrestling, I was the last person to wrestle the main event. I said, what happened to the family out there? And they said, the kid passed away. So when I found out the kid passed away, my manager, Jimmy Hart, the Mouth of the South, he used to be in a band too. And he had a couple #1 hit songs here in the
He used to
States,
be in a
and
band
I
too,
played music.
like I did. Hold on one second. Jimmy Hart and the Gentrys had not only a legitimate #1 single, but a legitimate recording career for a few years, which is way, way, way past the level that Hulk Hogan has ever reached in music in his wildest dreams, for fuck's sake. And now he's like, yeah, my manager Jimmy, he had a few songs too. Good Lord.
Music before. So we stayed up all night and we wrote 12 songs for the kid's family.
Oh
and
my
I didn't
God.
know anybody in the UK. And Jimmy knew somebody from Select Records, and they got a hold of Simon Cowell. He produced a little album for us, and it went #1 on Billboard for 8 weeks. And we gave
What?
donated the money to the family.
Wait, what?
Oh my God.
How the fuck did we miss an album with a collaboration between Hulk Hogan and Jimmy Hart going #1 on the Billboard charts for 8 weeks?
8 weeks. See, that's the thing. It's like he says these things that are just incredible lies, but then he gives you weird detail to the lie that's a bigger lie, and it just makes you question your own existence. He's saying it. I mean, he believes his own shit, it seems like. Or something's going on. But let's go back to the what were we going to say?
I would just, it's something's going on. It's like he just tosses it off casually like it. Yes, and then the green space alien took me around to Poughkeepsie in his alien ship for fucking dinner at the diner.
See, like even like the story about the Make-A-Wish kid, if he had said me and Mr. T were at Wembley, then you could be like, okay, look, he took a lot of bumps. Maybe he means the garden. But then when he's like, me, Mr. T, Michael Jackson, we're all hanging out at Wembley Stadium.
We used to see all the Make-A-Wish kids in the 80s.
We'd all get together once a month and go find all the sick kids. Michael would stay longer than us. We didn't know what was going on.
Hey!
Let's go back to Hulkamania, or, well, Hulk Hogan himself.
He produced a little album for us, and it went #1 on Billboard for 8 weeks. And we donated the money to the family.
Oh, good
And then
God.
Simon came back to me and said we need to do the song with a band called Green Jelly over in the UK, and something called Leader of the Gang, a Gary Glitter song. And so that did really well on Billboard too.
What?
So when I came back to the States, I had the crazy idea, since I was wrestling, maybe we should do music here. So I grabbed Cyndi Lauper and Rick
Oh, good
Derringer
God.
and a bunch of people, and we recut a bunch of songs, Land of a Thousand
Now,
Dances.
wait a
and
minute,
stuff.
hold on. Now he's going back from the album that Simon Cowell was on back to the original wrestling album, right?
That's right. He just went from
Cyndi Lauper, a.k.a. Mona Flambe, 1992 to 1985.
That's right.
And he's the one who talked Cyndi Lauper into, not because she liked Captain Lou Albano, who she watched growing up on TV and met sitting on the airplane, but Hulk Hogan, hey, Cyndi Lauper, come on over, let's make some music.
And Rick Derringer. He also got Rick Derringer involved.
Well, sure he did.
Let's go back to Hulk Hogan.
Billboard too. So when I came back to the States, I had the crazy idea, since I was wrestling, maybe we should do music here. So I grabbed Cyndi Lauper and Rick Derringer and a bunch of people, and we recut a bunch of songs, Land of a Thousand Dances and stuff. And Simon came over and helped produce the wrestling album. Then he came and produced the second wrestling album, Pile Driver, and he never left. He stayed here and he became the...
That's absolutely not what happened in any way.
Besides that, doesn't he still live in England?
I mean, he may have a home in Beverly Hills or something, but he, I think, still has a residence in England. But he didn't come over here to stay after producing the Pile Driver album.
Oh.
He had nothing to do with that album or the one before it.
But is this the true definition of a sociopath, that he just tosses this stuff off so matter-of-factly and casually that's completely and utterly fictitious bullshit?
Do these qualities make someone a good professional wrestler?
Well, yes, but only if you, the individual involved, knows where they have departed from reality. And I'm not sure that that's obvious here that he does. Either that or he's just thinking, well, these people are complete idiots because I didn't even do research on how to lie about this well. I'm going back in time. I'm conflating incidents. He's not even doing great prep work where you would have to really do some serious digging to disprove it.
Once again, this is Muscle and Health Magazine asking about Hulk Hogan bringing Simon Cowell to America. Let's go back to this.
This monster producer and nicest guy in the world. He plays a tough guy on TV, but he's a real sweetheart.
Yeah?
In person, he's a really nice guy. So, it's amazing because I watch him on America's Got Talent,
So it's all a pantomime, is it?
Well, he's doing the character, he's doing the...
Hulk doesn't know what pantomime means. You can't hit him with that fucking word.
The Simon Cowell up there, with the stern face, but in real life, he's a real sweetheart.
The irony, because they say wrestling's a pantomime. It's clearly not with the number of injuries you've incurred.
Well, nobody gave me the memo that it was fake. They forgot to tell me.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can see.
I didn't know.
So, Simon, are you still friends with him?
Yes.
Oh, he credits you for bringing him over here. I mean,
well, I think he credits the whole wrestling business, really, because he came and helped produce these albums for the whole wrestling company. But we started with him over in the UK with our little stuff first. And then we brought him over for the WWE.
Their little stuff that nobody's heard ever.
What does Jimmy Hart think?
Oh, Jimmy is so nice and kind, and he just nods his head, I guess. whatever you say, poo-poo.
Well, again, there's other things here. A lot of them are related to his new CBD product and various injuries and his health. Hold on, there's one other clip here that Jay said he recommends we play. Let me go to this. Here is Hulk Hogan with Muscle and Health Magazine.
So you're here at Hogan's Hangout every Monday night. Like, you haven't just developed a place and then left it in your name. You actually come here, you meet your fans, you meet your regulars, even the crazy ones. I just absolutely love that. That's so cool. And you're doing that despite all the other stuff that you're doing. What about your music? Have you got any more plans to do any more music?
Right now I don't. My daughter Brooke still messes with music up in Nashville.
That worked out.
And every once in a while she'll come by the house and we'll talk about music, or she'll have a chord progression or something I'll work through with her, or pick up the bass and play a bass line that she needs, or whatever. But it's nothing important anymore. It's just fun, and plus my hands and everything's been broken and
oh, let me see that.
Those are like teeth marks.
Can I touch that? Ooh.
Yeah, they're all around.
She's touching his hand.
She's a bit over the top, but yeah, she's touching his hand, and he's I don't even think he knows how to react to her, to be quite honest with you.
Just different things. So wrestling was different in the 70s than it is now.
Yes, I'm sure it was.
A little crazier back then,
Oh, well, Hulk, listen, thank you so much for chatting to me. You're just awesome. I want to move here.
It's a nice place to live. We do a lot of partying on the beach, so you got to be ready to run with us around here.
I feel as if maybe I'm more ready to run with you than Rick for some reason.
Rick would be hard to keep up with.
Yeah, definitely. Rick and Mike are like a little bit out of my league.
Yeah.
What about Ron Howard?
Yeah, he's not in this, unfortunately, but she's talking about Ric Flair, apparently, and Mike Tyson. They're somehow roped into all this CBD stuff or THC stuff, too. But we're going to end it there. There's 22 minutes of Hogan talking whatever nonsense he has. There's other interviews he's done. What do you think? I mean, from hearing him make stuff up, because I can't imagine he's thought this stuff out. I think it's just coming out as he's saying it. What do you think of all this?
I think, it might be, like you said, that he just, when they mention a name, he just concocts on the fly some involvement he had with them, how he was in charge of something that they played along with. That's kind of the MO. No matter who the personality is throughout history that is brought up to Hulk Hogan or the situation, somehow, at some point in his life, he was in charge of it or the instigator or originator of it. And it's kind of, maybe it's like Terry Funk's talent for working in the ring. He's just got a talent for bullshitting as soon as the topic is raised. And he sounds so genuine and convinced that was true.
Wasn't that actually a story years ago that Terry Funk, even though they got along, and again, he's the one who got Stallone or hooked Stallone up with the idea of Hulk Hogan, that Terry confronted him in Japan because Hogan did an interview with the Japanese press where he said he beat Terry Funk somewhere. And Terry, saw him out one night and confronted him over it. Did you ever hear that?
I seem to remember something like that. God, we got somebody out there chase down the details for us.
Jim, another thing that a lot of listeners are sending us questions about here as we are recording, Hulk Hogan just did another interview. Where is this from? With Chris Van Vliet. Hogan made some comments that apparently back in May, Shane McMahon contacted him about a match at WrestleMania in Hollywood. Or he said this in May originally. Now he's claiming, in a new surprising tidbit, that due to his inability to compete physically, Hulk Hogan, the match was going to be Shane McMahon against Nick Hogan.
What?
At WrestleMania.
What?
Any thoughts on Hulk Hogan saying this?
But where do I begin? Not only did Shane suffer an incredible, I don't even know if Hogan remembers that. Was he at the show even? And just did Shane suffered the ignominious injury that he suffered the last time that we saw him. And does anybody in their right mind think that with Endeavor buying the company, that they were going to have Shane go out there to work with some fucking goof that's never had a wrestling match in his life, Hulk Hogan's son?
Well, apparently Hogan's claiming that his son was training with Rikishi and he was part of the same group that included Miro.
Oh, good Lord. I'm not saying that Hulk Hogan's son has never had any wrestling lessons or training from anybody. I'm saying he's never had a fucking match anywhere in front of people. And Shane, at nearly my age, late 50s, mid 50s, whatever he is, after having gotten hurt and fell on his face literally and figuratively the last time we saw him, and then the Endeavor deal is going and all the shit that Vince is involved in, but he's going to make sure to put Shane in a single match against Hulk Hogan's son at WrestleMania. That's the biggest bunch of bullshit I've ever heard. Somebody ought to put a shock collar on Hogan and watch him spaz out every time he opens his mouth. Just program it. If this is a lie, he's going to get fucking 5,000 volts straight to the goddamn carotid artery.
Well, here's another one that we've been sent from the same interview, apparently. Here's Hulk Hogan talking about the death of Bruiser Brody.
Brody was kind of hard to do business with in the ring. He's really stiff and would beat you. He wouldn't put anybody over. And he was a big man, 6'8", 330 pounds, in crazy shape. And they wanted to beat him. He was, nah, not tonight, brother.
Wow.
So after the match, they said, hey, Jose wants to talk to you in the shower.
Oh, good Lord.
In the shower, he jumped him, cut his throat. He died right there. And all the wrestlers that saw it were afraid to go back and testify. Brody.
Well, that's the first time I've heard about Bruiser Brody having his throat cut in the shower. That's
the first time I've heard that they actually had the match first and he wouldn't put anybody over. Obviously, as everyone in the world besides this delusional, lying twat, Hulk Hogan, knows, Brody was murdered in the shower by Jose Gonzalez in the locker room before the show even started. And he didn't cut his throat, he stabbed him in the stomach. And the guys weren't, I'm sure some of them were afraid, but the main thing stopping everybody going back and testifying to what happened was that none of the subpoenas were delivered until after the trial was over with, because it was Puerto Rico and Carlos Colon was hooked up. And now, was Hogan in the locker room? Did he, by his own admission, did he see this happen and try to intervene or anything?
I don't think so. No, the only person I have to say who's put himself there was Ric Flair. Ric Flair has all of a sudden put himself in the middle of the Great American Bash as being in the locker room in Puerto Rico.
Yes. And he wasn't.
Which he wasn't. He was with Hogan in Fantasyland.
They were flying circles around the world to turn the time back. Again, Hogan doesn't know the story of Jose Gonzalez and Bruiser Brody. Hulk Hogan made up that just because he has a son and Vince has a son, that they were going to have a match at WrestleMania. And every time his own story, and I'll say this and I'll quit. His own story is impressive enough. But every time he does one of these interviews, he's got to lie out his ass like he's taken lessons from Donald fucking Trump. And it's ridiculous. And I'm waiting for the day that one of these mainstream news hosts or show hosts actually know what the fuck he's talking about and tell him, no, that's not the way it happened. You weren't even there. I'd love to hear that, but they won't do it because they're scared.
That's the problem. If you get Hogan for an interview, who's going to be the ballsy person to say, listen, none of this happened? Why
you
can't
are
you tell the
completely
truth?
full of shit. Nothing that you have uttered in the last 20 years bears any resemblance to the fucking truth. You, sir, are a dishonest man. That's what I want to hear somebody say to him.
Say, I love the fact that he married this woman who's a Scientologist, because it makes me hope that he gets brought into Scientology, because they give everyone an audit where you have to tell everyone, like auditors, Scientology auditors, over and over again, the truth about everything. And they write it down and allegedly sometimes use it against you to keep you from leaving Scientology. But Hogan can't tell the truth.
How do I get involved with these people? That sounds like so much fun.
Well, Hogan,
what the fuck?
I love the idea that Hogan can do an interview with them. He'll just say whatever. They can't hold anything over his head. Everything's bullshit.
Yes.
Nothing is true.
And if it is true, he says it's actually Hulk Hogan, but not Terry Bollea, so it's not real.
I want to get your take on a couple things happening. One, let me pull this up. I had it pulled up. There it is. News broken by TMZ. Hulk Hogan apparently rescued a woman from a burning car. Wanted to get your thoughts on this. Did you see this? And also, how amazing is it that Hulk Hogan in an NWO shirt rescued someone during an accident? Do you remember other instances? I remember one in UWF of wrestlers saving other people from car accidents.
Well, yeah, and that was somebody on Twitter said, could you imagine you're in a fucking upside down burning car and all of a sudden you see Hulk Hogan in an NWO t-shirt coming running to your rescue? But actually, I saw the pictures and everything, the TMZ story and blah, 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 but apparently it was Hulk Hogan, his new wife. They'd been out to dinner with a friend of theirs. And the pictures looked to me, every picture I saw was Hulk Hogan was standing there with his hands on his hips, staring at everything, and the friend was the one that was running and or pulling and or whatever. But apparently the woman got clipped on the interstate right in front of them and flipped upside down in the ditch, and they went up there and...
Oh, it wasn't burning at all. It was just flipped over.
Well, no, I don't know. I don't know whether it was a goddamn 5-alarm fire. I think there may have been a picture of something burning. I don't know what. But yeah, again, apparently, what I saw was there was no like video of running and panic, and the still pictures I saw were Hogan was standing there looking at this shit, and the other guy had been running around doing some things.
Let me read it to you the way TMZ wrote it here. Hulk and company, our sources explain, pulled over immediately with Hulk Hogan and his pal Jake rushing over to render aid.
Not the one you might think.
Rushing over to render aid to the driver, a woman whom we're told was rattled. Since they were first on the scene, we're told Hulk and Jake actually helped to get her out of the car. Our sources say Jake popped the woman's airbag with some tools that Hulk had on hand. And they both unbuckled her seatbelt.
He had the tools from Shopify.
And they both unbuckled her seat. It was a two-man job to unbuckle the seatbelt. Yeah.
Well, those things can be tricky in the newer models.
And assisted her in safely leaving the vehicle. We're told paramedics eventually arrived on the scene, and Hulk and his crew looked on. In the end...
that's where they took the pictures of Hulk looking on.
In the end, our sources say the woman appeared to be okay, and Hulk Hogan was happy to help.
Who were their sources that were on the scene at the side of the road there? It could have been Hulk's wife that posted the pictures on her Facebook account or whatever. Say, look what my husband just did.
Our source, where we can't give his real name, he calls himself Terry B, told us this is what happened. And they call his brother 80 times. So Hulk Hogan saving the day. Any thoughts on this?
Here he comes to save the day. Well, you asked about or mentioned
other instances. That's right.
Other instances. Was that Doc and Duggan?
I think it was Doc and Steiner.
That's right. Dr. Death, Steve Williams, and Rick Steiner. And I'm surprised more guys didn't not only get involved in, but come upon accidents in the Mid-South territory with those fucking roads. But yeah, there was a time that I think was what, 86-ish. I guess Steiner would have probably just started.
That's right.
That they came upon a flaming wreck and had to pull. It wasn't a story that, and this I can kind of believe that Doc yanked the fucking door off of something or other.
I always heard that Dr. Death yanked the door off the hinges. Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you call them hinges on the car? I don't know, but he yanked the door off. Yeah.
Yeah. And you can see that happening with when Doc got mad or what's the adrenaline going. But there was the backup was Steiner. So what the fuck? I don't think the car door stood a chance. I mean, there's been times over the years in the territories that guys came upon wrecks, and I don't know, whether anything ever made national news, like when Duggan and Sheik got stopped on the turnpike. There was, obviously unfortunately, the wreck that it killed Sam Bass and Frank Hester and Pepe Lopez. Some of the guys came upon that one because they were on the way back from Memphis, but it was obviously too late to do anything. And in the territory days, putting in almost any territory, guys would do 2,000 miles a week in the car, every week. And then something like Mid-South or, a fucking place like Calgary where everything was so far apart was even more. So there was a great, accident stories and hitting mooses and things and such in the Calgary Stampede territory. That's why I don't know how more of those guys didn't end up at the bottom of a frozen lake with the stories. And they would drive on those roads like they were driving on, normal roads in normal weather to just get to the towns. And everybody that ever worked there that didn't live there and just homestead there and wasn't used to it said they'd never been scared for their fucking life. But where were we? I don't know. We ended up in Calgary on snow-covered roads. That's right.
And you know that when Dr. Death and Rick Steiner drove down the road, they weren't listening to Christian music in the car or anything like that. They're probably pretty amped up, ready. What's that on the side of the road?
Hey, Doc was fucking amped up all the time. and naturally, and sometimes, he had assistance, but he could go from 0 to 60 in about 1 second.
Yeah, from 84 till the end, every story out of Mid-South contains one giant guy who may be on one thing or another, either ripping a door off something, holding on to a door, or just something.
Well, remember I told you a story about Hercules Hernandez.
That's what I'm thinking of, yeah.
For the newer listeners, I'm coming back from Jackson, Mississippi. I happened to be driving by myself. I think I'd come from interviews. The boys didn't have to go, whatever. And I see on the side of the road in 1 o'clock in the morning, this 2-lane state highway, this big car, and it's driving down the shoulder, not the right lane, but the shoulder of the road. It's not an interstate, so it's just, a 2-lane state highway. He's on the shoulder. He's doing about 25, 30 miles an hour, and the driver's door is at a 90-degree perpendicular angle sticking straight out. And what the fuck? And as I slow down, I'm going to go around this. I see it's Hercules Hernandez. And his girlfriend that he had at the time that got him in a world of trouble in Louisiana, and I think the 2 or 3 cats that lived in their back seat when they made the towns. And I pulled alongside him, and it's 35, 40 degrees. It's late fall, right? In the middle of the night. I just said, what? What? Herc, what? Oh, brother. He had stopped to take a piss. And as he was getting out of the car on the side of the road, he said a big truck or 18-wheeler, whatever, came along and hit his fucking door. Boom. And now it's stuck and he couldn't close it. And I said, my God, I'm surprised that it didn't take the whole door completely off. He said, well, the lucky thing was I was holding on to it. God damn it.
It's amazing.
So he drove another 100-something miles to Alexandria, Louisiana with that fucking door at a perpendicular goddamn angle.
Hey, it's 40 years ago, and Herc has been gone for a while. I don't know where his girlfriend at the time was, or if he ended up marrying her, or anything about
No.
her.
That there was a breakup not shortly thereafter.
I was going to say, you said she got him into a lot of trouble. What kind of trouble was he getting into?
Well, no, she got him in trouble. Whatever the fuck. It's been 40 years and I wasn't present on the scene, and Herc didn't tell the most detailed of stories, but they had a fight or whatever, because she was kind of weird. I don't know. She just gave the cats and the whole thing. She wasn't fucking around with the other guys. Like, who's going to touch her with Hercules, right? But she was just a strange person. And then they broke up, and apparently she called the cops on him for something or other. And I don't remember that anybody alleged that he beat her up or anything like that, but she called the cops on him, get him where they came beating on his fucking door. Maybe she turned him in for the gas. I don't know. And when he opened the door and saw the cops, he was not the most welcoming of persons in that fucking instance, and they were scared shitless because they seen him on TV. So there was about 6 or 7 of them, and it was a fucking even match for a while, but they got him down with the nightsticks, and
Wow.
fucking they choked him with a thing where his blood vessels burst in his eyes and all that shit. And of course now there was only 6 of them, and they only had the nightsticks. They didn't have tasers then, so he didn't have to take a day off of work. I'm serious. They barely got him to fucking jail, and then they, besides resisting arrest, and I think they were kind of overzealous when they came in, I don't remember anything bad happening to him about it, and he was in the territory for a while longer. But yeah, so 1 Hercules Hernandez, 6 Alexandria City police officers with nightsticks. It was about even, but it was, if he'd had more room in the apartment, I believe he could have come out better.
Wow, you never get tired of Hercules Hernandez stories, but once again, let's end on the big note. Thank you, Hulk Hogan.
Yes, for rescuing the here he comes to save the day. Oh, yes, it's Hogan on the way.
With his pal Ed Leslie.
Okay, you ain't pulling that off either.
I'm trying to do your stupid voice. I wasn't doing a real good voice.
I don't know if it's as endearing as mine.
I don't know if the friendship or the voice.
The voice.
Well, Jim, speaking of people who have an ability to say things, if that's a way to set something up, Hulk Hogan's in the news again.
Oh, boy.
He has several quotes, and from quickly asking you about it before the show, I've determined you know nothing about any of this, so I'm not going to say anything else really about it.
The only thing that they had the 9 Lives of Hulk Hogan program on Vice, which was not produced or under the auspices of our friends at Dark Side of the Ring. It was some outlaw production. And they had a bunch of nitwits that like wrote Hogan's book and have talked to Hogan in conversation as the talking heads who were reporting that, yeah, he slammed the Giant when the Giant was almost 700 pounds. And a lot of people don't know he tore all the muscles out of his back and all that. So it was just complete hogwash. So that's the only thing I've seen lately related to the Hulk Hogan War on Truth. What has happened now?
Hulk Hogan did an interview with Praise on TBN. I'm guessing Praise is the name of the program, and TBN is the religious network. I'm going to assume.
The bullshit network?
Well, I don't think it's that. It must be the Bible network, if I had to guess here. It doesn't really spell it out anywhere on this page. Let me see. If I click more.
Oh, wait a minute. That Trinity Broadcast Network. I bet you that's it, because a bunch of those religious con artists were on that back in the 90s before people started seeing through everything and it kind of went underground.
All right, well, on the air since 1973, TBN's flagship ministry and talk show Praise is one of the most recognizable and watched Christian programs in the world.
That's like being the nicest guy in prison.
It's hosted by Matt and Laurie Crouch. Why is that funny?
I can see him opening every program with a deep knee bend. Where are the crouches?
It's tape before a live audience, but Hulk Hogan recently appeared on the show.
How many shows do you know tape before a dead audience?
We're going to play one of the chapters here entitled Hulk in Hollywood. But here are some of the other chapters just to, maybe we'll play some more. Baptized in Christ, the impact of Hulk's career, chasing a dream, becoming Hulk Hogan, Andre the Giant's mentorship, Hulk in Hollywood, in the ring with Rocky, Hulk's relationship with his parents, wrestlers finding faith, God's guiding hand, Sky Hogan's testimony. That's his new wife. I believe she was a Scientologist. The power of influence.
Oh, well, wait a minute. And the Scientologists, they're supposed to be mad at these other folks, aren't they?
I'm not exactly sure what is happening
because they don't believe in God. They believe in a space alien that L. Ron Hubbard talked to once.
The power of influence. The road to baptism. Which of course leads to the big baptism pay-per-view. The revival in America. Revival in America. The immortal Hulk Hogan. Moving forward in faith. A prayer from Hulk. Handsome Ron Howard.
Whoa! Wait a minute. Ron Howard gets a gimmick now? Has he got bleach blonde hair?
He's bald, but it says handsome Ron Howard. Maybe we'll play some of this audio as well. Connecting with Hulk's pastor, the importance of baptism, what's next for Hulk Hogan, and that's it. But
Jesus, was he on there for 5 hours?
I'm not exactly sure.
And he's gone head first into the whole religion thing now because he can't wrestle anymore, and he's got enough artificial body parts. He's gone to yet another offshoot of a business where they will believe any kind of bullshit story as long as you present it with personality.
Well, we shall see. Let's hear him talk about his career in Hollywood, or I guess maybe the career that could have been.
Hey, you went on, conquering the wrestling game, we could say, but, making that move into Hollywood, into acting. And that's another kind of dog-eat-dog world. The wrestling game is a dog-eat-dog world, kind of cutthroat at times for sure. How was that transition into that whole new kind of arena, film and TV, new challenges?
Well, it was a logical extension of where I should go with my career.
Yeah.
Because once the wrestling took off and the character Hulk Hogan became as big as the wrestling business at the time, people were reaching out to me, to do other projects, commercials, Super Bowl commercials, right guard commercials, all kind of stuff. And the movies.
Why are you laughing?
I just find it funny that people say you got to do deodorant commercials. You've got a smell about you.
See, I'm wondering as I'm watching him here, he has obviously it's a very religious interview. He's wearing all black with a black shirt that says John 3:16. Devotional team, believe, with a cross. He's also wearing a cross around his neck, black do-rag. But is it like a Sergeant Slaughter situation? Like as soon as I put the do-rag on and leave the house, I'm Hulk Hogan. Anything I say is about the character of Hulk Hogan. He did that in court. He said Hulk Hogan has a giant penis. Terry Bollea doesn't.
Yeah, he said that. He said, yeah, there's difference in the size. Well, I think he's got the cross on. So Hulk Hogan is a religious figure, whereas Terry Bollea just wants to know, how can I fucking get over my bullshit with a different crowd?
This is just him trying to buddy up to the Young Bucks to get into AEW. But let's go back to this audio here.
We're a logical extension. So Vince McMahon and I sat down and basically spent 3 days over on Madeira Beach writing No Holds Barred. And then we brought a writer in to clean it up, and he pretty much got all the credit for it because we didn't know anything about writing or the Screen Actors Guild.
The movie would reflect that assessment as correct.
Yeah, go back and watch that movie. And there's also phrases that you never hear in any other movie, like jockass. Like just weird things that only Vince McMahon would say. Him and Hogan were in a room together for 3 days writing that script. What else was in that room for 3 days to power them to write that script?
The writer cleaned it up and got the credit for it. Have you seen the screenwriter of No Holds Barred out there say, I wrote that, I want the credit?
The Writers Guild, we didn't know anything. We hired a writer to clean it up. We didn't know he was going to own it, which it didn't matter. But once I made that film and it was successful, New Line Cinema wanted me to make more films. And the problem I had with it was I loved wrestling so much, and I was in the prime of my career. It wasn't like I was on the downside, and I was picking up extra work or trying to get out of the wrestling business, become an actor. I was the world's heavyweight champion. Hulkamania was running wild, and I was in front of 20, 30,000 people every night. Now you want me to go sit in a Winnebago on the side of the Sony soundstage for 14 hours, and you might call me at 5 o'clock to get in front of the camera for 5 minutes. The process was hard, and so I always wanted to go back to wrestling, and I did, but I kept bouncing back and forth, making small, low-budget movies for kids and having fun with that, you know, and shooting them in 25 to 30 days and running right back to the wrestling business, you know.
Let me stop it here for a second.
He was making every movie that would have him in it, is what he was doing. Nobody that had an offer from a major Hollywood studio to do real movies would have made any of the movies that Hulk Hogan was in, would they?
Well, he also had a good cameo in Gremlins 2. That's a good movie. That's a good movie.
But I mean, the starring, I'm talking about a Hulk Hogan movie rather than, oh, there's Hulk Hogan over in like a Hitchcock cameo.
Well, Mr. Nanny must have been a taxing role on him. I mean, he wore a tutu, I think, in the film. And, of course, Suburban Commando, playing a commando from outer space who lives in suburbia with Christopher Lloyd. That must have been a taxing role, too, and all those
That's
other
why I'm
ones.
saying, can you imagine any of the roles that he might have turned down if he made, those were the ones he made?
I can't, but let's go back to the Hulkster.
And I had the chance to become like the next John Wayne. There's a guy named Bob Evans that ran Paramount.
Hold up,
And he
pump
took
the
me in his
brakes. Did he say he had the chance to be the next John Wayne?
That's right, Pilgrim, brother.
Okay, before we go back to this conversation, which I'm interested to hear the follow-up to this. What year was No Holds Barred made, which was the first starring role for Hogan? Rocky III with the Thunder Lips part, that was what, 1982-3, right?
Right, it came out in 82, I believe. No Holds Barred came out in 89, the summer of 89.
Okay, so he's talking to these movie people about being anything in the late 80s, 89-ish. They wanted him to be the next John Wayne. The Cowboys, the Shootist, were in the early 70s. The next John Wayne was Clint Eastwood. John Wayne had been over for 15 fucking years. Right?
Right? I mean, he died. Too. That was one of the
what
things.
I said. John Wayne had been done. He's finished. He's in the archives for 15 years. The next John Wayne was Clint Eastwood. The spot was already taken.
Timeline-wise, too, though, you have to remember, this is the era of the action hero. You had Schwarzenegger, you had Stallone, you had Jean-Claude Van Damme, Steven Seagal. Not very often do you see a skinny Jewish man do Aikido, but what a star he was in those early films. Die Hard, Bruce Willis, let alone some of the B films like American Ninja and stuff. It was the era of those films. Obviously, no John Wayne type roles, but maybe he would have had some of these Stallone or Schwarzenegger roles if he had really tried.
They wanted to remake The Quiet Man with Hulk Hogan.
Well, let's go back to...
How about North to Alaska? North to Alaska, you go north, the rush is on. George turned to Sam with his gold in his hand. Said, Sam, you're a-looking at a lonely, lonely man. I'd trade all the gold that's buried in this land for one small band of gold to place on sweet little Jenny's hand.
Christ!
'Cause a man needs a woman, mush, to love him all the time, mush. Remember, Sam, a true love is so hard to find. I'd build for my Jenny a honeymoon home below that old white mountain, just a little southeast
Jeez,
of
I thought you'd end
Nome,
already.
where the river.
All right, come
is
on, come on,
winding.
come on,
Big
come on.
nuggets they're finding.
You can't sing this
north
long uninterrupted.
to Alaska, you go north, the rush is on. Way up north, mush. Way up north, mush. The background singers only had to do mush all day.
All right, well, let's go mush and let's go south to Clearwater and finish with Hulk Hogan.
Oh, yeah, what's Hulk saying about John Wayne?
And Robert Evans.
Office, and there was a big picture on the wall with Clint Eastwood and John Wayne and all the big stars, Dustin Hoffman, and everybody that was part of the contract players for Paramount at the time. And he said, "You're going to be my next John Wayne." Wow. And then he kind of like laid out the schedule and what was expected of me on and off camera. I went, I'm the wrong guy for that stuff. So,
Oh, goddamn.
I just decided to go back to wrestling. And
Yeah. Many people would have jumped at that, for sure.
yeah.
Hey, we're talking about...
Including you. If some major studio executive had said to Hulk Hogan in 1989, I'm going to make you the biggest movie star in Hollywood, as long as you cut your penis off with a dull fishing knife and hand it to me right now, then Hulk wouldn't have had to testify in court about the size of his dick.
Well, speaking of Hulk's dick, let's go to Ron Howard. We've talked about him in the past. We've never actually heard his voice or him in real action. Where is
Now,
he?
this apparently is Ron Howard, the manager and major domo of Hogan's Beach Shop down there, that not only tries to push the autographed one-of-a-kind world championship belts that they sell there, but also is a noted COVID denier, conspiracy theorist, and right-wing lunatic.
Apparently so, because it opens with a shot of the beach hut or the beach shack, whatever the name of the store
The Beach
is.
Shack. That's a love shack, baby.
All right, hold on. Before you, the last thing we need is you singing the B-52s.
What is the
That
picture
could be a disaster.
containing there of the beach shack there?
It's a shop on a street near the beach in Florida. Let's go there now.
Now, folks, we can't come to Clearwater and hang out with the Hulkster without visiting Hulk Hogan's wrestling shop.
Let me pause it for a second.
A lot of music.
A lot of music, a lot of loud music. So this may not, we'll see how much of this could get on YouTube, but we're trying, folks.
One of the guys that makes it happen is my best friend, Handsome Ron. Come here, Ron.
Come on in, Ron.
I'm gonna throw him in the middle.
The run-in.
But he's a believer, and he brought me so close and just made things work for me when I just really couldn't quite get there. So iron sharpens iron. That's his favorite statement. And he's a lot of the reason I'm where I'm at today.
Talk about your walk. And as Hulk said, he's got Sky in his life, of course. He's got the Holy Spirit. But you really played a pivotal role here. God put you in his life, playing a pivotal role in taking him to where he is now, getting baptized, and all these great things going on.
Holy crap! So it's Ron Howard now, Hogan's head first into religion because of this lunatic that believes everything under the sun.
I like how his wife's name is Sky. So he's like, Hulk, you now have Sky, you have the Holy Spirit, you have land, you have sea, you have air. Hold on, let's go to...
You have the spirit in the sky. Where I'm
said that we're
go when I die.
Do something big. You know, it was more than just these shops and making money, and it was about doing fun things and loving people and caring for people and getting out in the community and doing good things. Well, this is I believe this is just the beginning.
It is.
This is the beginning of a new season, and I'm so excited and so blessed and grateful and humble to be right where I'm at right now. He says it all the time. We're right where when you're walking with the Lord and you're walking with the Holy Spirit, and you're staying in line with the Holy Spirit, you're right where you're supposed to be. You think you need to rush out and you're running around. You might think you're late for something, but when you're walking with the Holy Spirit, you're right where you're supposed to be. And if you get a little bit sidetracked, because things come up, I failed miserably yesterday. I did. In my heart, I got so much conviction now. But
What
I went
is
and I
he
repented
saying?
and I turned.
How did he fail yesterday? What did he do? And by the way, next time someone goes in there and he acts like a dick to them, ask him if he's following the Holy Spirit at that moment.
Yeah.
That'll shut him up.
Turn from those evil thoughts and things that have been put in my mind all these years of the way I grew up and things like that. And I'm now becoming, and Hulk says this, who I'm supposed to be. We're now finally becoming who we're supposed to be. And
This is who you're supposed to be, brother.
Holy-
Take care of my shop and collect my money. This is who you're supposed to be.
Can you see how these people can be easily persuaded? I'm just asking you. Can you see how, whether it be the religious crowd, the conspiracy theorists, these are the type of people who are easily convinced of things?
He seems like a very unique person.
Mm-hmm.
Hulk Hogan's awkwardly standing next to him, doesn't know what to do. This guy's just talking for 2 minutes straight about all this, and Hulk doesn't know where to look, what to do. It's really kind of funny.
What was the failure, by the way? Again, was it? Did he have an impure thought?
I had a failure yesterday. I slept with a bunch of hookers.
Yeah.
Like, what is it?
And it's Florida.
Yeah, there was a bunch of crack. I had to smoke it. Let's go back to Ron Howard.
This walk is amazing, and when you do get a little sidetrack, you just jump back on the tracks. It's okay. You ask for forgiveness and jump back on the track, and little by little by little, those things get less and less and less, and your life just becomes easier. Your relationships with people, with your wives, with your family and things, and people.
With your wives.
Well, and then he's a Mormon on top of everything. Is this the deal where these people believe that you can apologize to a fictitious, invisible being that you believe in instead of apologizing to real people in the world that you have pissed off or wronged in some kind of way? You don't have to go through that trouble. Just apologize in your mind and it's okay?
Unfortunately, Ron Howard doesn't really seem to be giving any details about what he did, who he upset, what he had to apologize for, nothing. We're going to find out he ran over someone. It was just a hobo, but, you know.
Well, hobos have rights, too.
They got in the way of my path, so I ran him down.
Yeah, this walk I'm on.
All right, well, there it is. Hulk Hogan on Praise on TBN, hosted by the Crouches. Any final thoughts?
If he became a wrestler, old Mr. Crouch, when he goes up to the top and they kick his legs out from under him and he lands on the top turnbuckle, the announcer can say, "My God, they've crushed Crouch."
I like the idea he's talking about Robert Evans, who ran Paramount, left Paramount, got busted in a drug scandal. They made a great documentary about him using his own words from his audiobook years ago. The kid stays in the picture.
Yeah.
And then eventually, in the early 90s, I believe they gave him an office at Paramount, but he wasn't running anything. He was just there with a production deal. Like he produced Sliver, or whatever that Sharon Stone movie was, and a few other things. So the idea that at that point in time, you know, Hulk has nothing to do on the set. He's like, "Hulkster, come here. Come in here. You'll be the next Dustin Hoffman." And Hulk's like, "Yeah, I can't drop my schedule. I can't stop making a couple $1 million to make these dozens of millions of dollars. I just couldn't do it."
There wasn't enough time in the day, even flying back from Japan.
Let me play some of this. It's Vince McMahon news, but I kind of want to get to this first.
I think I know where you're going.
Hulk Hogan was interviewed on the 700 Club.
Yeah.
And a video of this went up. I have some timestamps, but I'm not exactly sure if it's a question that prompts these or if this is just a quote. Let's go to Hulk Hogan on the 700 Club. Jim, there may be some dramatic spiritual music, and hopefully we can play this on YouTube. Let's see how this goes.
What does the person of Jesus Christ, Terry, bring to you?
That God presence in us, that still small voice. So what Terry brings to the table is a meat suit, a meat suit filled with the Spirit of Christ, and it's a testing ground for me. I accepted Christ as my Savior when I was 14, but I derailed. It wasn't my life. He has given me the opportunity to prove that I'm faithful, and I'll never make those same mistakes again. My faith, the momentum was overwhelming. There was nothing stopping me.
He is wearing a John 3:16 shirt. He is in Hogan's Beach Shop, so there's just pictures of not pictures, but like NWO shirts and different things in the background. But what are your thoughts on this first one? Hulk Hogan saying that he's just a meat suit.
A meat suit? I've heard of being a meathead, but a meat suit.
Filled with the Spirit of Jesus. Or Christ.
What became...
Yeah, what became of that? You can't take most of the guys seriously. Some mean it. I mean, nobody ever questioned George South's devotion to religion and God and I love Jesus and all these things. And there's been a few others, but a lot of the guys, it's bullshit. It's always been bullshit. Just like with the rest of these TV evangelists, it's always been bullshit. And I'm sorry if Hogan is sincere in this for the first time in his life, being sincere about anything, but from a guy who just for a habit, for a hobby, tells these whoppers. The other day it was on Twitter, he was taking credit for getting Vince to sign The Undertaker for that movie when Taker had already signed with Vince when they did the movie. Or whether it's, any of the ridiculous claims that he has made. Now, does he want people to believe that he's religious because he's still trying to rehabilitate his image from other transgressions? So is this a new phase in the whole thing? Or did we mention one time, is this another case where the guy's wife got him all hooked up in this shit?
Well, I believe his current wife is a Scientologist, so I don't know about that, but it's one of two things. It's either this is legit, and Terry Bollea, Hulk Hogan,
is a meat suit
at this stage of his life, is really dedicating himself to try to be the most Christ-like person he could be, or, on the other hand, someone who may have, or may not have, but may have destroyed all of his credibility, needs something to instantly give him some credibility. It's almost like not a financial bankruptcy, but a personal, internal bankruptcy. And he's now working his way through bankruptcy court. And he comes out on the other side a whole new person with a whole new chance.
Oh, maybe that's it. Go ahead. Keep going.
Well, let's go. This is Hulk Hogan talking about, I guess, his celebrity.
But why the demand for your brand?
I like that. Why the demand for my brand? I think it's generational trust. Because the parents and the grandparents all know who I am, and the kids know who I am. But like in Mozambique and Zimbabwe and Malaysia, they might not know Tom Brady, but they know Hulk Hogan.
Oh,
so it's kind of amazing how many homes I've been into around the world on a consistent basis every weekend for 40 plus years.
All right, let's stop it there for a moment.
Okay, I don't know if I'd go every weekend for the last 40 years, and I'm not sure whether they know Tom Brady or Hulk Hogan in Mozambique.
That's right.
But he's so practiced at this, where he comes off either to these interviewers that either don't know shit from apple butter about the wrestling business. Oh, Hulk Hogan, the big wrestler. That's their level of knowledge. Or the people that obviously they want ratings, to get a celebrity on what is CBN, TBN? Which of the BNs is this?
The 700 Club. They have their own YouTube channel.
Oh, the 700. Well, the 700 Club used to be on CBN, the Christian Broadcasting Network.
Well, that's right. This is actually an interview, I guess, for the 700 Club with CBN Sports.
CBN has a sports section.
That's what it says here, CBN Sports.
Hey, all this shit comes from the Charlotte, North Carolina, and Virginia area. All of the Falwell shit and the Jim and Tammy shit, it's been that way for years. I had to suffer through a lot of this shit. But anyway.
Because you grew up a wrestling fan, and of course you ended up working in the wrestling business and really understanding how everything clicked, can you spot the work with all these people, these evangelists, right away? And is it hard for you to understand how other people don't?
No, it has nothing to do with the wrestling business. With me, that I've never equated. I mean, I know that some evangelists, superstar Billy Graham, have become wrestlers, but and there is a crossover in the audience and in the participants, but I never equated anything I learned in wrestling with being able to think, what the fuck are these people talking about? Because it's goddamn preposterous on the face of it. When I was in Sunday school, when I was 6 years old, I would ask Mama, how do these people live to be 900 years old and fucking Coco's 80 and you say she's not doing well? Well, back in those days, it was different. That's the only answer could ever be given. Right? So I figured it out quick. I just didn't say anything for a while because I don't want to hurt people's feelings. But no, This is, if you're a critically thinking, level-headed, reasonable adult human being, every form of religion on the planet of the earth and its backstory is complete and utter horseshit. So don't take that long to figure it out. And they want money. God's all-powerful, but he's bad with money.
And he wants these people to be the one handling it. That's the other thing. But let's go back to Hulk Hogan with CBN Sports on the 700 Club talking about Andre the Giant.
Oh, boy.
I think he needs to put my blue headband on. It matches his shirt perfectly. Just kidding.
No, I'm all for it.
I'm just kidding.
I'm all for it. Are those Andre's?
Yeah, those are his tights, brother. People don't realize how
He
big he was.
left you those tights.
We snatched him.
He was your guy, right?
Yeah, he
Andre?
was. Yeah, and a lot of people don't realize his fingers were like bananas. You know, they were just huge.
What do you miss most?
Let me stop it for a second. There's so much happening so quickly.
His fingers were like bananas.
I've often heard that said. They call them old banana fingers.
Banana fingers. Him and Lance Russell together, you know, you couldn't get in a room. Banana nose and banana fingers. And no, you could legitimately pass a silver dollar through Andre's ring finger, but still, last time I checked, a banana's pretty close to like a foot long, right? And I don't think that even Andre's fingers were.
I hope you mean his ring. I hope you don't mean you want to put a silver dollar through his ring finger.
Or through his ring phone. Yeah, well, yes, through the ring he wore on his ring finger is what I'm trying to say.
Well, let's go back to more about his good buddy Andre the Giant, who's apparently they have his trunks, his blue trunks hanging up just on the wall there, and they dwarf Hulk Hogan's trunks. Let's go back to this.
Most about him?
His honesty. I miss Andre's honesty because he didn't pull any punches with people, and he had Hogan, you're full of shit. A very, very rough life, you know. You know, I would walk with him to the airport, and I could hear people saying horrible comments and things because, you know, he's 7.
I always hear that said that Andre couldn't go anywhere without people whispering stuff. And, you know, there is obviously some of that. He's Andre the Giant. But what would be the horrible comments they'd be saying in the airport?
Nobody ever said anything horrible about Andre. It was the awestruck children and the people pointing and gasping at the size of him or recognizing him as a celebrity. That's something that makes you uncomfortable if you're Andre and just want to go and do your thing. But nobody was like maligning him or fucking making, well, you fucking freak. That wasn't happening.
Psst, see that guy? Edouard Carpentier really didn't find him in the middle of the road.
Yeah. He didn't lift that tree at all.
Let's go back to Hogan on Andre.
7'4" and 650 pounds.
Oh, boy.
And then I traveled with him a lot. And he could never sit in that chair. There was never a comfortable chair. Never could hold a fork or a knife he could work with. Whenever he'd get a hotel room like at the Marriott, I'd go in his room and I'd help him push the beds together, you know, and he still wouldn't fit on two double beds. So
wait a minute. Stop it. That's a well-known story that Andre, from the time he got into business, went on the road, would often have to push 2 beds together to have something big enough to sleep on. But now Hogan has inserted himself instead of Arnold Skolin or Frank Valois or Timmy White or any of the people that rode or drove Andre and agented Andre on the road. Hogan is himself going in to help Andre the Giant shove these beds together. He inserts himself into everything.
He also said Andre weighed 650 pounds.
Well, and we blew past that, but it's an extra 150 pounds or so amongst friends.
His guidance and his friendship, you know, and basically him being so honest, just really point A to B, no spice on it, man. He hits you with the real deal. So that's what I miss about him.
All right, well, there are his thoughts about Andre. Obviously, he's still affected by the loss of his friend.
Well, at least he wasn't 8 feet tall this time, and at least Hogan didn't tear all the muscles in his back and undergo 2 years of rehab after body slamming him.
All right, Jim, this next part is one that a lot of people are talking about, so we'll talk a good deal about it. Here's Hulk Hogan talking about a voice message he received from Rowdy Roddy Piper.
Well, can I tell you a crazy wrestling story?
Yeah, of course.
A buddy of mine, Roddy Piper, passed away.
Yeah, of course.
Roddy Piper. And he was really trying hard to, you know, surrender and try to get his life straight. So, I mean, we would text every single day. Now, in the wrestling business, for 25 years, we couldn't stand each other. We were at each other's throats. I know it's predetermined, all that, but he did not like me, and I did not like him. And that's just how it was. Well, once we got older and, you know, we basically had some conversations. And so we started talking a lot, and he started asking me about my spirituality. He really didn't connect, but he was very curious, you know. He wouldn't surrender. And all of a sudden, he passes away. And it was an A&E special about Roddy Piper. And the very thing, when they get ready to go to credits, it wasn't a text message, but it was a text message that was a voice message on the text. You know, so he must have. But this text message came in 2 days after he died. And the text message goes, I'm just loving you, my brother. I'm just walking with Jesus and loving you, my brother. I was like, he would have never said that when he was here.
And Terry, he wanted you to hear it, right?
Hogan he's lifting a tissue to his eye. He's lifting a tissue to his eye. He's crying.
Yeah, because he would have never said that when he was here. So it's amazing how things work, you know. So,
well, let's take a break there.
All right. And I've heard, because on that special, they played a voicemail message, and it was Roddy Piper's voice. And I can believe that if he had been talking, have you heard it?
I have the audio of that right here.
Okay, well, hold on. Here's my take is that at some point he had talked to Hulk Hogan, and maybe Hulk Hogan brought up the religion business. I don't know where Roddy stood on that at that point in time. But I can see Roddy leaving him a voicemail. So I'm just walking with Jesus, brother, if that's what they talked about the last time that they had spoken to each other. Do I believe that the voicemail came in after Roddy passed away? Yes. Do I believe the voicemail was generated or recorded after Roddy passed away? Oh, fucking come on.
Well, let's go right now to Roddy Piper's voicemail from one of these WWE A&E shows.
I saw the light. I'm walking with Jesus today, my brother. Walking with Jesus, loving you and praying for you.
That really spooked me out, like, alien thing, you know, like.
Let me stop. Alien thing. It spooked me out like alien thing. I don't even know.
It was aliens before. Now, I guess God's the same thing. God is not an earthly creature. He must be from the planet Neptune or whatever the case. And I mean, Brian, you tell me, is the technology such that if you send a voicemail, it could be delayed a day or two? That could have been sent before Roddy passed away, or is Hogan completely yanking our chain and he got the voicemail and he came up with the story that it came in after Roddy passed away? What's your opinion here?
You know, I'm not sure, because he also said that it was if you see the video, he makes the motion like he's texting, that it was a text message, but it was voice. So did he receive a separate text from Roddy Piper? Because otherwise, why did he say that?
Well, yeah.
He got this at some
I don't know
point.
the terminology, but you have a thing where if I leave you a voicemail, then it shows up as a text to you also, and you can read it, or then you can go back and listen to it, right?
Right.
So maybe this was the thing where he left, because that sounded like Roddy. So he left and then it was transferred to a text that Hogan, I don't know. It's Hulk Hogan. Who knows?
Well, we have one last clip here from Hulk Hogan, I guess, talking about, I'm not exactly sure what he's going to talk about here. Let's go to this.
Once you knew things were scripted, predetermined outcome, difficult for you to maintain the competitive side while entertaining?
As a businessman, I look at it completely different, because a lot of wrestlers look at it and go, it's predetermined, it's a work. I'll take it easy on you out there. If I was to grab your arm like this and put you in a top wrist lock here, that's a work. That's a work. But if I go to the outside, that's a shoot. That means you're actually trying to hurt somebody, break bones.
There's right now something on the screen that says wrestling term. Shoot means going off script.
Submission holds. Oh, it doesn't matter if you win or lose. It's predetermined. Well, it does, because if I'm the good guy and my merchandise is selling 5 times more than you, that's a shoot to me.
Started, man.
No,
Don't make me come over there.
It's okay. I'm way past my prime. You had an easy day with me. Real easy. Don't forget it's predetermined.
Oh, they're right. But isn't that a lot like the lives we live? We attempt to write the script to control the outcome. Right, Terry?
Very funny. This whole thing is a shoebox.
Who is this announcer?
He's with
What
CBN
is he
Sports.
on?
He's with CBN
What?
Sports.
What sport? Tiddlywinks? What the fuck? Is he on some kind of mood elevator or something?
We're in the shoebox and he's in control. And it's going to happen exactly the way he wants it to happen and exactly the way it's supposed to be. And there are no coincidences.
Yeah.
None.
See, that's the thing that I can't stand. Nothing is in control. Everything is a series of random coincidences. And you attempt to carve out your niche in the world and do the best you can with the things that you can maintain some level of fucking control or supervision of. And otherwise, you might get hit by a fucking truck. It's weak-minded and nonsensical to have these delusions that some master plan is in effect for our little insignificant fucking meat bags or meat suits. Like that anything it's not worth it. We're the same classification as the fucking ants, only we're a little bigger and we can yell louder. Otherwise, what the fuck? That's what just to make yourself babyface to a large segment of people to go through this whole thing and say all these things. I don't understand why he feels it's worth it. He's older than I am. Go home and play with your fucking dog, Hulk. Why do you care what the world thinks about you? You won your money back that you lost in the other deal. You don't need to work anymore. Stay home. Put your feet up. Shut your mouth.
Brother,
why do they care? Why does anybody with more money than me, and he has it, give a shit what anybody thinks out of it, wants to renovate their image, wants to do any of this shit? Why is he not home petting the fucking dog?
because he divorced her.
Hey, come on
kidding.
now.
I'm kidding. It was a joke. It was a joke. Well, that was Hulk Hogan on the 700 Club.
Well, do you have any other topics that we should cover here with all of these beefing people and audio before I continue with my show?
Well, I did want to mention a couple of things I've been holding here because we haven't.
Oh,
had a
you've
chance.
been holding there.
Well, I'm always holding, but no, I
A
didn't.
couple of things you've been holding. Would it be Chip and Dale, your right nut and your left nut?
I didn't have time on the drive-through to get to some of these topics I've been holding back, and now I have them here. There's no more holding them back. Jim, I have an article here talking about Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan wanted to turn heel against the Ultimate Warrior, suggest he pitch Triple H name.
Oh, God, yeah, I saw that.
This is a quote from WWE's Most Wanted Treasures. Not to knock anybody, but sometimes when you see a new shiny object, stronger, better, faster, you kind of are attracted to that shiny object. At WrestleMania 6, the Ultimate Warrior showed up, right? When Vince McMahon asked me to put the Ultimate Warrior over, I said, "No problem, brother. Why are we doing this, and where are we going?" He goes, "Oh, well, I just need to get the belt on him. He's got some momentum. If he gets the red and yellow rub, he can really take off."
Oh, good Lord.
I go, "Okay, I get it, but where are we going?" Vince goes, "Well, I'm not really sure." I said, "How about this?" I hand him the belt. Let me get halfway down the aisle, do the slow turn, and come back and crucify him and tell everybody I'm Triple H, Hollywood Hulk Hogan, brother. "Oh, you can't be a heel." I said, "Yeah, I can. I was a heel with your dad." "Oh no, you've been a babyface too long. I was just dying to turn heel, and he didn't want me to." Then after WrestleMania 9 or 10, Vince and I had a talk, and he just thought my run was over. He said, "The red and yellow thing, man, we just beat it to death." I said I could turn heel. He goes, "Nah, I just think your run's kind of over." And I went, "I don't agree." So let's stop there. Was Hulk Hogan going to be the original Triple H, and what do you think of his version Not to even dismiss it outright, but his version of Vince wrapping him up in 93. Remember, he came back WrestleMania 9. They gave him the belt against Yokozuna after he took it off Brett, lost it at King of the Ring, and then he was gone. We never got the heel run there. We saw what happened with Randy Savage a year later. Does that sound like what Vince's philosophy was in general with older wrestlers then?
Well, it's some yes and some no. But first of all, I saw this episode. It was the season premiere of Most Wanted Treasures, which is where I got the idea that it was mostly regurgitated shit from the other fucking programs. We got a history of WCW again, history in quotation marks. And it was a bunch of guys going to look for other guys' fucking tights, right? But in the middle of this, the Hogan was involved. And yes, the ridiculous stories. The only reason there was a Triple H ever to begin with is because Paul Levesque's first gimmick in WWF at the time was Hunter Hearst Helmsley. The rich, remember he was from, where was he from? Greenwich, Vince's hometown.
That's right.
And he had kind of the polo pony riding outfit and jacket and the ruffled, and he curtsied. It was another one of those fucking instant death goddamn gimmicks that Vince was handing out at that time period. And that's where I got maligned by some people who didn't listen when Shitstain was saying, well, Cornette never thought Triple H was going to draw any money. No, that Hunter Hearst Helmsley wasn't going to draw any money, and he didn't. And so there was no, not only was it not a Triple H thing to be in the WWF at 92 that Hulk said he had this idea, but Hollywood Hulk Hogan had not been goddamn thought of either. Because he was resisting, Hogan was resisting every effort that anybody had made to turn him heel, including they had to fucking twist his arm in WCW to finally be the third man in the NWO. Did they not? Am I imagining that was what happened? He didn't want to be a heel.
He didn't want to do it. And then he realized Hall and Nash had a lot of momentum. And he said, how do I get that?
Suddenly, Hall and Nash were the hottest thing in the company. And that's when he wanted to, because Hogan was somewhat of a disappointment to WCW as a babyface past the publicity that they got in terms of gates and houses and etc. So it's ridiculous, but he inserts himself into everything. Even when he says, and Vince wanted me to put Warrior over, I said, no problem, brother. You'll get the red and yellow rub. No, Vince was basically banking on that the time had come that Hogan was worn out somewhat, but that Warrior, who was even more of Vince's bodybuilding fantasy as this superhero character come to life, and the face paint and the bullshit, that was going to get over, and it was temporary insanity, and it did for a period of time, but he was never going to let a heel beat Hulk Hogan. It had to be the other fucking babyface, right? That's how that worked. And it didn't involve Hogan turning heel because he didn't want to have Hogan and Warrior have a program. They had the one match because I mean, they didn't go back in the houses and do it every week for 6 months like they do with the other shit, because it was a passing of the torch. And Vince didn't want to traditionally, what they had done is have a heel win and then blah, blah, blah. He didn't want a heel to even beat Hulk Hogan even at that point. So Hogan just makes this shit up out of, thin air, depending on what his venue is, what his audience is, and how he can make himself look like the thing that everything else that you're talking about circulated around, revolved around. Am I exaggerating here?
No. Brother, no.
No, brother. But that's and they had him at the beach shop on that program, and he ended up giving Mick Foley a pair of his tights off the wall at the beach shop for $10,000. And, and talked about how it took him 10 years to win Andre over to be a friend. And, again, a lot of the fans are coming around on this now, saying the same thing I've been saying for 20 years. Hulk Hogan has led an interesting enough life that he could have stories and people would listen to him without him having to be an insufferable, pathological, lying egomaniac that puts himself in every goddamn thing. I mean, I'm surprised he wasn't sitting next to Newton and the apple fell on his head.
My favorite is still him, Mr. T, and Michael Jackson hanging out at Wembley. Like that ever fucking happened.
But anyway, that's more examples of Hulk Hogan predicting the future, and every idea he had was great, even the ones that he didn't have or didn't revolve around him.
Well, we are now here in the future, Jim. There are a few things to talk about. AEW Dynamite. We have to talk about that. An interesting edition this week. Anything you want to say, because the listeners are somewhat demanding it. Hulk Hogan made an appearance and cut a promo at the Republican National Convention last night as we are recording. Did you see it? Any thoughts on it?
Well, and see, you lead me to one thing. I was going to be in a positive mood, and then you jerk the rug out from under me. We go back to this dipshit. We have made fun of Hulk Hogan, and rightfully so, for the big, giant, whopping bullshit lies that he tells every time he's in front of 3 people or more. And it's funny because it's easily disprovable bullshit. You can look it up in any number of sources. It's verifiable things that he's just pulling out of his ass and just lying about. And you can easily take it apart if you have any time or inclination to do so. And it's funny because it's Hulk Hogan. But now, I mean, I've heard of the Friars Club, but they've started the Liars Club. Liars, thieves, assholes, and criminals. And grifters. They all got together, and Hulk Hogan was invited to speak at one of our country's national political conventions because they are the party of the stupid, gullible, dullard sucker that is perfect for Hulk Hogan's bullshit that doesn't laugh at him anymore. And they ate it up.
Brother.
In the wrestling business, we've been listening to it for 40 years. And it was honestly, in the 80s, it was for kids and the real marks, the Vince and Hulk's opinion of what a pro wrestling superstar should be, which is why in many of the territories they got laughed out for a while because it was so fucking over the top bullshit, but it worked for the general populace. And now and you've got, I mean, we know that Vince and Trump are bosom buddies, and Dana White is swinging off fucking the Mango Mussolini's fucking tiny mushroom-headed penis. Just every chance he gets, he's got his lips locked around the fucking man. And now Hulk Hogan wants to get in on it. And the only person that tells more lies than Hulk Hogan does is the pig-faced piece of shit that they are trying to reinstall in the White House. But he's not funny. It's not funny. Because Hulk Hogan's lying about being a bassist for Metallica or slamming a 700-pound giant. You can laugh. Because it's bullshit, but it's not important bullshit. But you cannot laugh at Trump's bullshit because it is earth-endangering bullshit. These pod people that have been taken over by this space virus are supporting him to be the most powerful man in the world again after he's already installed a bunch of judges and other criminal malcontents and sycophants in important places and stack the Supreme Court to where the country will suffer for the next 50 years already. And he will be accountable for nothing, and there will be no way to stop him. And that is why it's not funny when a funny liar like Hulk Hogan endorses this criminal, psychopathic fucking liar that's a clear and present danger to our country and all of us individually. And there's two kinds of people out there doing this. The genetically ignorant that actually really believe that this fucking guy, for any myriad of reasons that have been shown on audio and video and are documentable and verifiable, shouldn't be in charge of anything but his own prison cell. But they think that he should, and they believe this with their hearts. That's why they are genetically ignorant. There is something wrong with them from the start that led them to this point. But willfully ignorant is the people like Hulk Hogan and other who want to, and anybody who capitalizes on their opportunity to help a criminal into a position that is a problem for all of us just because they think they'll profit from it, because they'll be better off. But guy, he likes us. Trump's a wrestling mark, so they're Hulk Hogan, a fucking grifter. He'll be Secretary of State, brother. And he can talk about how he's been hanging and banging with Donnie Bay or whatever the fuck. That's all he cares about, himself. These narcissists and grifters are going to latch on Kid Rock. I mean, it's like they emptied every trailer park in Mississippi to put this fucking display on. They're all going to latch onto this fucking asshole because they think they will profit and fuck everybody else in the world and fuck the country. What about me? And we all know that's what Hulk Hogan is, but now it's dangerous. So it's not funny with him anymore. It's fucking dangerous. Just like it's dangerous for anybody else to normalize this fucking cretin or in any way attempt to enable these people to shovel him down our throats and into the White House again. And I'm sorry that some 20-year-old pimply-faced dipshit has somehow made the most wretched human scum that has ever walked the face of our planet a sympathetic hero. But we've still got to live in the real world. And he is unwell, unfit, unqualified, and unacceptable to normal humans. So and for people who think that it always political difference, Cornette will cast aside friendships for political differences. Would it be a political difference that you would end a friendship over if a friend of yours suddenly started fucking knocking old women over the head in the street, stealing their purse, fucking breaking into homes, stealing people's belongings? Would you support that friend because it's just a moral difference that we have? No, fuck you. I'm sorry. I do not support space spores taking over people's minds, turning them into zombies that will follow this fucking cum-gargling cretin. Fucking idiots. Why did you start me off with this today?
A lot of the listeners were asking about the Hulk Hogan promo at the
Well,
RNC.
a lot of the listeners heard about it. He's out there doing his shit, and the fucking gullible marks that haven't seen it because they're not in the wrestling bubble, they're eating it up like they were 40 years ago because they're gullible marks, or they wouldn't fucking be there at the Republican National Convention, a.k.a. the run-through for the next fucking American Reich. I mean, they even tried to make the stage look like Nazi Germany.
What do you mean?
Except Hitler didn't. With all the flags and the displays, we're going to deport. They think they're going to deport 15 or 20 million people. And then the experts the next day said, yeah, it would take 20 years and hundreds of billions of dollars. And of course, many of them probably wouldn't want to go and leave behind their wives and children. Fucking morons. And the only thing that Hitler didn't have was Eva Braun fingering herself under her skirt on the screen behind him. Did you see that clip?
No, I did not. I don't even know what you're talking about. There's a clip of Eva Braun fingering herself?
No. She was
the fuck
a
are you
lady.
watching?
She was a lady. She didn't do that. They didn't have that there in Nazi Germany, but we got it here in America. In addition to this other parade of genetic misfits living downstream from the nuclear plant, making us all look like goddamn morons to the world. They got a big shot of President Pig Shit. And on the video screen behind him, some way or another, they had the Kimberly Guilfoyle, the one that's gone ape shit with the plastic surgery and her face looks like it's melting. She's got her hand under her skirt in her crotch. Look it up on Twitter right now. If I'm lying, I'm flying. My feet ain't left the ground. She is. People were talking about, has she got the critters from, what is it, Don Jr. that she's engaged in a business fucking relationship with?
I'm Googling what you talked about. I'm trying to find it. But yeah, she's the fiance of Donald Trump Jr., I believe.
Yeah, well, apparently he's got the cooties. Because she was, if it wasn't pleasuring herself, it was attending to goddamn some type of activity going on down there.
What exactly am I looking up? Kimberly Guilfoyle crotch? What do you?
That'll probably work. From what I saw, I would think a lot of people are looking that up. Can you find it?
Well, the first thing that came up was, again, I'm just going to say what came up from 2018. This came up on a Google search of Kimberly Guilfoyle crotch. From SF Gate, Kimberly Guilfoyle's Fox exit tied to penis pics. I don't know where it goes from there, but apparently she had to leave the Fox broadcast system or whatever because of penis pics, but it doesn't sound like that has anything to do with an itchy crotch.
Do you think that's what she was doing? She was tucking herself?
Oh, come on. Will you stop it?
Well, how's she sending penis pictures unless she's got a penis?
That wasn't what I said. You need to behave.
What? Well, anyway, are you going to find this?
I can't find it. I Googled it and RNC crotch. I'm trying every fucking kind of search that I don't want on my computer here.
I believe I've retweeted it earlier.
Oh, you did?
I think I did. Either that, maybe I might not have retweeted it because it had his face in it, but I saw it on Twitter. I laughed at it.
Why wouldn't you have led with that? Hold on.
Well, maybe I don't know. Now you've got me questioning. I'm just going to search, what the fuck would that be? How do you spell a Guilfoyle?
Oh no, this is just a different thing you posted of her, I guess. G-U-I.
Wait, I think I got it. Okay, here it is. I'm about to retweet it right there. Boom. Now you'll see it.
Go to your page. It's exciting.
Yeah.
Video here.
Oh, she's gripping it too. It's like she's got a fucking bowling ball grip up in there.
Oh.
Yes, the video content is there, and the tweet says, I did not have Kimberly Guilfoyle scratching her balls on national television on my 2024 bingo card.
Right behind Donald Trump's head.
Behind him. Yes. It's almost like she's endorsing the pussy grabber by grabbing her own pussy. That's truly... con man, real estate fraud father-in-law that you think you're going to get in the will some kind of way and you're going to have some power, your solidarity there, but I'll grab my own pussy.
Hey, can I ask you something? Because you hear a lot of Democrats try to boost Gavin Newsom. When you realize that Gavin Newsom was married to her, you know, crazy doesn't just start at
which
nowhere.
I did not realize until just I didn't know until just recently, and now I'm afraid that unfortunately makes me question his judgment, and I don't think I could ever give him my presidential vote because he's got to have something wrong with him to have to be fair. Did she have some kind of horrendous accident, car wreck, fall off a building that affected her brain as she had the Shibata brain surgery or anything where she would, before she was normal and now she's like this?
I don't know. Hold on. Let me move past it because it's a GIF that you posted. It just keeps repeating over and over again. It's pulling me in.
Well, you better be glad she didn't have a hold of you. She would have stuffed you in.
What was your question? No, I don't think she had a horrendous accident or anything that I know of. I think it's just, she's older than Don Jr. by at least 10 years, maybe 15 years.
No, I'm talking about Newsom. If he had anything to do with that in his real life.
And I mean, Gavin Newsom's a very polished, certainly he's a mover-upper. He certainly wants to, he has an agenda and everything, but you look at that and then you look at the state of California, more importantly, I don't know, but I guess real quick on this topic, would you step in if your country said, Jim Cornette, we need someone with your reasoning, well, let's just stop there. Your reasoning, would you step in and run for president right now?
Are you out of it? No, it's completely ridiculous. Obviously, that wouldn't happen even if we were on the planet Neptune. I'm more qualified than Donald Trump, and that's obvious because almost every human being in the world would be more qualified. Because at least even if it was a criminal, it wouldn't be a malignant narcissist criminal. Or at least if it was a malignant narcissist criminal, he also wouldn't be a pathological liar and a scumbag and a fucking serial a sexual abuser and a goddamn white-collar criminal. But ignoring all those other things, no. But you know what? Here's what I might do. I might run for president if I could win just to nominate somebody that would actually be a good fucking president. All right. Now that I'm the president, this guy's going to be the president. Fuck all of y'all. I'm going home. At least somebody with some fucking logical sense would be doing that job. But no, people who shouldn't be in charge of everyone's life and liberty and lawmaking should realize that. And that goes for all parties, but especially the fucking batshit crazy one that gives us handjob Boebert and Marjorie Treason Green and all these unserious fucking idiots who think just like their constituents, who are redneck, hillbilly, stupid fucking people. I'm sorry, if you vote for fucking Lauren Boebert to go to Washington, you're a stupid fucking person. Because these are not real, legitimate, serious fucking politicians. Republican or Democrat. John McCain would look like Barack Obama to me right now. I would fucking hoist him up on my shoulders. At least he wasn't a goddamn criminal simpleton. Fuck.
All right, well, before we move past the
and there are
review,
Republicans against Trump. And by the way, George Conway is now, I've never made a political donation in my life. Kids, illnesses, and animals get all my money if I donate to anything. But he has started a political action committee, basically the anti-psychopath committee. And he started with like $343,434.34, all 34s for all 34 felonies that Trump's been convicted of so far, of his own money. And they're raising money, and the goal is to show everybody in the world, as if they couldn't already tell by turning on a television or reading a newspaper, what a fucking psychopath this goddamn guy is. And I'm going to send them some fucking money. Because I want to be part of that. Because at least, depending on how many stupid fucking pod people we got in this country, at least I can either say thank fucking God, or I told you all so after November. But I will have done something to try to preserve our goddamn democracy from these fucking literal shit brains.
All right, well, some of that may get on YouTube.
Possibly.
We'll see, but
it's going to be a hell of a piece for the podcast, isn't it?
Well, we'll see about that.
And then came the moment we've all been waiting for. The music played, and here came Hulk Hogan and Jimmy Hart. He is a real American. Americans hate him as only Americans. This was the goddamnest thing I've ever seen. You would think in Los Angeles, maybe it's not like it's not New York or Philadelphia. It's a crowd of Hollywood hipsters. They want to see the stars. It's a night of nostalgia and also moving forward. It's Hulk Hogan. He was the WWF in the 80s. They wouldn't give a cripple crab a crutch, much less give Hulk Hogan a fucking break here. They booed him out of the building as he was trying to do the promo where he put the WWE and the fans over and talk about how great the fans are and how great tag team partners they've been for. They were hooting him out. I think, we were talking a little earlier about how, well, they really like Mick Foley as a human being, right? And they like The Rock as a star, but they're kind of in the middle with Cena. They like him as a star, but he's also a nice human being, whereas The Rock is just on Mount Olympus. But this was an example of, we don't care whether you've been a star or not as a person. We hate the fuck out of you. Has he just lied and bullshitted? And I mean, we know about the video. That was 10 years ago.
I think that's a big part of it. I think the video's the video's a major part of it. Again, it's in Los Angeles.
But he's been back and he's not been carried out of the building on their shoulders, but they haven't savaged him when he was there a couple of years ago making an appearance. This was like, fuck you, we're sick the fuck of you.
No, they booed him from the second he came out. You felt bad for Jimmy Hart because he's out there waving the American flag as best he can, and they're just booing. He mentioned Andre the Giant and Randy Savage. They booed everything.
They almost booed Andre's name, but they wouldn't even react to Randy Savage because Hogan is the one who said it. And there's poor Jimmy, the nicest guy in the building, is back there waving that flag, and he's 80. And he was moving better than fucking Hogan was.
It's not easy just to wave a flag for 2 minutes straight. That's incredible at an 80-year-old.
Hogan looked crippled and his arms are gone. Jimmy's 80 years old. He's waving that flag, and the poor guy, he has to get Hogan's residual boos, but not just the video and just the general heat he had before, but this seemed like fresh. We keep hearing you and we keep seeing you, and you're full of shit every time we do. And we don't want to hear no more of you. This is a new day. Stay out of our goddamn business.
I think the video is a big part of it. I think the fact that his reputation over the last decade has grown as being just a liar. The video where we talk about all of his lies, it's like 2 million people have watched that video.
Yeah.
And that's just our video. I mean, his reputation has grown. I do think for, especially Los Angeles, politically leaning, not to make this about politics, I think that's a big part of it too. There's not much appealing about Hulk Hogan as a person right now. And again, he's coming out there, he's crippled. I mean, I've never seen him look that bad. He couldn't have made it to the ring. Like, they had to do this right where he took only like 10 steps and came out and waved. And they're booing everything, his beer that no one wants, that's the other thing. Like, Ric Flair had Woo Energy. This is like that on a bigger scale. They're now going to be sponsored.
Plus, kids are not going to be allowed to drink it. But that's the thing, is that he announced that, and a great tag team partner is going to be the WWF or WWE and my real American beer, and they hooted the shit out of the beer. But doesn't Steve Austin have a beer?
Oh, he did have something. I mean, it's been a while ago. I hadn't even thought about that. He did have something, yeah.
But how the fuck?
Because they want to make money, so they're not going to spend a bunch of money advertising on WWE.
But I'm gobsmacked that of all of the people that they've ever had on their roster, Hulk Hogan was say your prayers, take your vitamins. He was the kids' hero in the 80s. He was the all-American guy. But if you think about drinking beer, you're thinking about Steve Austin. And how they missed that, I don't know. And why anybody would want to drink beer that Hulk Hogan, what does it turn you into a fucking liar?
You know,
how and
him and Flair are very similar at this stage right now. In terms of just anyone who comes along with some money, hey, we want to slap your name on this product. Sure, brother. Just as long as you pay me my $1 million, whatever.
But it's just, and Hogan was never cool with the guys. I mean, guys liked Hogan, especially in the 80s and the NWO in the 90s, but was Hogan ever cool like Nature Boy Ric Flair, or cool like Hall and Nash, or a cool heel, or a cool anything? Or did he just hang around with the cool guys and he had more of a WWF ice cream bar reputation?
I think Hulk Hogan was cool up until around 86, 87, when all of a sudden he switched to yellow.
But was he cool to the adults?
I think he was cool up until that point. Then he became kind of a character of himself as things became more successful and they kind of went down a different road and made him more kid-friendly. This was his town. You know, it's important to note he was a big draw in L.A.
Yeah, that's right.
I mean, it's not like this is the middle of nowhere. This is a town that he was a major star in.
Well, he can draw a crowd now. They'll all have rocks in their hands to throw at him, but he can gather the folks.
This has to make you wonder if they're going to rethink him being on Saturday night's main event.
Well, they can't bring him back after that reception, can they?
I don't see how. Because there's not one... I can't think of a single legend that has ever been booed like that. I've never seen Hogan booed like that. Even when the NWO switch happened, that was in the middle of a heel turn, and he's doing a heel promo, and he calls the fans crap. That makes sense. They booed him from the second that music... Pat McAfee was yelling like Jesus returned. Oh my God! Ah! And he was the only one. Everyone else started booing immediately. And it kept up for the whole thing. Jimmy, it's just such a surreal sight.
He got him to boo Netflix. He's out. Netflix is our greatest tag team partner. The fans booed that.
Netflix was in the building. They saw that. So if they ever thought about, hey, we should do a Hulk Hogan project, maybe not. He's lost the fans completely. He has his fans, but in terms of...
They weren't there.
In terms of the wrestling fan base, would it even pop a number right now if Hulk Hogan was announced in advance as being there? I don't know.
I think you'd have more people on a picket line than you would in buying tickets to see the show.
You brought up Steve Austin. If Steve Austin was there, I think people would have reacted big.
Oh, they would have gone out of their minds.
It's a Hogan-specific thing. And again, like Flair, we started showing up at AEW TV, and it was not very good. All of a sudden, his energy drink was all over the room. We heard it was a multi-year thing. That ended quick. The Hogan beer. You know, again, this is not Coors Light or Michelob or anything you could think of that's a nationally recognized brand. It's an upstart with Hulk Hogan as the spokesperson or icon or whatever the fuck it is. Yeah, let's see how long this lasts. This will be interesting.
Whew.
That was the word. I mean, I can't think of a more counterproductive appearance for someone trying to promote their own product.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing. I'm thinking if there is a new audience, they're going to be, why? We thought Hulk Hogan was a big hero. These people want to lynch him. What the fuck?
Should he come out as NWO Hogan at Saturday night's main event? Now he's a heel yelling at them to take advantage of this.
No, because that's the thing, is that these people made it clear, and if they speak for the rest of these high ticket price paying WWE fans, it was like, no, we do not want to see you. Boo, we do not like you. Go away from here. We are not going to pay to see you, nor do we want to look at you now. And that's, it wasn't even mixed, was it? Were the people who wanted to cheer him, were they just afraid to open their mouths? They might get shot?
See, that's the only thing. It started out and instantly with so many boos. I guess the only thing you can think of is that someone would be standing there wanting to cheer. I'm like, I don't want to be seen as the only person in this section doing this. And that was bad. I mean, I never thought I'd see the day where Hogan was booed like that at a WWE event. I mean, they cheer everyone. That's crazy. But again, it's LA. But we'll see what happens going forward.
They're meaner in New York and Philly than they are in LA. Come on.
Even like him doing the cupping of the ear just didn't look good. Like He couldn't move his shoulder like that, I guess. I don't know what. Just it wasn't working.
Well, but besides that, he didn't need to cup his ear. He could hear him booing the shit out of him to plain as day.
Can you imagine they start booing and he's cupping the ear and he's doing what did they say to him when he went in the back? Because there was no, all right, we have like 30 seconds before he gets back here. No, he was right there because he couldn't walk.
Yeah. Oh, well, it worked in rehearsal. But I don't see how, because he mentioned the names of popular people who then the crowd turned against. So I don't see how they can bring him back. What do they go out and say? Look, we got 3 or 4 guys that's really over as big stars, Hulk. Please don't mention their name. Please, just don't say anything about them.
Because he even did like Macho Man, oh yeah. And you just hear, boo!
Oh, fuck you. Keep his name out of your whore mouth.
And they went to like the wide shot so you could just see people standing and yelling, boo. Oh, amazing. All right, you know what that means? It's our last burst of energy, our last bunch of questions and topics, and then we get the hell out of here till the big experience in a few days. Isn't that right?
The big experience. Don't set up anticipation that I can't follow through with.
Didn't you say this week should be one of the best shows in history, that everyone should listen? They should call their family, call everyone they know. This is going to be prime Cornette.
Yes, prime, possibly even USDA choice.
All right, well, like I said, let's get a few things and we'll get out of here. Guest the program next week on the show. Jim, I have an article from the Wrestling Observer newsletter website by Dave Meltzer. The headline, Hulk Hogan not appearing at WWE Saturday night's main event this weekend.
Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. Holy mackerel.
Is that the truffle pig?
That's the truffle pig. Apparently, they have heard the people speak. And when Hogan speaks, the people boo. And when Punk throws in an offhand line about burying his dusty ass, the people cheer. So, well, God damn it, the only thing is I wanted to see how bad he was going to get booed and how they were going to try to make excuses for it.
Oh, what I wanted to see was him and Jesse Ventura in the same room. That's what I wanted to see, because they announced Jesse will be there again, as he should. But here we go. Here's the article from Dave. Sources within WWE have confirmed that Hulk Hogan will not be appearing as scheduled for Saturday night's main event tomorrow night, as we are recording, in San Antonio. This was first reported by Chris Featherstone. Hulk Hogan
can't be a real name.
And I clicked this link. We'll go to it in a second. Hulk Hogan had been the key person in all the commercials for the show. And if I click this link, this is Chris Featherstone's Twitter. It says Dr. Chris Featherstone, PhD, a Christian, husband, dad, psychotherapist, insider, reporter, journalist, podcaster.
Wait a minute.
College professor.
Bottle washer. He's a psychotherapist and he's commenting on wrestling. I need to go to him to straighten some of my problems out.
Well, Dave's using him as the source, so, and he said WWE confirmed it. Here's the tweet from Dr. Chris Featherstone, PhD. I have been informed that Hulk Hogan will not be appearing on Saturday night's main event due to family commitments. So maybe it has nothing to do with the booing or CM Punk causing more booing or Jesse Ventura, who started the booing many years ago. Maybe it has nothing to do with any of that. Maybe it's just the family commitments for the event that he's been advertised for.
It suddenly came up. It's my new wife's birthday. I forgot. We haven't been married very long. Oh.
Do you think there's any family commitments?
No, they've tried to figure out as least insulting to Hogan, the company, way to not have him on their show and explain it so it doesn't. They don't come out and say, well, we're not going to have the guy on the show because the people are going to boo him out of the fucking building.
Going forward, what can you do anything with Hulk Hogan right now? I mean, they just got a big sponsorship they announced for the beer, and WWE actually owns a piece of it as part of the deal. It's one of those kind of deals. How about you advertise us and we'll give you our company? How does that sound?
How are they going to advertise the beer when they can't advertise the guy that has the beer? The point is, they knew what was going to happen, and they don't want that to happen again on national television. And it looks bad for everybody, and they just can't have him. And to answer your question, right now, they can't do anything, apparently. I mean, he's 70 whatever years old. It's not like that, you can sit back and wait 10 years till the heat's off.
Well, let me just say here, let me continue. Dave Meltzer says, Featherstone's report of a family-related reason for Hogan's missing the show is also accurate.
What?
This had nothing to do with his being booed in Los Angeles.
Oh, come on.
Or at every arena. Or at every arena. I can't even say that. It has nothing to do with him being booed in Los Angeles or at every arena when the Saturday Night's Main Event commercial played, or Jesse Ventura, or any other reason in that direction. Why would you say it has nothing to do with that list every single thing that people think it has something to do with?
It has nothing to do with all these things. It's just, again, that birthday party, he didn't realize it was the same day. I mean, they're not saying family illness, something unexpected. They're saying a family commitment. Well, how many commitments did he make for the same fucking day?
He didn't know that Brooke booked them a table at the Cheesecake Factory that night, so they can't break the fucking reservation. That's what it is. Well, we'll see what happens going forward with Hulk Hogan, but do you think they said anything to CM Punk? Do you think they're mad at CM Punk for saying that and piling on? Or do you think they recognize that CM Punk saying that became its own little viral moment?
Then he might have been the canary in the coal mine. They might have said, well, you know what? We're glad he said that because it wasn't just an anomaly.
Well, again, we'll stay on top of the reporting of Dr. Chris Featherstone.
Speaking of sad things and or depressing items, what is this I hear about Hulk Hogan making children cry, Brian?
Yeah, in the last day or so, a number of people have sent this in. I have a few different things here. Let me click on this article. This is from News 12, The Bronx. Kids were crying.
Does the Bronx have its own television station now?
Well, News 12, The Bronx. That's for Bronx Cable. News 12 is owned by, well, it used to be Cablevision. Now it's whatever, Optimum. But it was owned by them, so wherever they had Cablevision, you got News 12. And then they tried to make it a big selling point. Like, if you get DirecTV or something, you won't get News 12. But no one gave a shit. But News 12, The Bronx.
Because it's just cable news. Yeah, but go ahead.
It's just a place to eat up a bunch of local Emmys. Like, if you want to do something to boost your ego before you try to make it at NBC or something. But News 12, The Bronx, kids were crying. Hulk Hogan accused of leaving fans stranded at beer tour event in Montgomery.
In Montgomery, Alabama?
I don't think so.
Where Montgomery where?
Montgomery, Orange County, New York.
I didn't even know there was a Montgomery, New York. But the people are stranded there, so now it's getting some attention.
Some disappointed Hulk Hogan fans say they were turned away empty-handed last week after standing in line and waiting for hours for a promised meet and greet with the entertainment icon in Orange County. Orange is one of the colors that Hulk Hogan doesn't have a problem with. Let's hear, we have some audio here from News 12, The Bronx.
Yes, make sure we play these award-winning Emmy artists here.
Let's go to this.
Some disappointed Hulk Hogan fans say that they were turned away empty-handed last week after waiting for hours for a promised meet and greet with the entertainment icon in Orange County. Our Blaze Gomez tells us why from Montgomery, one of the towns that the superstar has toured.
I was there with my son and daughter. It was an exciting day, especially for my son.
A super fan's dream.
They said that, he could only see up to number 200. We were 185.
Turned into a disaster for 42-year-old Robert Taylor and his two young kids last Wednesday.
You're the worst. Why did you do that?
Well,
When the
hold
New
on, let me
England-
stop it
Wait
there.
a minute.
Let me stop it
Was
there.
that the kids cussing at Hulk Hogan? You're the worst.
It's apparently from the car right after they got turned away. It's the two kids in the back seat. I'm guessing the father filming them, giving a message to Hulk Hogan, and that was the two kids commenting on that. Jimmy Hart's in these photos, so he was there.
Oh, poor Jimmy again. He's now wherever he appears, he gets residual heat because people are so mad at his balding icon of a friend there. But
I got an idea. We'll get everyone to forget about LA. We'll go on a beer tour. No one will talk about that anymore.
they were only going to see 200 people. Now that doesn't sound like a lot for a big star, but when you think about it, if he spent a minute with everybody, that'd still be 3.5 hours. I assume he's probably not spending a minute with everybody, but at the same time, you got to expect when you agree to do one of these things, there's going to be a halfway decent sized crowd show up. And maybe, I don't know, with him anymore. So you would think they would be prepared and they wouldn't be just cutting it off like that and leaving everybody hanging. But do go on.
Let's go back to this report from News 12 The Bronx by Blaze Gomez. What a great name that is. Back to the kids upset with Hulk Hogan.
Dad says they waited 4 hours with a promise to see their WWE idol, Hulk Hogan, at ShopRite in Montgomery, only for the superstar to allegedly leave mid-event.
It was really quick. They just stood up, the whole group, and bolted towards the back. Some lady was, pretty upset, screaming and cursing. My son starts, hysterically crying. A bunch of other kids are crying.
Hogan had a busy schedule and didn't just stop here. Hogan toured about a half a dozen locations in the Hudson Valley to promote his new beer brand that looked wild.
Let me pause this for a second because they showed him at another ShopRite, apparently, which is a supermarket chain up here in the Northeast. And then they showed him seemingly serving a barrel of beers to people at a bar. So he was just hitting
a barrel of beers at a bar.
Well, he had a tub of beers, I guess, and he was just walking up to the bar to hand them to people. So apparently he was really hitting all the big locales to promote this beer. Let's go back to this.
Well, but hold on. I was just about to say, it sounded like when they said they waited 4 hours, it sounded like they were running late from the start of the thing. And then somebody just, oh shit, we got to get to another thing. And they just jumped up and took off, leaving these people standing there with Pete in hand. And it sounds like a mismanaged and, behind the 8-ball fucking schedule they had to begin with.
Let's go back to Blaze Gomez, News 12.
Wildly successful in these videos he shared.
Today is Hulk Hogan Day.
Dutchess County Executive Sue Serino declared last Tuesday Hulk Hogan Day to commemorate his appearance in Poughkeepsie. But clearly,
Then we've got nothing.
Broke these kids' hearts.
not everyone had a good time.
If he had to leave, maybe he could have walked down that line and at least shook people's hands and said, hey, I'm sorry, we got to get going, rather than just leaving people stranded.
Will you try again if he goes on tour locally?
Probably not.
In Montgomery, Blaze Gomez, News 12.
Thank you, Blaze.
Now, we tried
And
to
now-
reach out to Hogan's publicist about the complaints from Taylor and others, but we have yet to hear back.
All right, well, Hulk Hogan ducking the issue. This major story. It's
Oh,
one
my
guy and his
God.
2 kids, and he's the one who filmed them upset, and then he's the only person talked to in the story. What do you think of all this?
Well, there may be some element of that, but at the same time, it sounds like that they were behind to begin with. They got there. They're going to, if they were supposed to do 200, then they should have, if this guy was 180, whatever the fuck. I never, when I would agree to do an autograph appearance, and I'm not a big star, I just got in the movies here this past week. But I would never say a specific time. It's okay because it's whoever makes the effort to show up, unless, it was advertised for 2:00 and somebody's wandering in at 5:00 and you've just finished and you're packing up, and that's, a different story. But if there's people in line, you need to, accommodate them. Except if you're booked to go and there's fucking 200 people waiting somewhere else that you're supposed to start in an hour and you're 2 hours away or whatever the fuck their deal was. but they should have made some concession for the rest of the people in that line of the 200 they said they were going to see. Free pictures, like the guy said, the handshake or whatever. Because if you promised hungry people a fucking meal and you see a bunch of people eating in front of you while you're standing in line, and then they pull all the fucking food up and tell you, I'm sorry, you're going to be even more pissed because you've been watching the goddamn people eat, right? So if he's been in front of everybody and they've been standing there in line and then they just get up and leave, no wonder even one guy's pissed or whatever. So I would think they would have been able to handle that better, to me.
Do you think Hulk Hogan, even if he's behind schedule, should be a little hypersensitive to things like this, considering he's had so much negative publicity around him and he's trying to launch a new beer brand?
Well, yes, and to say, was that the thing when the kids filed through, they get an autographed picture and a can of fucking hooch from the Hulkster? The kids at the beer thing, Bruno would have never gone for that. They wanted to go with that Bruno beer, and he said, no.
Bruno wouldn't drink wine in a restaurant if there were kids in the restaurant.
Exactly, because he didn't want them to see their hero drinking alcohol. That's why when he turned down the Bruno beer, they gave it to the president's brother in 1976.
Hulk Hogan's handing him out. Here.
Yeah, here, take a swig of this. It'll make life much better. But again, you would think that, yes, to answer your question, he would be cognizant somewhat of the negative publicity, but also that his people you can't just dangle a guy out there and while you're standing in line or you got fans standing in line, he's out there doing this and suddenly he jumps up when you're supposed to be included. It's, I assume that since this was a promotional tour, I don't know if there was a charge or not. They didn't say one way or the other. But
that would have made it a completely bigger thing, I think. If people paid for it.
That would have made it a bigger thing if they, but if you say you're going to do 200 and you're numbering people, then that gives them the right to be awfully pissed off if they don't get what they're supposed to get.
They must have known they were going to have to leave at a certain point if they all just abruptly got up and left. Do you do something, even if Hogan's not going to get up because of his conditioning? Like he's not good moving around more than he has to.
Well, goddamn, he's not a fucking wheelchair.
No, but he's had a lot of issues with his back and his legs and everything else. He's not someone who should be walking more than he has to, maybe to walk a line. But if you have Jimmy Hart there, do you say like, hey, we're going to have to cut out early. Go work the line a little bit and apologize to people and let them get a picture with you.
Well, wait a minute. Poor Jimmy is left behind in Poughkeepsie or wherever, goddamn, it was Hulk Hogan Day or whatever, when they're going to the next thing. We don't know where they were going, and Jimmy doesn't want to move to fucking New York State probably. But yes, again, bring the rest of the people up at a group of 30. How many were they short? We don't know, but bring them up in a group and let him stand up, take a group picture and say, hey guys, we're running behind, but I've signed these extra 30 pictures, and talking to Jimmy's megaphone, toot, toot, and just something. And off we go. Thank you. You've been a wonderful audience standing in fucking line. You can't just leave while people are standing there staring at you. You know that they're going to get pissed.
Instead, you get 4-year-olds cutting promos on you while they're crying.
Yeah, yeah. I hate you, Hulk Hogan. He created the next generation of super villains right there. That kid, one of those kids, is going to be a super villain, and this is the origin story. This is where his life pivots to serve evil.
Or perhaps a superhero if they're fighting Hulk Hogan.
Well, that's true. The lines are blurred a little bit these days. You never know who's on whose side. Anyway, we got an email from Brian in Detroit.
Huh.
That's as close as he wants me to get to describing him, just for the sake of, I think he may have some legal ongoing issues, wasn't it?
Real quick, because this is the only time that it would be a natural transition. Dave Brzezinski just put up a video. I think it's on YouTube. It's a tribute to Brian Bucantis with lots of photos. So Brian from Detroit made me think of it. So I'm going to plug that video.
Hold on here a second while we're... See, now with my lightning speed internet, and by the way, blow me there, oh blazing fast boy. 947 over 899 is what I have on my internet
Is that
today.
your blood pressure?
Hotchkiss is over here. No, I would. That would mean I would be at like a fucking Ring of Honor taping or something. No, I'm talking about the internet speed in which that I'm these words are flying through the airwaves. Like Tom Snyder used to say on the Tomorrow Show, sit back and watch the pictures fly through the air.
And speaking of Detroit, hello to handsome Gary Kamensak and Gary Mancuso. And
yes, well, that's what I'm trying to do here. Now I was learning you about my blazing fast internet. You look at Dave. Well, everybody knows how to spell Dave Berzinski, right?
Maybe look up Dave Drayson. Maybe Dave
no,
Drayson.
It's Dave. It's his YouTube. Dave Berzinski, Burzynski. Blame his parents, folks, but he's got the Brian Bucantis RIP video up on his YouTube channel that I'm looking at right there. That for our old friend and compadre. Speaking of old time photographers and fans and things and such of that nature. But where was I going with this?
You had an email
I know
from
where
Brian
I was
in
going.
Detroit.
Yes, Brian, because he's in Detroit at this current time. And he's updating us as an eyewitness on one of these Hulk Hogan beer store, I don't know, baloney blowouts, whatever the fuck they're doing, where they rush this aging icon with artificial body parts in and out of vehicles to rush him from one beer store to the other across metropolitan areas where he disappoints people and tries to make others drunk. Have we established the premise of this yet?
I believe that premise is called Clearwater Beach. Yes.
Well, no, apparently he's
disappointment and drunks. Welcome to Clearwater.
You don't have to move in. See, he's bringing it to you. You don't have to be in Clearwater. He's bringing drunks and disappointments on the road across America. And he was in the Motor City, Detroit, baby. You better be jumpy. Get up. All right. I went to, he says, after saluting us, hi, Jim and Brian, I went to one of Hogan's beer events last year. Not because of his political views, but I grew up on him and I wanted to see. Here's how the event was run. This event was at a party store in a small town in the Metro Detroit area. So someplace, I guess, like a Hamtramck or a Sterling Heights or something of that nature.
How far outside of Detroit is Ann Arbor?
Oh, that's way on the other side of fucking the beer store. No, and it's not that. It's now, goddamn it, because you've stumped me. It's not that far, but it ain't that close either. But here's the thing. You know, when Steve Perry said born and raised in South Detroit, there is no South Detroit. The way it's laid out, South Detroit would be fucking Toledo. It'd have to be more of a West Detroit or a Northern Detroit type of thing. Or you could just be out in the middle of the fucking water, which is where Brian is reporting in from after he got drunk at the Hogan beer store event. But anyway, event at a party store, small town, Metro Detroit area. You buy a case of the beer. God damn. Oh, and get your receipt, about $18 for 12 cans. So it's a 12-pack. Brian, you don't hang out with a lot of wrestlers if you think a 12-pack is a case. But 12 cans of this beer for $18. Brian, I don't drink beer. I haven't watched people purchase beer in years and years. Are you a beer person? How much does a beer cost these days if it doesn't come out of the fucking Detroit River?
I couldn't tell you. It's been a while, so I haven't.
Certainly it would, because a Sprite now. I can tell you a 16-ounce Sprite in a bottle in your average convenience store is going to be what, $1.69, $1.89, somewhere around that point. So this beer is selling for about the fucking cost of a Sprite. For want of a price of beer and a slice, Hulk Hogan went bankrupt. So here's what happens. You buy a case of the beer and get your receipt, about $18 for 12 cans. You wait in line. You walk in, you get your picture taken with your phone and show your receipt to grab your signed case of beer on the way out of the store. So they apparently pre-signed the beer. And you walk up and stand in his immediate vicinity, and somebody takes a picture with your phone, and then you just get out of all right, you can leave now. They pat you on the back, put a white chalk mark on your shoulder, and send you off. That's me editorializing. That's not Brian in Detroit. But he says, Brian does say his team was selling real American beer shirts and hats, $25 unsigned or $50 autographed, because Hogan would sign those but wouldn't sign other items. So as far as the scheduling we've talked about, why was he late or cutting people off or whatever? Brian says that this one, Hogan showed up about 45 minutes late, and the quote unquote meet and greet started about 40 minutes after that. He had 5 other spots to appear at and was going to be late all day going forward just based on local traffic. 5, so at least 6. And if this was his first one in the same day, Brian says finally, his team for these are complete idiots and it was run poorly from the start. They did say they could get through about 200 people. I'm not sure if he left early as he arrived late, and once I saw him, I left. So there's an eyewitness from the road. Brian, don't you think you should take over that Hulk Hogan touring business? Sound like you have a better grasp on scheduling and items, very details of things.
I don't think I would want to be in business with that outfit. You have to deal with his son, Stooges. Jimmy Hart seems all right, but what the hell's he doing?
Well, you could get the beer for so cheap, though.
Yeah, I don't know. It's pre-signed.
Right.
We're going to find out it's pre-drank. I haven't heard anyone say, that Hulk Hogan beer, despite what you think of him, it's a good beer. We haven't heard anyone say that.
There's nobody trying to fucking bootleg import it like Coors from
It'd be something.
Another state.
If it was actually a good beer, you'd be hearing people like, you're not going to believe this shit. This Hulk Hogan beer is actually really fucking good. I got all fucked up. Nah, no one. No one is saying that.
No, they're saying that about the Woo energy drink. I got all fucked up.
Is that still around? We haven't heard anything about that in a while.
I think much like ICA-Pro, some of that probably is still around unless they had a landfill project in Stamford. I'm thinking that
they announced a multi-year deal with AEW, and then after a certain point, we never saw that drink again and never heard Flair's name mentioned again.
But that doesn't, well, now, just because they're not advertising on AEW television doesn't mean that they're still not an ongoing business concern. They may be wooing in different venues and different platforms.
So The Rock's got tequila, and Flair's got an energy drink, and Hogan's got a beer.
Yeah.
Someone's got to do like a milk or juice.
McGregor's got the whiskey.
Oh, he's not a wrestler.
Well, but I mean, if you're talking in the genre, hey, maybe some of these other people aren't currently wrestlers either. You never know.
Cody's dressed like he may own a distillery 100 years ago. He's got some plans.
The fucking banker on the Monopoly fucking. But where was that guy? I was going with something. You were saying milk. I'm thinking somebody needs to come to me about our own version of the elixir of the gods, the Sprite. I'm sure we can.
Our own version.
Much like some songwriters or Hollywood types, we can make something confusingly similar while at the same time not violating any copyrights and infringe on somebody else's fucking profits at the expense of our own or whatever.
How similar is 7-Up to Sprite?
Oh, no. 7-Up has that aftertaste. It doesn't go down as smoothly or as refreshingly, and it has the aftertaste. Now, Sierra Mist from a restaurant, if it is that type of building rather than with Coke products, it can work just so you can choke your food down. But no, if you want the true nectar of the gods, you have to go with the Sprite Zero. Now is the only way for me to go because I'm off the sugar. But whatever If you want to walk on the wild side, kids, go ahead, be Lou Reed. Go ahead and drink the actual fucking hard stuff and with the sugar in it. You'll regret it later in life, but if you're young,
be like Lou Reed.
But it's got to be the Sprite.
Candy came from out on the island, but she had sugar, so Jim ignored her.
She said, "Hey kids, take a walk on the Sprite side."
When did you give up sugar? When did you go to Sprite Zero?
Sound like Lance now. 2000, I was in TNA, but probably later in the 2008-ish, I'm going to say.
Because I guess my question is, if you look back at like you in the 90s, like Smoky Mountain, when you were probably the most stressed because you were running everything and there was so much going on, you ate pretty badly by your own. I mean, well, you may like it, but
garbage.
But if you had just done the switch from Sprite at that time to Sprite Zero and got rid of the sugar, do you think it would have affected your weight?
Probably, I would say it would affect anybody's weight, depending on how big you are to begin with. You're not going to lose 15 pounds if you cut out sugar if you're, 5'2" and 114 pounds. But it definitely would have affected mine and anybody that cuts completely the sugared drinks for the diet drinks. But mine was driving back and forth to the TNA tapings. My legs were swelling like sausages, and cutting out the sugar made that fucking subside, believe it or not. So that's how I noticed that it was. But now, if I drink a fully sugared Sprite, it will make me thirsty. Because it will dry something about the real sugar now, or even a restaurant, when they don't have the Sprite Zero, and once again, got to choke down the food. But it'll make me thirsty if it's a real strong fountain Sprite with sugar, because there's something about not being used to drinking sugar and then that going on. I don't know.
Were you able to do it right away, or was it a tough thing to go from Sprite to Sprite Zero? You love it now, but obviously it must have been some sort of change.
Well, it's got to be ice cold. It's got, when you make the switch, the Zero has to be as cold as you can get it, cold as a witch's heart. Because otherwise you'll notice, and it will put you off at the start until you get used to it. You will notice the difference, and you'll notice it's a different taste at first, but then once you get used to it, it's the same fucking thing, but without the harmful sugar.
As we move on, before we get to Raw, let's have a little break in the action. Let me grab this back here. I have a book in my hand.
Well, don't threaten me.
The book.
Son of a bitch. I've got a shoe over here and I'm in reach of a bottle.
The book, the 2002 publication, Hollywood Hulk Hogan, with Michael Jan Friedman. Well, it's written Hollywood Hulk Hogan by Hollywood Hulk Hogan with Jan Michael Friedman. But I have the chapter here dealing with Memphis, and I wanted to read it to you, get your interpretation of it.
Okay, this ought to be interesting.
He talks about Pensacola. I did like this part here. I just walked into the first dressing room I saw, and it turned out to be the bad guy's dressing room. This guy, David Schultz, who wrestled as Dr. D, saw me in there and yelled, "Who the hell are you? What are you doing here? Kayfabe, get the mark the fuck out of here!" So before we go forward, Jim, if a wrestler yells, "Kayfabe, get the mark out of here," is that breaking kayfabe?
Well, first of all, like many of the Hogan stories, there is some grain of truth in this, much like there's a grain of sand on the beach. Obviously, if Hogan had made it that far, and we know that Hogan trained first in Florida and worked under a mask. What was the name that when he first got in the ring in Florida? Super Destroyer, but not like the famous ones, but just he was underneath. And then, the two territories he worked at first were the Memphis territory and the Mobile or Pensacola territory for the Fullers. And at that point, he was smart enough to the business to know that the babyface shouldn't go in the heel locker room. But he also, since probably what happened is that he got to this building, he didn't know where the fuck he was. He'd never been in goddamn Alabama before. He's just got there and he blunders into the heel locker room by mistake. And Schultz obviously has to know who he is because look at the size of him. You couldn't mistake him for anybody else. Probably cussed him like a redheaded stepchild for being in the wrong fucking locker room. Get the fuck out of here, you fucking idiot. Kayfabe. It's what you would say that to one of the boys who was obviously doing something contrary to that in public. Kayfabe, idiot. So I can see that happening, but I don't think he was so clueless at that point. He just blundered in the wrong door.
He wanted to beat my ass. And there were a bunch of other wrestlers there. Roy Wayne Ferris, the Honky Tonk Man, and some others who could have backed him up.
He makes Wayne sound like a fucking serial killer with people in his goddamn crawl space when he reads out his real legal name. And then there was Roy Wayne Ferris, who was convicted of.
But I was so big they didn't really jump. So I just walked across the arena floor to the good guys' dressing room and met all the guys I was supposed to be with. But that was my introduction to Dr. D. Pretty soon, we would raise some hell together and become good friends. And we would stay that way for a long time. And after that, he would end up hating my guts and calling me a steroid abuser. But at the time, all I knew about him was that he had given me a hard time for walking in to the wrong dressing room. But let's get to the Memphis part here. This is page 43 of the Hulk Hogan autobiography. I wasn't exclusive to Louis Tillett, so I wrestled for a couple of other outfits in between runs in the Pensacola, Alabama territory. One of them was the partnership of Jerry Lawler and Jerry Jarrett, which operated out of Memphis, Tennessee. Jerry Lawler was like a god in Memphis. At times, he was as popular as Elvis. He even ran for mayor as a joke. He didn't lift a finger to promote
It wasn't a fucking joke.
He didn't lift a finger to promote his campaign, and he came in third in a 15-candidate race.
Oh, he gave quite a few people a finger trying to win.
It was in Tennessee that I became known as Terry the Hulk Boulder and won my first heavyweight championship belt. I wasn't Hulk Hogan quite yet, but I was getting there. It was also in Tennessee that I started using a boot to the face and a leg drop as a finish. Nobody else was using a leg drop at the time, so it set me a little apart from the other guys.
Okay, hold on one second. People in this territory had been watching Plowboy Frazier drop the fucking leg for goddamn 15 years at that point. Here's the thing, Hogan did start, I don't remember the boot to the face yet. It definitely didn't always preface the leg drop, but when he started doing the leg drop here, I can testify it was the most air he ever got. Because the Memphis rings had some give to him because it was a bumping territory, and he could get a little spring and he would get air, and it looked fucking good for a guy that size. That was one of his, most accomplished moves. But when he got to the rings that Vern and then Vince had, that air significantly fucking declined.
One night in Memphis, I saw Jerry Lawler put a pile driver on a comedian named Andy Kaufman, who had gotten involved in wrestling. Then Lawler and Andy Kaufman showed up on the David Letterman show. Lawler slapped Kaufman, and Kaufman threw coffee in Lawler's face. And all of a sudden, Andy Kaufman began showing up on wrestling cards on a constant basis. I didn't
hold on here 1 second. By the way, the Hulk worked Memphis in 1979, and Lawler pile drove Kaufman on May 5th, 1982. Just for perspective.
Now, he did come in one time as a heel managed by Jimmy Hart against Lawler. Was that 81?
February 1981. I was there, and I'm in the fucking at ringside in the video. taking pictures.
Okay, well, he puts himself here in Memphis when this happened. I don't understand why they let a guy like Andy Kaufman get into the ring to wrestle, especially after I had worked so hard to pay my dues. But I was young and green in those days. I thought wrestling was about having a good match, getting a six-pack of beer, and picking up a girl. It didn't occur to me that we were trying to draw money. I remember a time at the old Chicago Amphitheater.
Now, actually, during the period of time that Hulk was in Memphis, that first run, I could agree with that. It didn't appear that he knew that the object was to draw money.
I remember a time in the old Chicago Amphitheater when I was working for Jerry Lawler and Jerry Jarrett, when I happened to walk in on a meeting in the dressing room. Lawler was there, Jarrett was there, and Andy Kaufman was there.
Oh, good Lord.
It was like walking into a Pentagon meeting. I knew I needed to back up. I knew I needed to back right up.
Because all three of these personalities are so intimidating.
Because I wasn't welcome. Later on, I passed Andy Kaufman in the hallway. I didn't know him, but I didn't think it would hurt to be friendly, so I said hello to him.
Why would he think that? Why would that even pass some kind of editing process if this is indeed a book instead of like Mario Galinto's self-published thing that his fucking wife wrote?
Well, let me stop here and ask you. So because you were still around, when Lawler and Jarrett ran all those shows at the Chicago Amphitheater, was there typically a room that they held their secret meetings with Andy Kaufman in?
No. Well, and here's the thing, Jarrett and Lawler never ran the Chicago International Amphitheater. Lawler has worked there. It was long past a point where Hogan would have worked for Vern and been at the Chicago Amphitheater, where Lawler and Jarrett co-promoted Super Clash. That was in 1987. Hogan had other fish to fry at that point. Andy Kaufman died in 1983. None of these people coexisted on a wrestling show in Chicago or anywhere else. Kaufman didn't die in 1983. I'm sorry, it was 84, right?
The beginning of 84, I believe, yeah.
But the point is, no, Hulk Hogan, I'm sure Andy Kaufman and Hulk Hogan had met at some point. And we know Lawler and Kaufman had met. We know Lawler and Hulk have met, but they weren't all three in the same place the same fucking time ever, especially with Jerry Jarrett added to the mix.
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask you. Did Jerry Jarrett, to the best of your memory, ever fly up for one of the Chicago shows in 83?
Maybe at Super Clash, maybe, thinking, well, if I'm here, Vern will have to give me some money, and he didn't. But no, this is all, and again, the timeline don't work. The Hulk came into Tennessee, and goddamn it, was it? Yes, it was early 79. They did the video that's out there on YouTube, but you've seen it with Michael St. John doing the voiceover, and they shot him from feet to head, right on with the lighting of the bodybuilding. It's the Hulk, and he worked as Lawler's tag team partner for a few weeks. I think against Ron Bass and Pete Austin that he worked with him and his brother Eddie Boulder, who came at, but Terry Boulder was here for a few weeks. He did a team thing with Lawler against the Mongolian Stomper and somebody. And then he was out for several weeks, which I believe was they sent him to Mobile, one of the runs there. And then he came back, and he introduced his brother. And that was the summer of 79, where it was Terry and Eddie Boulder, who later would become Dizzy Hogan, Ed Leslie, Brutus Beefcake. And they had a program with Ron Bass and Pete Austin, who my old partner Danny Davis was managing, Sergeant Danny Davis. And they tried to push Hulk because of his look and his size, and putting him in the main event as tag team partners with Lawler for a couple weeks against the Stomper, etc. That was fine. But then that night in Memphis, and that was the WFIA convention, they tried to put Terry and Eddie Boulder against Ron Bass and Pete Austin in the main event after they'd seen Jerry Lawler and Bill Dundee versus Michael Hayes and Terry Gordy, the Freebirds, and Jackie and Roughhouse Fargo against Wayne Ferris and Larry Latham, the Blonde Bombers, and Danny Davis in a 3-on-2 handicap match where they tore the whole building up. And that was what the people, there was like 8,000 or 9,000 people or whatever. That was what they came to see. And then here goes the main event with the Hogan brothers out there, and it was crickets. They were so green. The people were used to action and matches and people that talk and what the fuck, blah, blah, blah. It's all this wild shit. And then these green muscle guys, it didn't translate. And they had a stinky run for maybe another 3 months or whatever. And poof, they were gone.
And Hogan couldn't talk yet either.
He was struggling because there again on YouTube. I was in the TV studio when one of those interviews that's on YouTube was cut, and he was saying "daddy," but he was like, "And I'm going to tell you this, daddy," and brother, and he was trying. He knew what he wanted to do, but it wasn't coming out yet because he his first year in the business. They did not get over because of the competition on the roster from all these other guys that knew exactly what the fans wanted to see, and they were just green and they couldn't fucking talk.
Well, let me finish his thoughts on Andy Kaufman. Of course, he passed him in the hallway. His eyes opened real wide, and he looked at me like he was scared to death, like he thought I was going to kill him on the spot. He was out of his element, I guess. And he didn't know what to expect.
That was actually Andy Kaufman's normal facial expression.
I never really liked his act. That poo-poo pee-pee stuff he dialed up, the weird alien mouse voice, it was out there. It never did anything for me.
Is Hogan the only person in the world that didn't love Andy fucking Kaufman?
If you ask me, it was just boring. That poo-poo pee-pee stuff he did. The alien mouse voice. I mean, he played Mighty Mouse. That was one of his skits.
So you can tell that apparently Hogan has spent a lot of time boning up on pop culture. You ought to listen to this show. See, we had the George M. Cohan reference earlier, but now we're going to do the Seven Little Foys in a minute.
Well, that's, again, from the Hulk Hogan book.
Oh, the poo-poo pee-pee.
Some of the chapters here: A Rock and a Hard Place, The Giant, Kayfabe, Steroids, Money, Music, Money, and Matsuda. So obviously there's maybe more to mine here in the future. The Deodorant King. When I was wrestling in New York, I met a guy named Mike Sharp, who was a second-generation wrestler and the biggest hygiene freak I had ever met. Mike Sharp was usually a preliminary wrestler, so he would often be in the first match of the evening. But there were times where he would get locked in the building after everyone went home because he was still in the shower washing off.
Okay, I hate to say it, but this is a spot where Hulk Hogan is not telling a lie.
Usually,
Mike Sharp. Well, go ahead.
Usually, a guy would put a right guard deodorant stick under his armpit and go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, done. Mike Sharp would carry on a 20-minute conversation and swab his arm with the stick the whole time. He would use up the whole damn stick. And then he would start on the other armpit. In fact, if you looked in his bag, he had 30 or 40 deodorant sticks sitting in there. Then, after he was all done using the sticks, he would go back and take another shower. And he would do the same thing over and over again until they kicked him out of the building. It went on every night. The guy was a total wacko for hygiene. By the way, that's an entire chapter. That's chapter 12, The Deodorant King.
Well, and it degenerated into just a bit of exaggeration, but not that much. It was Mike Sharp was, and I only peripherally knew him because he was still working when I first started with the WWF. He was still working, especially like the TVs in the Northeast, whatever. But he was noted in the industry. It wasn't just with he, I guess, had some kind of OCD, but he was a physical fitness guy too. He was very, serious with that. And he would get to the building like hours before everybody did so he could go out and run the bleachers. You just see him running up and down the stairs in the building, up and down and up and down and up and down. And then he'd take a shower. And then, he might then have to go to the meeting with the finish or what he was going to do, talk to his opponent or whatever. Okay. And then if he had time before the doors open, he'd go run some and then he'd take a shower. And then after his match, he had his after-match routine, and it was an involved thing. And on at least one occasion, which gave rise to, it used to happen all the time, but it may have happened more than once, his after-match shower, and bear in mind, he wasn't on last. He was on in the middle of the show, but I think he did some more fucking calisthenics after his match in the locker room. And then he would take a shower, and one night the shower went so long that everybody left, and they closed the building, locked him in the fucking building. Because nobody knew he was still back there in the shower in the bowels of the building. And that was kind of the thing that he was known for. And very conscientious about his work. I mean, but I don't know if Mike Sharp is still around, and I've certainly not trying to.
He passed a few years back.
All right. Well, and I wasn't trying to start a feud with him or anything, but there had to be something going on. But he was not a crazy person. He was a well-meaning, earnest, kind of straight type of person that I had experience with. Like, oh, yes, no, yeah, whatever the fuck. Not like some crazy person, but he was.
Here's my impression of Mike Sharp walking down the hallway after realizing he's locked in the building. He used to just growl in his matches. That's what made him stand out. I loved it. I saw him doing it at the Manhattan Center. He got the whole building going.
He looks a lot like, I guess maybe even some of the fans who saw him on WWF TV don't know his father and his uncle, the Sharp brothers, Mike and Ben Sharp, Mike Sharp Sr., they were a giant, big name attraction tag team in the 1950s, and they were on that first tour in Japan with Ricky Dozan, were the Sharp brothers in Japan, because they were like 6'5" or 6 apiece and 260 pounds or whatever. That was giant for the time. So they were the first major Americans names wrestling in Japan, and they were a noted tag team. And he looked a lot like him, but he had that old-fashioned 50s way of body language, way of carrying himself and drawing back at the fans and all that stuff.
It was great.
But
he pulled it off. He made it work.
But he was locked in at least one building for bathing too long.
I just found a flyer the other day for his wrestling school down in, I think, Brick, New Jersey. And a lot of the Jersey indie guys of the 90s came out of there. Devin Storm, Donnie B, I think maybe Mike Moraldo, Inferno Kid, maybe. I don't know. A lot of guys from New Jersey came through. Maybe not Inferno Kid, but a lot of the other guys. I don't know.
Well, thank you for that clear and concise.
I'm trying to think of a couple. Maybe Rick Ratchet, but I don't know if any wrestling school would want to take.
You've been keeping long hours with all this business we've been trying to conduct here lately.
More to be announced. Brian,
speaking of people that are looking for a new line of work, or maybe have found a new line of work, we got to talk about the latest venture from our friends Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff. And before we talk about actually what it is, they put out a video. Did you see the video, the black and white video with the kind of NWO style groovy vibe for all the young hipsters that are, middle-aged and fucking with it or whatever?
I made it about 10 seconds into that groovy video and I gave up.
No, I had to watch it. No, you should have, because it over and over. Folks, I encourage you, again, seek this out. It's not catching. You can watch it and emerge unscathed. But it was, how old is Hulk Hogan? He's 70.
He's got to be at least 71, 72.
72. I think Eric Bischoff is around there. They were trying to act like they acted in the NWO videos, the black and white, cool, groovy videos when they were, well, goddamn, 25 years ago, they were still almost 50. It was kind of ridiculous then, but now it's worse.
And by the way, the stars of those videos were Kevin Nash and Scott Hall. If you actually think back to those videos, who aren't a part of this. Yeah.
Because they were only almost 40, but nevertheless, they do
and Bischoff
this.
69, Hogan 71, Bischoff 69.
There you go. Combined age 140, and these two guys are in the leather and the thing, and they're talking about how cool they are. They got something else cool coming up, and they're all cool, and they're turning their backs to each other. It looked like one of those goddamn movable bumper fucking spoofs on Family Guy.
Looked like they would text you for $100.
As a matter, well, it'd be 200 because there's two of them.
That's true.
But they're doing the quick cuts and the whole thing in black and white and doing this NWO style presentation about what they've got coming up. You'll never believe it. It's going to be great. And who's the third man? We got a third man. Who's the third man? That's the tease of the video. And I heard a lot of people on the interwebs where he was, oh, it's Vince McMahon. That's what Vince is doing. Vince is going to be the third guy. They're going to start a new wrestling promotion. I did not think that. I think, I thought they were going to announce a brand new fucking podcast or some shit, right? I didn't imagine that there would be anybody that would spend money on matching these two up with the product that it turns out that it is. And I didn't have any idea that their third man would be basically someone that nobody has ever fucking heard of before, but is probably the one putting the money in the thing. Or at least providing some conduit to this world. His name is Izzy, Brian, Izzy Martinez. And Izzy, so it's going to be Hulky, Eric, and Izzy, and they are going to be running Real American Wrestling.
No, that's not the name. Real American Freestyle Wrestling.
Oh, I'm sorry. Real American RAF, Real American Freestyle Wrestling. It's I can't even say this with a straight face. It's genuine amateur wrestling for a shoot with weight classes, just like they do in amateur wrestling, with Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff as the face of it. Does this write itself? It did not. It's not Kurt Angle. It's not Brock Lesnar. It's not goddamn. It's Hulk Hogan. Help me, Brian.
I don't know how to help you
understand.
Is this going to be Hulk Hogan's Wrestlelicious? I really don't know. Is it some guy with money who's just like, hey, I want to do something with real wrestling, so I'll hire Hogan and Bischoff? I have no idea. I'd love to know what went behind the decision making to pair these people up for freestyle wrestling. There have been attempts to do, I guess the best way to put it, professional amateur wrestling, going back to the beginning of professional wrestling. It's never worked out. And with the creative brain trust of Bischoff and Hogan involved, I can't imagine that this will work out well for the investors.
Well, that's the thing now. Hulk Hogan, hold on. I'm looking at one of the press releases, maybe press escapes. Hulk Hogan is going to be the commissioner, and he's bringing his decades of experience in pro wrestling to the league, where he has this incredible background in amateur wrestling and would know any fucking thing about it whatsoever.
Yeah, it's not even like good guy Hogan. It's NWO Hogan. It's going to be heel Hogan as the commissioner.
But Bischoff is the chief media officer overseeing the production and storytelling aspects. Now, television production, he's had a lot of experience. I might give you that, but storytelling aspects. He couldn't book guys that were used to being booked. How's he going to book people who don't know what booking is? I'm serious.
That's a very good question. It's a very good question.
He's gonna, okay, now before you do your suplex and beat this guy from fucking Penn State or whatever, do the pose. And when he does the pose, the guy from Penn State comes up and fucking full Nelson's him. And
are they going to try to do promos? Are they going to try to do promos with these legitimate athletes who have never done promos unless they practice in the mirror because they're wrestling fans? Like, they're just going to stick a mic in here. Chris Taylor, what do you think? I mean, what are they going to do?
Oh my God! Remember what happened when they actually did that after Vern broke him in? Poor fella. But now, and okay, so Hogan's the commissioner. Bischoff is the chief media officer overseeing the production and storytelling. They are aiming to infuse RAF with a blend of authenticity and entertainment.
Ted DiBiase is the CFO. What could go wrong?
There is no way to blend authenticity and entertainment by the very nature of each one of those things. And the third man is revealed to be Israel Izzy Martinez, a respected freestyle wrestling coach with a history of training elite athletes. So you can't make millions of dollars in that position. So there's some money behind this. I bet you Izzy is their conduit to the wrestling talent and or the money. And the first event, Brian, is going to be August 30th in Cleveland. Matches across various weight classes. Notable athletes such as Olympic silver medalist Kennedy Blades, whoever he is, and former UFC fighter Ben Askren. I've heard his name, and would he be closing in on 50?
Looking for work?
With potential appearances by Wyatt Hendrickson and Gable Steveson, who the WWE couldn't make television friendly. And they plan to debut a weekly show titled American Grit. I don't know, it sounds like either a cooking show or a construction worker show. On June 15th, available on streaming platforms and regional sports networks, and a pay-per-view event.
No, get out of here. No.
A pay-per-view event. Well, hold on now, cowboy.
I did not know this. This surprised me.
See, you got to get the real press releases here. July 4th, 2025 in Philadelphia. Pay-per-view declaration. See what they're doing there? July the 4th, Philadelphia. Declaration is the name of the pay-per-view. Fans eager for authentic matches and compelling storytelling have much to look forward to as RAF prepares to make its debut. It should have been Real American Wrestling, and it could have been Raw, because now it's RAF, and RAF isn't too far removed from Riff. So now we're just talking about Riff Raff.
The next pay-per-view will be in Boston. It'll be the investors' money tea party where they just throw the investors' money over the boat into the water.
But in all seriousness, when you think of high quality amateur wrestling, the name of Hulk Hogan would be almost at the bottom of the list of anybody in the professional wrestling business. And I know for a fact from working with people who have been involved in all of these worlds that in the time of Hulkamania, actually, as it was happening, most of the amateur wrestlers hated him because it was the bullshit wrestling that they weren't doing, but these bullshit wrestlers were making millions of dollars. And it's just the idea that he can in any way relate to any of this, and that somebody thinks that he's still happening in wrestling. Oh, well, we'll capitalize on this incredible role that the WWE is on, and that, the big rights fees and all this stuff, and we'll get not Steve Austin, but Hulk Hogan. I can understand if somebody went to Austin with this, because he, being himself, could pull it off as a personality and with respect to what the other guys were doing, but Hogan is just going to be bullshit because that's what his DNA is made of. Bull and shit.
And now he still wears the classic Hulk Hogan look, but his arms, although impressive for a 71-year-old, they don't look as impressive anymore. So now they're just like wrinkly old arms.
Well, we don't need to make fun of his, sagging physique. He looks like a deflated parade balloon. We don't need to say things like that. But the point is, that's why he's 70-something years old. He has nothing to do with amateur wrestling. They're trying to mix two worlds that are
they should get a heel referee.
Completely opposite.
They need a heel referee in amateur wrestling. We've never seen that.
No, you ask some amateur wrestlers. We've seen it a bunch of times. But ask Danny Hodge about that fucking time at the Olympics.
Did you see what Hogan said to TMZ about his history with legitimate athletes in wrestling?
I don't have the exact quote in front of me, and I don't want to fuck it up, so read it so we can all laugh together.
Okay, it's from an article I have here from Cage Side Seats, talking about examples of athletes who opened his eyes about the sky being the limit for amateur wrestlers. Here's a quote. I've been in the ring with some really crazy wrestlers. Like, I got Brock Lesnar right after he left the UFC. I got him first. I got Kurt Angle when his eyeballs used to roll back like a shark and he'd come after me. You know?
Oh, my God.
Benjamin Shelton? All these different guys.
No, what? Wait, what? No.
Yes, No,
he didn't say that.
Benjamin Shelton? All these different guys that I've had the opportunity to see adapt to our business. And I said, you know something? There's something there with these amateur guys. Like Benjamin Shelton.
Oh my God. He just had... But wait, he just had the epiphany. Hulk Hogan just had the epiphany that in the pro wrestling business, well, there's something we can do with these amateur guys. What the fuck? Jack Pfeffer would like a word.
And by the way, he never got Brock Lesnar after Brock Lesnar left the UFC. That's ridiculous.
Well, let's go down the line. Number one, he doesn't know what Shelton Benjamin's name is. Number two, Kurt Angle. I worked with Kurt Angle in Memphis for Randy Hale's Power Pro Wrestling before he had debuted on the main roster when he was still in developmental, and I watched his workouts when he had never debuted anywhere, and he was still working out with Tom Pritchard and Dory Funk Jr. And actually worked with him physically as a heel manager, and he was a babyface in Memphis. And he was always a great athlete and always all the things that we know that he was, but he never lost himself, and his eyes didn't roll back in his fucking head, and he didn't go into madman shoot mode. And he was pretty professional from the start and wasn't dangerous at all. And lastly, you fucking moron, Brock Lesnar right out of the UFC. Brock was the NCAA champion in the year 2000. He came to OVW. We trained him in 2001. He made his main roster debut up there, and I believe either late 2001, 2002, whatever it was, that's when he had his match with Hogan. He'd never been in the UFC. He'd never done a day of mixed martial arts. He had done amateur wrestling and tried to play a little football. No, he hadn't even played football at that point yet. So no, he wouldn't go to the UFC for another fucking 4 or 5 years, would he?
He didn't get Brock when he was fresh out of the UFC or fresh out of the NCAA.
He got him when he was fresh out of OVW. So he was the safest then he was ever going to be.
Well, that was one part of it. So he got Brock, he got Kurt, and of course, Benjamin Shelton.
Benjamin Shelton. Sounds like a stock brokerage firm.
That Hulk Hogan never lets you down. I have to say, every time he opens his mouth, there's some kind of crazy quote. And now he's going to be involved with amateur wrestling? Do you remember like in the 80s, and this is a long time ago at this point, in the 80s, like Jeff Blatnick, who was a legitimate wrestler, he would like do appearances, challenge Hulk Hogan. Like this guy says he's a wrestler. I watch him. He can't do anything. I challenge him to a legitimate fight right now.
The entire amateur wrestling community despised Hulk Hogan when Hulkamania was happening. And then also, let's not gloss over this before we move on to the next Hogan part of our story. Pay-per-view July 4th, 2025. Unless that's a misprint, that's in 2 months.
Yeah, how? That's
and they're going to debut a weekly show on streaming and regional sports networks June 15th. That's in
what networks?
Well, that doesn't say.
I mean, YouTube's a streaming network.
That's in fucking 5 weeks.
YouTube's obviously a streaming network that anyone can put their content on, but do they actually have a deal with anyone? Is someone paying them for this content?
They've just announced the thing is going to fucking happen. Now wait a minute. It says the inaugural event is scheduled for August 30, 2025 in Cleveland.
Maybe they mean 2026 for the paper.
Do they mean 2026? Is this potentially a misprint? Because none of this makes any sense. But okay, so then they're talking about doing a pay-per-view in a year. Yeah. Mark it down right now. Let's see if that thing comes off. That's got to be a misprint. All right. Some of these, you know what I did? I made the mistake. I got this off the Wrestling Observer news site. God damn it. That's the first fucking problem. All right. Let's get rid of that. But anyway, the last thing that we need to cover on the Hulk Hogan beat is, did you see that people lost their minds when he did some morning talk show? And I guess in honor of this announcement and his chance to, play beach party with fucking Bischoff again or whatever, he's trying to look younger. So he went back to the Hollywood Hulk Hogan beard of the NWO, where his goofy goatee is still blonde, but the sides are black and all that various thing. But since apparently all the source material has got to be gray now, if it's there at all on top of his head, he had to really do the shoe polish thing, and it looked odd. But people were acting like he came out and he had cancer or something. Did you see all the uproar of this? It made headlines. People concerned over Hulk Hogan's look and appearance. I thought, what the fuck?
Yeah, I saw that. That was the headline in the New York Post. And I was like, oh my God, what did he look like? And then I see it's just him with a beard. I'm like, oh, well, yeah. I saw that for several years.
He's always got some kind of goofy hairdo, and bad dye jobs are funny to look at, but not that fucking concerning.
But it says something though about as big as the NWO got, the general public still sees Hulk Hogan as the classic Hulk Hogan, not as the NWO Hulk Hogan, which worked really well, spectacularly well for wrestling, but didn't necessarily cross over to mainstream society the way the classic look of Hogan did.
Well, yeah, because it was 2 years. If you think of Hulk Hogan, you think of 80s Hulk Hogan, rock and wrestling, that whole genre. And it's not like he does anything to play that look down. But yeah, in this case, he thought he'd have a more heelish edge, so he comes out looking like he fell asleep and fell over and chin first into an ink pad, and people think maybe they thought they were mentally concerned for him. They thought he'd lost his mind, not that he was terminally ill.
They would have only thought that if he came in and started telling the truth. Jimmy Hart should grow a beard. Jimmy Hart used to look so cool. He should grow a beard back.
But then he's got to dye the bottom as well as the top.
So what? He's doing it anyway.
Well, but then that's more time. And, shit, me and Jimmy's age, we ain't got that much more time. We don't want to spend time on doing things that we don't really need to do.
Me and Jimmy's age, he's like 15 years, 20 years older than you.
19.
He's 19 years. Wow. He's old.
Or is it 17? Wait a minute. I think it's 19. But see,
wow.
That's, he carries it so well. He's ageless and timeless.
Man, Hogan never lets you down.
Hogan's hopeless.
Anytime he opens his mouth, he never. Benjamin Shelton. What do you think Benjamin Shelton thought when he heard that quote?
Excellent comment.
Yeah.
Superstar.
Thanks, Hulk. You know what that means, Jim? It's the breaking news update. We're coming out of Helix Sleep. We're awake. And apparently, things are happening in the wrestling world concerning something we just spoke about. And of course, that man is the immortal Hulk Hogan.
Well, I thought you were going to say that man is the immortal Benjamin Shelton.
Benjamin Shelton.
The folks may recall, if they've been up on the programming, if they've been listening, Hulk Hogan recently blurted out of his ass that all of the hot shot, badass amateur wrestlers and real shooters and dangerous type of people that he's in the ring with, he's been in the ring with. He got Brock Lesnar right out of the UFC. No, he got him right out of OVW. Is where he got him before he'd ever fucking heard of the goddamn UFC. And at the same time, he also mentioned that noted amateur great from the University of Minnesota, Benjamin Shelton. And many people also pointed out, which I guess we didn't need to bring up, but didn't at the time, that out of all the people he mentions, he can't get the black guy's name right.
Well, I mean, the big thing is that we've now learned it wasn't an isolated incident. There's now audio of a second incident where he calls him Benjamin Shelton. So that's what's making it go around today. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, yeah.
Because now there's a little compilation video of the two different times he said it.
Yes, we retweeted I retweeted the tweet that you tweeted about the twat that can't. But anyway, so there has been an official response, is what we're trying to beat around the bush and say.
Well, somewhat official. So it's from Shelton Benjamin, the wrestler. I don't know what he has to do with Benjamin Shelton, to be quite honest.
Well, he's the agent of Benjamin because Benjamin Shelton is a shell corporation, actually formed for tax purposes off the Isle of Man. But Shelton Benjamin is the chief executive officer of said corporation. It's a side business he's got in addition to the Hurt Syndicate. But Shelton Benjamin, we will quote, message to @Hulk Hogan. You lost me forever with your, quote, don't get caught, unquote, or as you would call it, quote, unquote, apology speech. So rather than screw up my name and pretend we ever had any sort of camaraderie, which we never had, please do me a favor. And then there is the meme, the video, the GIF or whatever of Will Smith saying, keep my name out of your fucking mouth. With the subtitle, just in case you can't read his lips.
Technically, he is.
Yeah.
That's the workaround. What's his problem? I didn't even say his name. I'm talking about some other guy.
Who's the other guy? I thought it was him.
Benjamin Shelton. When I first started out, I was working with Brazil Bobo all over the place.
And then there was Gracie Hoyce. I fought him in Argentina in front of 172,000 people.
So you know Shelton Benjamin. How do you think he takes this when it first happened? Is it something he would laugh at? Is it something that he would be annoyed by? I mean, obviously at this point, he's a little annoyed, maybe more because of the context of Hogan using his name.
No, I think he's more than a little bit annoyed. No, Shelton Benjamin would consider if somebody screwed up his name where it came from, if it was the kind of goofy little kid in the amateur class that, whatever, he would laugh at that because he's got a good sense of humor and he doesn't take himself seriously as a goddamn superstar. There's no Shelton Benjamin magazine like there's a Monet magazine or whatever. He's got a sense of humor, but if it's goddamn Hulk Hogan, who and repeatedly botches his name just because he couldn't be bothered to learn the name of a guy that he worked with, one would think that Hogan would have some knowledge of the wrestling industry. And I don't think he's amused. I don't think Shelton's amused at all. And I also think that Hulk Hogan better keep his name out of his fucking mouth because look at the two of them. I mean, Hulk Hogan, when he was 27 years old, would last approximately fucking 16 seconds with Shelton now if Shelton stopped to pose first.
Oh, come on. Which one of them's the commissioner of RAF Wrestling? Is it Shelton? Is it Benjamin? Or is it Hulk Hogan? And that's what this is all about. He's on a press tour.
And look at, he's the figurehead of an amateur wrestling league. And here's a standout amateur wrestler that could put a ham sandwich on his back and starve him to death. and he don't know his name.
And just so the listeners who are not aware of this can know, here's the 22-second highlight video that's out there. Let's play this audio so you can hear the living exhibit.
Great guys like Kurt Angle and Brock Lesnar, you know, they're Benjamin Shelton. There's some really tough guys. Really crazy wrestlers like.
Well, that was the first interview. Again, brief clip from the Pat McAfee show. And now here's Hulk Hogan on TMZ.
I got Brock Lesnar right after he left the UFC. I got him first. I got Kurt Angle when his eyeballs used to roll back like a shark and he'd come after me. You know, Benjamin Shelton, all these different guys that I've had the opportunity to see adapt to our business.
You know what he's doing is he's written down notes of, they've put so much thought into this and careful planning. And this has been a dream of his that's finally coming to fruition for so long. As he's doing a media tour, he has to write down and memorize notes of the goddamn only 3 guys that he even has bothered to notice had an amateur background, so that he can compare his business of pro wrestling some way to what the fuck he's trying to con the people out of now. Is basically what's happening here, is it not?
Isn't this insulting to the legacy of Jack Briscoe that he doesn't get mentioned by Hogan?
Yeah, and that's another thing is Jack Briscoe, when Hogan started in Florida, was the epitome of the shooter. And Jack Briscoe, actually, to be quite honest, was an NCAA champion. That same thing as Angle. That was above Shelton's level at that point. That was, you know, pretty rare air. But the point is, people today don't remember who the NCAA wrestling champion was in the 70s. So he's not going to mention Jack Briscoe. He's going to mention names that he thinks people know, and he could think of 3, and he got 1 wrong.
Do you think one of the problems with this RAF, one of the problems, I'm not saying this is the problem or an isolated problem, one of the problems is there's like no way to really get, I don't know, I've watched amateur wrestling. The finishes aren't really great. Like, it's exciting when you see the person jumping up and down and celebrating, but like the referee looking for the pin, the angle they're at, it's just, if you're used to pro wrestling, it's an adjustment. It's not necessarily an exciting end.
Well, and that's, again, it's kind of like maybe what pro wrestling is now, the concept with completely different execution. If you are really into amateur wrestling and understand the scoring system and understand what's going on in front of you, that it can be very exciting. And for the places historically, you know, the Midwest, the Iowas and Nebraskas, and, you know, places that produce top amateur wrestling, that's, you know, a thing that they like. But pro wrestling is rapidly getting to that point, unless you really are into it enough to understand everything that's going on and overlook some things and potentially sit through a lot of slow spots. Just completely different execution, but it's starting to be the same kind of thing. You got to really kind of be into it.
Considering this is all Hogan, and he gets a lot of attention for this stuff, for good or for bad, should AEW use this? Should, I mean, the Hurt Syndicate use it too? I mean, it benefits them. Just something on the air, Hulk Hogan, go fuck yourself. And then you move on, you do your stuff with MJF, but is it worth even mentioning on the air because of how much attention you could possibly get? Because Hogan can't fire back. What's he going to say? Hey, Bobby Lashley, I'll kick your ass. Like, he can't say anything.
Well, you know, I kind of see, here's the problem, is that you got so many inflammatory opinions over there in the AEW, you know, brain trust as to whether they should or should mention competition or do these things. And sometimes people get to make cute remarks and other times they don't. I don't know at this point, if I was MVP, if I might not just issue an open offer. We understand that some of our compadres, our brethren in the professional wrestling industry, are branching out, trying to be involved in amateur wrestling, of which we all have some degree of background in as well. And we'd be more than happy to if you would like to come here and put any athlete against my men, or whatever, go ahead. What are you going to say?
I'll tell you what, Hogan. We won't put you in there against Lashley because you know what Lashley will do to you, and you know what Benjamin Shelton will do to you, and he's ready to do it. He hates you. Let the world know it. I'm just a manager, but I'm able to handle myself. Yo, MJF, you want to prove yourself? Take down this old man. And just MJF finally takes down Hulk Hogan, wrestling style. Freestyle.
Yeah, that requires Hulk Hogan. that requires Hulk Hogan to show up. What I'm thinking about is, I like where you were going there. What about if MVP says, if any of these so-called wrestlers from this new league want to face either member of the Hurt Syndicate, then we'll be glad to give you a ring and an opportunity here. But if the figurehead, if he was, I'm just a manager, and he's, there's some way to denigrate him as a figurehead. I don't even know if he wants to mention his name or not. Everybody might know, is it the wink, wink, whatever the fuck. But he could say, I'll take you on, just give me 5 minutes.
Someone said, I'm going to put up the money for this thing, and let's get Hulk Hogan and Eric Bischoff. We'll get some publicity. And the publicity they've gotten has been half, Hulk Hogan's full of shit, and the other half, Hulk Hogan looks sick. Like, this is not what you want for the commissioner of this league.
But anyway, so that's the latest conflict. I would imagine we're not going to hear back from the former Terry Bollea.
I know Shelton was there. Forgive me for not remembering. Did Hulk Hogan ever actually work a match with Shelton? Even if it was a tag match? Maybe that's the only way it would be if it was Team Angle, him and Charlie Haas against Hogan, Edge or something.
They've obviously been in the same. They were in the same. Hulk Hogan's match with Brock Lesnar was in 2002.
Right. They were there at the same time. That's right.
Yes, they've been there at the same time. They don't necessarily have to have goddamn wrestled each other. I remember some of these fucking lunatics that I was in the locker room with a few times 30 years ago, much less somebody that was featured on national television from the company that primarily employs Hulk Hogan whenever he is employed gainfully. It's just ridiculous.
They should just.
He wrote down notes and he memorized them, and he fucked it up at first. That's why he's fucking it up every time until somebody's got the daggum balls to tell him to his face, "Hey, you're fucking this guy's name up." Well, since Shelton just added him, I wonder if he's looking, going, "Well, what the fuck? What's he mad at me for? I was talking about him."
I think they should cut promos on him every week on AEW TV. It would help the ratings. If you knew every week someone was going to cut a promo on Hulk Hogan, and you knew that every week there was going to be like an awkward several days where Hulk Hogan doesn't comment on it, but everyone knows he knows about it, that's a ratings winner. And let's stay on the topic of people being people.
They're the luckiest people in the world.
Jim, several listeners have sent this over to me. Hulk Hogan did an interview with Ariel Helwani. According to the split screen here, Eric Bischoff was there too, obviously promoting their brand new. I don't even know if it's theirs, actually. Apparently, it's the guy who put up the money for the Ric Flair drink and the Hulk Hogan. Like, it's a guy who puts up money for all sorts of like old wrestlers to have branding on projects. This is his thing. And here's Hulk Hogan, play this audio, why he thinks fans are booing him. It's been a big story. He started getting booed a while back, but it really blew up after that Raw in Los Angeles.
Yeah.
Let's hear some audio here and get your thoughts on this.
You're in a real interesting point in your life and career, because I think that there's a sector of people who were with you in the 80s, who rided with you, who will always ride with you and always support you. And obviously there are some fans who don't feel that same way anymore, who have turned against you, and we see you at Raw and they boo you when you come out. But then there are other fans who want to support your beer or whatever product that you're attached to. How do you feel, without beating around the bush, how do you feel about your relationship with the public right now, your relationship with the people, especially coming off the last time we saw you on a major stage was that Netflix show back in January at the Intuit Dome?
Well, they're still nipping at my heels. I can go out there and get booed. As actually the last time I was in LA, I was Hollywood Hogan with a black beard and doing the.
I should pause there as it buffered, but that was a good point to stop it. Was he Hollywood Hogan in Los Angeles?
No. He was. No, he came out with Jimmy Hart waving the fucking flag.
That's right.
Dressed in his golden red attire and trying to be a real American, and they were booing the shit out of him. He's trying to claim that he has the people in the palm of his hand where he can be a bad guy. He's like doing like the Rock shit. I can go out and be a bad guy and they'll boo me, and I can go out and be a good guy and they'll cheer me because I'm controlling this, rather than, no, I've been so full of shit for so long and done and said so many stupid things in public and on tape that a lot of the people don't like me anymore. He can't say that, so he's got to act like he's in charge of it.
Well, let's go back to the Hulkster. Talking to Ariel Helwani on the Ariel Helwani Show.
Especially coming off the last time we saw you on a major stage was that Netflix show back in Intuit Dome.
Well, they're still nipping at my heels. I can go out there and get booed. As actually the last time I was in LA, I was Hollywood Hogan with a black beard and doing the bad guy thing. I can go out there and get booed in LA, or The Rock can get booed in LA, or John Cena gets booed in LA. But when I get booed, there's a whole different reaction media-wise. For some reason, I've laid some type of groundwork that people are still interested in.
For some reason, I've laid some kind of groundwork. Yes, you get booed more than The Rock and John Cena because the people legitimately don't like you. They are booing The Rock because they're kind of pissed at him for screwing up their WrestleMania. And they're booing John Cena because they know it's a work. But with Hogan, they're booing him to say, you are full of shit. Please stop lying out your ass. We are tired of you. But
what I'm doing is
I've laid this groundwork where I've done so many stupid and offensive things that it's really working out for me now.
Well, I keep thinking about what Shelton referenced the other day in the tweet back about how Hogan should stop mentioning his name. When he had to apologize in a locker room for being caught on tape, it wasn't just that he said the N-word. It was that, I think the conversation was like, we're all racist. Like, it was just like some kind of crazy declaration. Usually people don't just declare themselves to be racist. He did. And then his apology to the locker room was like, don't get caught. Be careful what you do.
You're all public figures. You got to be careful what you do because there's somebody waiting out there with a recorder. Well,
let's go back to the Hulkster here.
And so for those that are on the team and are riding with the train to the station, that's great. For those that are the haters and still have a problem with me, there's nothing I can do to fix that except, just keep proving by my actions that, I'm still in the game. I'm still pushing hard. I took a lot of time off because I had like 25 surgeries and I was down for a long time. And, I've always loved the hunt. I've always loved to get back in the game, but it's always been that way with me because my whole career, I had that top spot no matter what it was. Even through the 80s, it was the fastest draw.
Let me stop for a second. Are the people booing him because they're jealous of his spot?
Yes, he goes, I've always been on top, even in the 80s, and he's got to go back and again, it's always been, I'm the greatest. And he's just so full of it. He's just so, everybody has a big ego if you're a star, but you don't have to just slap people in the face with it constantly about how it's all me and I did this and I was going to be in Metallica and I was going to be George Foreman and I was going to be this and that. It's just too much.
Well, let's go back. We have more from the Hulkster.
During the 80s, it was just a situation where everybody was knocking me. Everybody was trying to knock me off that top spot. I'll trade that for not being on the bottom of the card, if you know what I'm saying, or being on the bottom of the pile of life. So for me, it's just part of the territory. It's kind of like, when you get booed and then you get 3.2 billion engagements all of a sudden, and you rock that whole world in LA with how much interaction there was on the internet. I'll take it.
Okay, so
let me stop for a second. The interaction was Hulk Hogan's a racist liar. I want him off my TV. That was the reaction from people. I'll take it. 3.2 billion people said that.
Well, but to be fair, they asked a couple people twice.
Well, there's a little more here. Let's stop for a second. He takes accountability for nothing he's ever done.
Well, and that was the problem with the apology speech for the WWF locker room that was supposed to be an apology speech and was instead, hey, guys, don't get caught. I know I'm a big star and all the attention was on me, but it can happen to you too.
Let's go back.
They didn't like that apology. They were expecting to hear something like, I'm sorry I used that language. I know some of you were uncomfortable or something like that.
Could have said anything. Could have said anything other than don't get caught. Make sure your best friend isn't filming you when you fuck his wife. That's the thing I really want you all walking out of here thinking about. Let's go back to this.
And by the way, and if that does happen, and who doesn't find themselves in that position every once in a while, don't make racist comments on the tape.
How was Hulk Hogan? Was he good with pillow talk? Oh, he was putting down every single fucking race and gender there is. Let's go back.
He hates the Italians.
Let's go back to Hulk Hogan talking to Ariel Helwani on the Ariel Helwani Show.
After that, you didn't view that as some sort of like indictment on the state of your career, how people feel about you. You felt like they were just booing the character.
Oh, no. All the above. There are certain people that, boo the character. There are certain WWE superstars that had an opinion and they had advice for me. But I would like to ask those same guys when I go to New York or Chicago and the people cheer, out of the rooftops, I would like to know what their advice is then and what their opinion is. So it's a double-edged sword with me. And it's always been that way. It's part of the character. It's part of, me personally. It's part of my professional life. It's part of my personal life.
Let me stop it for a second. What the fuck is he talking about?
I don't know. I was hoping I'd find out.
It's all the above. And at the end of the day, I'm just like an old scarred up seal with a bunch of scars on me. And I'm really relatable to most normal people because a lot of people have been through a lot of stuff I have professionally. A lot of people have made not the same mistakes, but personally made mistakes. And I'm still relatable to so many people. If they boo me, fine. If they're on the team lead, that's great too. So not hating on anybody, brother. I'm still here. I'm still moving forward. And it's kind of like the old Rocky movie. It depends on how hard you can get hit, get back up and keep moving forward. And brother, I'm always leaning into the wind.
Well, that's the end of that. Let me just encourage Hulk Hogan. I agree. You got to lean into it. Make more appearances. You mentioned New York and Chicago. Hit those markets next.
Yes.
They seem to be big fans of yours. I would love to see the live reaction in New York and Chicago, and then maybe do a Southwest swing. But, Jim, on the topic of Hulk Hogan, I have to hit you with this. This was posted the other day. Where is the actual quote from? Okay, apparently it's a 2009 interview that was just recently uncovered by SE Scoops. Hulk Hogan claimed that following Vince McMahon's purchase of the WWF from his father in 1982, Hulk Hogan played a crucial role in educating Vince McMahon about the business. I moved in next door to him in Connecticut and taught him all about lifting weights and riding motorcycles and partying like a madman.
Oh, good Lord.
And then I taught him about the wrestling business and making money. What are your thoughts, Jim, on the idea that Hulk Hogan taught Vince McMahon how to make money? Or how to learn how to make money? Whatever the hell he said.
Or taught him anything about the wrestling business, or taught him how to ride motorcycles and... Well, for one thing, no, Hulk Hogan didn't live next door to Vince in fucking Connecticut, because you would have heard if Hulk Hogan had one of those giant fucking mansions in Connecticut in Vince's neighborhood.
I believe when he did come to work there in 84, Vince did have him. I don't know where exactly the house was in Greenwich. It's always been said they were neighbors.
Did he put him down in fucking Shane's house, the servants' quarters?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know where, but
Vince had a actually it was a garage with like an apartment business over the top of it in a detached building down the hill from his big mansion. And when Shane and Marissa got married, he spent a couple $100,000 and had it renovated into a nice house and gave it to him. But it hadn't been renovated at the point Hogan first went up there. You think he fucking just stuck him in the servants' quarters?
When did he have that house?
Well, I was there in.
We're talking
started going in 96 on the creative team, but I was at that house I think in 94 at one point. But that's 10 years after. Could have been a different house.
Could have been.
Nevertheless, even if he did live next door to him, everything else he said was bullshit. Vince had already been in the business for 15 fucking years with his dad when Hogan began the Hulkamania fucking run or whatever. And I think Hogan had been in the business 5 years, Vince 15. Vince was a millionaire, the owner of the company, and Hogan was a rising star. I don't know who was teaching who what.
Well, that is the Hulk Hogan update here this week, fans of Hulk Hogan news. Seriously, if he thinks this is good for him, make more appearances, please. Will they even put him on the air if he wanted to right now?
I don't know. I don't know whether it would be beneficial to anybody or not to put him on the air right now. And what I taught him about lifting weights, hasn't Vince always been jacked up, even when in late 70s when he was wearing the multicolored announcer suits?
I guess what Hulk Hogan would want you to believe is that Vince McMahon saw superstar Billy Graham and then said, I'll wait. And then for the next 6 years, he didn't lift weights. And then Hulk Hogan moved in. He's like riding motorcycles and shitting in heads and fucking lifting weights. Just craziness in Greenwich. If you've ever been to Greenwich, you know that really is crazy. But all right, that's the update on something there. Well, there it is, Jim. The Hulk Hogan Omnibus, Hulkamania will live forever, and so will this video on YouTube. Any final thoughts?
Yes, that just goes to show you that Hulk Hogan will live forever and we never do a second take. Folks, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year, everybody.